If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Indeed it is, Claire Marie, because good morning to all you drivers and riders and delectable, lovely people in all. I was trying to see the flow of that, but good morning to you, Jimmy Mack, on this Friday. I wanted to be the first one to say that. John can be the second.
By the way, how did I miss this, Trey? How did I miss it? A baby raccoon that became drunk from eating fermented peaches and nearly drowned in a dumpster was rescued by a Kentucky nurse who performed CPR on the animal.
Woo! What was her name?
Misty Combs.
Oh, happy Misty Day.
A registered nurse. This National Day of is brought to you by Truck Down. No, Misty Combs, a registered nurse who works at the Letcher County Health Department in Whitesburg, Kentucky, said she and some colleagues recently spotted a panicked mother raccoon running through the parking lot. What's going on? I don't know what's happening to my baby. They investigated and discovered the mother's two babies were trapped in a dumpster belonging to a neighboring distillery, Kentucky Mist Moonshine. Wait, it's Kentucky Mist Moonshine, and her name is Misty Combs. Man, play the Misty for me. Here we go.
Caught that.
So Combs was able to lift one of the babies to safety with a shovel.
Okay.
But the second was face down in the water at the bottom of the dumpster. And everybody was like, it's dead. It's not breathing. It had drowned, and it was full of water. So she could feel the water. I mean, she could feel the water inside of it. So immediately, I started doing CPR on it. I want to get a tetanus shot after that. That's what Combs told Lex 18 News. A video, actually, I've watched it, shows Combs doing chest compressions on the raccoon and periodically turning it over and slapping it on the back. So basically, it's... Which, by the way, could mean anything sound-wise. Aren't you glad I set up what that was before I actually did that noise?
And if you just tuned in, we're sorry.
Oh, we're actually bringing a raccoon back to life. Combs said she was relieved when the raccoon suddenly started breathing. Oh, dear Lord, reach down and deliver your baby raccoon to the light. Kentucky Fish and Wildlife personnel took custody of the raccoon and brought it to the ISM clinic of veterinarian Dr. Ben Cornett. Dre, this is... I mean, I thought the other day the story of Luis Valdez having his pet pigeon, Kevin, returned to him. I mean, this is the best thing of all time. I mean, I want to give this baby raccoon a name.
Ooh.
You guys come up with one, you can do it.
Okay.
It's 615-292-6366.
I'm throwing whiskey in the pot.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
You know, that's not bad. Whiskey's pretty good. Hey, guys, this is the best story of the year, of the universe, of the decade. The only thing better than that? Leave your heart at iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. Yak it up, as many people are doing this morning on the tube of you. Make some FaceTime on the Book of Face. Live your best life live on Live 365. You might even want to try to be a free floating radical at RadioNemo.com or ponder the possibilities of all of it in the aftermath on your favorite podcast platform.
Hallelujah!
Hallelujah, hallelujah. Show these young people, these old people, these drivers of the road, show them the way to the kingdom of heaven. Or if you can't do that, show them the way to Road Gang Radio. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with his bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking. Because this is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe.
There's no heavy consumption of drugs or caffeine. It's just donuts.
Just donuts, man.
Yeah, we're off the
By
sugar
the way,
high.
hey, baby, good morning.
Good
That's what she
morning.
said to me. She went, hey,
love
baby,
her.
good morning. Hey, sweetie, good morning. A lot of guys in cool hats. A lot of hardworking men go to that donut shop. I'm not kidding. Policemen, firemen, laborers, all kinds of people. Good morning, good morning, good morning, sir. Good morning, good morning.
If anybody comes to town and they want to know, oh, I just want to get that full-on New Orleans feeling, go down the road and get donuts.
Go
from
get
her.
them donuts, man. That whole cast of crew of characters, by the way, they are the epitome of, and we started doing this right now because we've laid off the donuts the last couple of weeks, except for when it's Friday. It's Friday. You can be part of the action. You can mix it up in the thick. You can join the gang at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Yeah, just a lot of great stuff going on this morning, guys. We're so glad to have everybody on board and kind of just chatting it up. Our good friend Brad Bentley, who, as if right out of Central Casting, says, good morning, gang, hashtag RGR. Steve Brand, by the way, I had a great conversation with the Brand himself.
Ooh.
Had it with the Brand and the Tool Time. Tim Dooley. You know, I mean,
nice.
They were fantastic last night. That is up on all kinds of platforms. Steve, do me a solid. Let people know on the chat over on the tube of you what's going down and what's coming up. I did mention Brad Bentley, by the way, because all of this is not only broadcast but recorded at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House. Okay. So Fastport's out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, they do it through technology, and they do it through people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. A lot of the folks from Fastport are in town this week. It's the Travis Manion 9/11 run. We're going to be doing that tomorrow. You punked out. You're on the list. You're on the list, Ray. You're on the list.
Hey, man, I got kids.
They could come and watch you run. It's time. You know, the thing is that kids are supposed to sacrifice their dreams for yours.
Y'all are going to have a good time.
Y'all going to have a good time. Y'all are going to have a good time. Dave Harrison and Gina are in town. Brad, of course, as always, is in town. Bo Higgins will be in the studio later. He's in town.
Man, look, you know what my main excuse is? If Lindsay can't be there, I can't go.
Oh, man, you are the crown princess of the Kingdom of Lies. Not even the crown prince, dude.
Lindsay ain't going, I ain't going.
Oh, Lindsay ain't here. I ain't going to be here. The easiest way out of everything. Hey, Dre, we got to go save a couple of babies in a burning building. There's a raccoon in a dumpster drunk off of fermented peaches. Sorry, can't help you. If Lindsay ain't going to be there, I ain't going to be there. We know you're listening, Lawler. We know you're listening, and we know you're coming in just under 2 hours. We do love you. By the way, let's take a moment to celebrate National Days Up. This awareness/celebration of National Days is brought to you by Truckdown, because the quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. They've been doing it since '97. Truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown. You got to get up, as Lindsay says, and Truckdown. These days, they got 50 states and 8 provinces that they are actually, taken care of. They're out there looking out for us, so you can look out for yourself. Go to truckdown.com, and then you can turn your attention to Nick DeMeo. Must be wondering why he even has to go to work today. Don't feel bad about sitting in the dark on September 12th, because it's National Video Game Day.
Oh.
Video games have been around since 1940. Video games really show. Dave was convinced. I was there for the first video game. Pong. You weren't there for the first video game, Dave. That wasn't the first video game. It goes back a lot further than that.
Look, Nick, we know, I looked at the calendar, it says you're out of the office and you got important things. We know what you're doing.
We know what you're doing, man. You're sitting in the dark, dude. The video game industry, by the way, has gone from boink, 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 boink to an $18 billion industry that constantly churns out new fun favorites for all ages.
RPG!
By the way, it's made Norman Reedus simply going from a television star to an international recognized celebrity figure, dude.
Did you play that game?
Of course I played that game.
Is it insane?
It's insane.
Okay,
It's
cool.
insane. Any trucker actually goes, it's just my job on foot. I mean, that's basically what that
Nice.
Death Stranding. The second one is much better, and the first one was good. What's really cool is you're always online in the game, but you're not playing against other people. So if somebody builds a bridge, you get to use it.
Oh, that's cool.
It really is cool Magoo stuff, by the way. Video game encompasses all kinds of digital games. Old school Mario. It's a Madison with a T. Old school Mario games to hot new VR ones like Beat Saber. The huge array of video games means there will be something for everyone to play today, whether an old arcade game or Fortnite. By the way, if you simply play Angry Birds on your phone, first of all, you're really dating yourself. But second of all, you're a gamer. A day alone doesn't appeal to you? Then round up some friends for a multiplayer game. There's scientific evidence, by the way, all of this is documented, that video games create better surgeons because of the hand-eye coordination, might be a cognitive solution for dyslexia. There are a number of games that have played a certain way, and in regards to reversing the XY axis, whole bunch of stuff can really improve that way. It actually, your mom and dad were wrong about everything. My mom and dad were wrong about everything. Your mom and dad weren't wrong about everything. That's just the absolute truth of the matter. Your mom and dad weren't wrong about everything, Dre. My mom and dad were. You just can't They used to tell you don't play video games in the dark, you'll ruin your eyes.
Yeah.
Not true. Don't do drugs one time, they'll kill you. That wasn't true in the 70s. Totally true now, by the way. But yeah, it turns out it improves your vision. They actually show that it can test leadership skills. It hones decision making. That it actually, because of the way games are set up, you constantly have to make choices. That can translate into real successful kind of, decision making in the real world. It inspires history buffs. The number of people who have actually, because of Assassin's Creed and other games like that, who have used that as a springboard. I'm utterly convinced that the Roman version of Assassin's Creed, the ancient Rome version, is why all these dudes, all these bros in Brotown are utterly obsessed with the Roman Empire. And you know this, it encourages athletes.
Dude, 100%. In high school, I want to do parkour all day.
I mean, it really does. And a lot of people that play on their feet. They play actively. A lot of people then go outside and they're inspired to give things a shot. There's so many other cool things, too. They know now that it slows down aging because of what it does to your heart rate. They know that it remediates pain, that people who have chronic pain, if they play video games, they can take the edge off of it. This is important, and this is right up Nick DeMayo's alley, and up our alley, too, for all the people talking on the tube of you. It actually expands your social connections. And this is another one that they've shown. Steve Gleason talked about this for a long time. It improves balance for sufferers of MS. It curbs food cravings by spiking dopamine, that they always will tell people, you're really sure you want to eat? Maybe you should play another round of the video game you like so much and see if that can get up your gasoline and your goods, right? It accelerates stress reduction. It prevents kids from bullying. It actually sets up networks. It's the exact opposite of what you think, all that teabag and stuff you heard about, all those terrible stories you'd hear about people doing all kinds of nasty stuff on video games. Turns out the video game players during the pandemic came out the healthiest of all the kids. The ones who found social networks and communities actually walked out a lot healthier than just people who went on social media going like, I don't know what I'm ever going to do again. I'm stuck in the house. I'm contemplating my very soul. Those people didn't do so well. The people who were like, I'll meet you at the rendezvous point. Your tauntaun won't make it past the first checkpoint. I'll see you in heck. This is really cool, too. It brings those with autism into the neurotypical community because they find ways to communicate through video games. And for the purposes of this show, there are many people in the educational sphere of CDLs and trucking who believe it might be the key to unlocking, onboarding the next generation of truck drivers.
That's what I am talking about.
I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to. Remember, in the words of our fearless leader, General Manager Nick DeMayo, when everybody plays, everybody wins. You can win, too, at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Unless you're blown up by an RPG, then you're just dead.
Yeah. So I have to ask, man, because you're letting all the troops down. You're letting down the Travis Manion Foundation. You're letting down Brad. You're letting down Fastport. You're letting down Bo Higgins, who's going to be in the studio a little bit. You got the kids. That's a blanket statement that don't float with me. I come from a world of kids. What are we doing this weekend for fun?
They're meeting my aunt and some other family. They're in town for not so happy situation, and it's a celebration of life in a way. So we're basically just getting them together. We're getting the girls a little earlier. We usually get them on Sunday. My aunt's leaving on Sunday. I want them to meet her and some other cousins and all that stuff. And I have baby cousins I want them to meet. And it's just someone we haven't seen in a while that we hold very dear to our hearts, and it's
acceptable.
It's gonna be all right. I don't usually talk about these things, but yeah, I'll tell you. But yeah.
I approve. I completely approve. By the way, we talked about this yesterday. Marshall actually reached out, called a friend of his. It choked him up. I'm glad he did that. Mm-hmm. Many of you guys reached out to people that you loved. Our good friend Laura Tremaine, who is an even better friend to Lindsay Lawler. They were roommates at OU, wrote that wonderful book about friendship. Do the maintenance on the people that are important to you.
Yeah.
We Dre and I will tell you, Dre's a neat freak, keeps things clean around here, ranges the wires. Dre's a health freak. He's a good dude who loves his lady friend. He's a good dude who loves those chickadees. We're going to call them the chickadees because they're not the chickadon'ts. Yeah. But the other thing is, make that list, by the way, when you're doing your pre-trip, when you're doing your, when you're taking your vitamins, make sure that you actually make the list of those friends. Make those friends and maintain those friend relationships. I got my best man at my wedding. We don't talk a lot, but we leave a lot of messages for each other. Hey, brother, can't talk, but want to let you know I love you. We'll get together soon.
Is that wicked head of hair on that man that I met
That's
at
the
the
most
party?
handsome man on the planet.
God, and his wife is awesome. Dude, his kid playing piano
Have
like
you ever?
he did?
By the way, you should hear both of them sing.
Oh, I can imagine.
You should hear both of them sing.
Okay.
They actually do a really fun Keely Smith and Louis Prima. Hey, mambo, mambo Italiana. Hey, mambo, mambo Italiana. Go ahead.
I can see that 100,000%, especially with meeting her and being able to talk to his wife more. But hanging out with their kid, because as soon as they came in here, I looked at him, I was like, I like your fit. He's like, what, 11? If that? The oldest? I was like, I like your fit, man. He's like, dude, I like yours. What do you do? I was like, I work here. He's like, oh.
Let that land, man.
Yeah.
By the way, stood by me up on the altar as Claire Marie said I do. Speaking of I do, how about Yabba Dabba Do? How about Yabba Dabba Do? You want to hear that Fred Flintstone is back in the chat? Good morning to you, Fred. Good to have you here. Our good friend Trucker Bosun says boba tea and Moki Donuts. Penny's Breakfast of Champions. That sounds pretty good, actually. Boba tea and mochi donuts?
Ooh. Okay.
That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? That sounds good.
Yeah, I'll try it.
I mean, the thing is, but you know why you don't want to try it? Why you kind of like, because you know what the donuts in the other room are like. You've already got your mind on a particular kind of donut. You're gonna get the cream filled, the jelly filled, the glaze, or the chocolate sprinkles.
Oh, you already know I'm gonna do it. Well, I might switch it up. But listen, you're exactly right with the fact that the donuts. But I don't know, man. Boba tea doesn't grab me in the morning.
Boba tea? No, I'm not a boba tea guy. Claire's a boba tea gal. Let me tell you something though. I'm a Boba Fett kind of guy.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Shoot first.
This is the way. We'll take a quick break. A little pledge. Little national anthem. We got a couple of pledges we're going to clean up in the next week or so. We're excited about that, man. Thank you, guys. We got 2 new pledges coming your way very, very soon. We'll get that clean. Throwing a little bit of that old Southern spiritual wisdom. The good pastor, speaking of Southern spiritual wisdom, is going to be joining us because, after all, it's Friday. We'll come back. I'll tell you about the lineup of this show, and then maybe we'll dig into some news. Phone Master Dre, take us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday. Good morning. I hope you are having an awesome day today. Hey, I want you to ask yourself this question. Since it's Friday, you're trying to get away from the truck so that you can rest and get your thoughts and everything together. But have you ever thought about getting closer to God while you're getting out the truck? James chapter 4 verse 8 says it this way: draw near to God and he will draw near to you. Cleanse your hands, you sinners, and purify your hearts, you double-minded. Notice what James said. He said, if you want to know that you know, all you got to do is draw closer to God. The closer you get to God, the more closer you feel like you and God are. So my brothers and sisters, as you prepare for this weekend, always remember, you got to draw closer to God. God bless you, my friends, and be safe in your journey.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Oh, thank you, Pastor John, on this beautiful Friday. And man, what you drop over there? What you got? Oh, I'll go
Just
get
a
it
pen,
for you.
Just my pen. You got to pick up the pen. You could hear it kind of go clunkety clunk, 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 clunkety clunk. Well, the first half of the show, we always make a living, and after that, Lindsay arrives on the scene around 9, and now we use that moment to kind of get a life. Our first guest actually is not going to be here till 6:45, so you guys can actually 7:45. Sorry, 7:45. I'm still getting used to the new time brackets, as it were. 6:45 in the mountain. For those of you listening in the mountains, 6:45. It's the triumphant first #RGR edition of the return of the ever popular Load 'em Up and Move 'em Out with TCA, and of course. It's no surprise that it's going to be Dave Heller, Senior Vice President of Safety and Government Affairs and longtime friend of the show, is dropping in. After that, we got an in-studio guest. Brad Bentley will be dropping in as well with him, but he's a veteran. He's a friend of the show. He's a slightly older high school classmate of mine, and his classmate, Harry Connick, actually turned 58 yesterday. Bo Higgins is going to be here to promote the Travis Manion Foundation's Fun Run. I'll be there tomorrow. Dre won't. We're welcoming back talented content creator, podcaster, and lover of the strange and the weird K.A. Stats of Fool and Scholar Productions. I was originally turned on to them with their terrific Lovecraftian, John Carpenter's The Thing inspired The White Vault. But Fool and Scholar Productions, who have worked with veterans, by the way, on occasion to help them learn how to get up to speed on podcasting, is a friend of this show. I think it's either their third or fourth appearance on our platforms. And we'll slip a little breaker back talk over the fence before show contributor Scott Shea arrives to talk the origin story of the song Dazed and Confused. And the man that wrote it? Jake Holmes of Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Both kinds, all kinds. Country and Western music news from Nashville Sleazy. She's not Nashville Sleazy, but the good Sleazy of Nashville and the Big Easy get together, as it is country and Western music news with our good friend Lindsay Lawler. And don't forget, when it's all over, folks, it's immediately followed by the greatest pre-produced transpo show in the known universe. There's no other pre-produced transpo show that I can make fun of. This is what's going on with Trucking with OIDA. Rumors happen, but that's exactly what they are until they're confirmed. Rumors. By the way, before I actually explain Trucking with OIDA, let me just say there were a lot of rumors yesterday and the day before about what it was that happened and what it is they have. Please, trust me, stop posting. So many of you look foolish now. The things you're hearing, even from the Wall Street Journal and even from the FBI, turn out not to be true. They've admitted they're not. This is another one. The latest involves the state of Nebraska, CDLs, and the country of Kenya. Scott and Ashley are setting the record straight with the help of friends of this show as well, too, Tyson Fisher and Mark Schwemmer, the editors-at-large of Landline Magazine. And they're going to cover all the other news that's making headlines of late, from the highway bill and the broken data queue system to tariffs and exemption requests, and a new regulatory agenda that puts broker transparency action a little further off. And all of that is part of Trucking with OIDA. Dre, would you do me a solid? Would you give me a little bit of news music? Is that possible?
Oh, man. Look, if you want it, you can have it.
J.B. Hunt, by the way, has submitted plans to close its facility at a Georgia Home Depot distribution center in reaction to, quote-unquote, changing business conditions. J.B. Hunt Transport Services, Inc. filed a Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act notice on August 26th. The closure involved the J.B. Hunt facility at the Home Depot distribution center in Lithonia, Georgia. According to Northwest Arkansas Democrat Gazette, that's 4 papers, by the way, the facility closure will affect 74 employees, including drivers, managers, and dispatchers. Notice I said that. Doesn't mean they're all getting laid off. Some people might just get moved to other places or may have their schedules disrupted. But just keep that in mind, by the way. The company says the closure is in response to, quote-unquote, changing business conditions. Somebody remind me, one of you guys out there, remind me to ask Dean Croak if this is part of a larger picture or just kind of a one-off and a blip. Dat guy returns, by the way, next Thursday to talk lumber prices. We'll probably slip that in over the fence. A little more news here. As a direct result of the defendant's negligent acts and omissions, Angie Stone, I didn't know this, Dre. Angie Stone suffered severe personal injuries, conscious pain and suffering. shock, fright, and terror, and ultimately death. That is the conclusion of a lawsuit filed by the family of deceased hip-hop singer Angie Singer. I got to tell you, I'm not crazy about the word hip-hop anymore because I know a lot of our listeners have a very distinctive idea of what hip-hop is.
Yeah.
It is such a, it's like saying jazz. It encompasses so much. You know who Angie Stone was, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, my God. That music is so good. They're suing CRST and Daimler Truck North America over a fatal crash that occurred this past March in Alabama. The case was filed on September 2nd in Georgia State Court of Gwinnett County. The surviving children of Angie Stone are seeking damages for negligence. According to the lawsuit, the truck's collision avoidance system failed, and the truck driver wasn't paying attention. And here we go. That goes back to Jane and my conversation, too, and a lot of people we talk to. These are tools. Ultimately, it's all about you. You're the one running the truck. In addition to the trucking company and the truck manufacturer, the truck driver and the driver of Stone's vehicle were named in the lawsuit. You know who Angie Stone is, right, Dre?
Yes.
I am literally stunned. I wasn't aware of this. It didn't happen yesterday, but the singer of "Wish I Didn't Miss You Anymore" was taken from us. And man, that lands, dude. That really lands. I tell you what you can do for me, Dre, just for fun. Hit that exit music, and I'll take us into the break here. We'll take an early break and make some time for the phones. And of course, on September 9th, the Supreme Court granted an unusually quick hearing to President Donald Trump and whether or not he has the power to impose sweeping tariffs under federal law. That's an ongoing, continuing story and important for what we do here. It's Road Gang Radio. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Oh, you already in the road, gang. We all are. We're happy to be here, and we're happy to be with Jimmy Mack. Good morning again, sir.
Good morning, and it sounds like you have a peaceful, easy feeling of a weekend. It's going to be one more of those kind of a chance to kind of sit down and give people a chance to meet each other, talk to each other, bring special people together in your life is what it sounds like. I hope you've got something like that planned as well, guys. I hope all of you out there have a moment to kind of bring down the temperature. Remember, guys, this is so important. I'm going to keep on repeating this. I know some people are fired up. I know some people are looking for what I call a precipitating incident because they're bored. I've never met so many bored people in my life. Most of us aren't bored. Most of us actually have a lot to do, jobs to do, people we love, places to go, not looking to start any trouble, not looking to be a part of any trouble. Maintain that attitude. Find somebody you love this weekend. Tell them you love them. Find somebody who you haven't talked to in a long time. Reach out and schedule some real long conversational time for them. Stay focused on the road. Stay focused on the job. You'll find if you do your job, as you know, Bill Parcells was most famous for saying, then of course it was picked up by Bill Belichick and of course Sean Payton, two of his disciples. You'll find that it often clears the cobwebs out of your head. Helps you get over a little bit of that road rage and get you further down the road. By the way, you can always, if you want to be an active citizen, one of the places you can actually make a difference is in your own sphere. Take the time maybe to look up who your state rep is. I always tell people you cannot talk to me about national politics. People come in screaming about, Ted Cruz this, Bernie Sanders that. And I tell them it's really simple. I'm happy to hear what you're going to say next. Who's your state rep? Who's your state senator? By the way, who is the school board member that represents your district for your children? Oh, you don't know? I don't want to hear anything else that you have to say. Get involved on the ground. It's really simple. All right, so such organizations as the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, Transportation Intermediaries Association, American Trucking Associations, International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, Pre-Pass Safety Alliance, and the Shippers Coalition all submitted comments about the lack of truck parking. And I told you guys a couple of days ago about Mark Schwemmer's story in Landline about all the disparate folks unifying to find better parking solutions. And don't forget, by the way, as I said before we went to the break, that man, Mark Schwemmer, will be joining our friend Scott and Ashley on Trucking with OIDA immediately after #RGR. I bring that story back up again because it goes to my larger point that I made earlier. This is why you need to focus on the things that are important to you. Because if this turns into, well, so-and-so doesn't agree with me about my religious opinions, or I don't like the choices that they have made with their life. If you start doing that kind of stuff, it means when it comes time to actually get a coalition together with truck parking, ask yourself the question, well, normally I'd be on their side and help them out and bring a box of ammunition for the enemy of my enemy. But I've made a decision here that I don't like the way you comb your hair. You're a left hair comber. And I will be against you now.
How'd you come up with that voice?
I just made it up right there on the spot.
Nice.
I just made it up on the spot. You can make up a voice, too, at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Listen, there's a couple guys we haven't heard from in a while, and I'm curious, are you doing okay? Do you want to call and talk to me about it? It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. Bo Higgins is going to be here in the studio along with Brad Bentley. They'll be here in short order. Our good friend Dave Heller is going to be on the scene. The feller named Dave Heller is going to be on the scene here in just about 10 minutes or so. So we'll get Dave kind of locked and loaded on that situation. And, get a chance to talk and dig into him about what the priorities are over at TCA, kind of keep you informed as to what is going on in the nation's capital from a different perspective. People are still yakking it up on YouTube, by the way. Everybody's excited that Fred Flintstone is back. It was him that sent the pledge video of his boys.
Aww.
That was his. So thank you, Fred. We watched that. I watched it last night, sent it to Dre. He's like, what's this thing in my box here? Nothing sounds right this morning, by the way.
Yeah, what's just that there pledge that's sitting up in there? And I'm like, who's it from? Why is it coming from the weekend email?
Why is it from the weekend email? Because it got sent to the weekend email, and then I forwarded it from the weekend email. Bruce Almighty says, good morning, RGR. Got a workout in El Paso, Texas. Headed down to Dallas, TX. By the way, our good friend Trucker Boson says, if an autistic child is determined to have hypothymesia, would you say they are a savant, in your opinion? I don't know. One of the things about a savant is that, of course, there is a skill that they have that actually contributes to society. Other than, look, It's an interesting thing about children with Down syndrome and children with autism. I don't know if you know this, but they bring the temperature down. Did you know that? They actually, I don't mean like physically bring the temperature down from like 90 to like 80. They don't do that. I wish they would. That would make you a savant. No, it would make you a savant.
Okay.
X-Men, Dr. Xavier, all that kind of stuff.
Cool.
But what they do, we do know is that if you ever watch a horse, a dog, or other mammals around children with autism or Down syndrome, it's a remarkable thing. It's a remarkable thing when you see it, Dre. It softens them. It makes them kind and decent. And the animals, the children already are.
Yeah.
It really softens them. And there is a theory, whether you are an evolutionist or you believe that God said, let there be light and hit a switch.
Yeah.
That those children, it's not just a matter of value of your life and this kind of amorphous concept, that their presence on this planet actually brings down the temperature.
It's the natural goodness they just bring.
It's the natural goodness, and they often make the worst of us the best of us. I had an uncle who lived to 108, and he was tough as nails. I mean, there's just no other way to describe him.
Yeah.
He was a tough as nails dude. He fought in the First World War. He volunteered for the Second. He was 50 years old at the time. Remember, Dre, this dude lived into the aughts. He survived Katrina. He lived to 108. And everybody said up until the time he was 70, he was an absolute pain in the ass. He was as tough as nails, judgmental, critical, hard on people, until his granddaughter, who had Down syndrome, was born. And I won't lie, certain members of the family were terrified how he would react. He was a perfectionist. You know, he was a guy that always wanted everything done right. That was important to him, all of that stuff. The moment he saw that child and understood who that child was, it changed him. It absolutely changed. Now, he had many more grandchildren, healthy grandchildren, beautiful grandchildren. By the way, that grandchild who just recently passed away, didn't pass away until that whole family's got genes. Yeah. We actually went to one of his children's funeral about a month ago or so, 101. Every single one of his children has lived past 90.
Wow.
And anybody who knows anything about Down syndrome, do you understand what it means when somebody with Down syndrome lives past 70, especially when they grew up at a time what the genes are in that, the longevity genes? Good God Almighty, it changed him. Utterly changed him.
We had a family friend, Olivia, and she was a big part of my life. That's one person that can't stand that I missed her funeral when I was my senior year when I was living in Austin, Texas. But she had a son named Morel, and he had Down syndrome, and he had a few other situations as well. He didn't have full control in his hand. But the delight and just excitement that man got in everyday life, and he could barely leave the house just because of his other problems that he had, but he didn't let it bring him down. He loved collecting pins. He loved his little race cars. And man, if you walked in the room, God, you could have been in the worst mood ever, and that guy just flipped a switch in you. And that's someone that I think about on the regular that I just wish that I was able to see more. But I'm very thankful to be able to have that person in my life.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, in case you guys don't know, hyperthymesia, which is also known as hyperthymistic syndrome or highly superior autobiographical memory, is a condition that leads people to be able to remember an abnormally large number of their life experiences in vivid detail. By the way, that's the best way and the only way to kind of describe it, meaning they can literally reassemble their lives. I don't know if you know this, I have it. To a large degree. I can actually, and it's weird. I used to think it was just a technique that I had developed. And it was only after talking to a few people, some professionals said, no, that's something else there. You know what I do, right? I'll go back to a memory, Dre, and I'll remember the moment. And then I can remember the moment before and after it, and I can just start building circles that way.
Nice.
I can really build circles. I mean, there are things that are so clearly emblazoned in my memory. The answer is, I'm not sure if that makes you a savant. I just know it is an amazing condition, and it's, once again, a delight and a grace to anybody in your life who has it.
Yeah.
It's really a great thing, by the way. It's a great thing. There's a character in the show New Tricks who has it. He just has this instant recall of numbers and dates, and it isn't like he's not a mathematical genius or anything, but he's a great detective. He remembers everything.
Dude, I'm so glad you brought that up. The movie Accountant. Have you seen that?
Yeah, he, by the way, has
That's raised by a hard ass.
But by the way, he has hypothymesia. Is one of the things that he has. He, by the way, that's a movie character.
Yeah.
That is clearly a movie character.
100%.
He has hypothermia. He has a whole bunch of other stuff too. He's also a He is a savant. He's also a mathematical genius.
Yeah.
That character is an incredibly conceived character.
Did you see the second one yet?
I did. It's ridiculous.
It's so good, ridiculous.
The first one is not an evil movie, but is a really deadly serious sort of exercise. The second one is like, we're not going to care anymore. We just want to basically watch John Berthnall and Ben Affleck hang out for like 2 hours and blow up the ammo dump.
It turned into a buddy comedy / like brother blow up badass movie. I was like, oh, okay, I like this.
Yeah, it's just a really it's a weird movie, but it's a lot of fun. The Accountant 2 is a real big blast, by the way, guys. The truck driver involved in a slow-moving police chase through Houston that ended in the use of a battering ram is now, suing the deputies for excessive force on him during a medical emergency. So the truck driver, Trinidad Cutshall, led police on an hour-long, 5-mile-per-hour police pursuit on the I-10 in the East Freeway of Houston, Texas, back in December of 2023. Harris County Sheriff's deputies eventually called in the SWAT team, and a battering ram was used to remove Cutshall from the truck. Cutshall was then bitten by a K-9 officer. And by the way, if you don't understand that, you're thinking, wait, the guy who actually handles the dogs bit him? No, of course not. He was bitten by a K-9. The officers, the K-9s are called officers, by the way, and they should be. By the way, it's actually to make sure that people, that the penalties for killing them, hurting them, are more extreme. And because a lot of the men and women who handle those dogs, it's their family.
Yeah.
As any dog that you handle should be, by the way. Spoiler alert, if you're handling a dog, he or she is your family. Just letting you know that.
That is an officer.
It's an officer, K-9 officer, while the police allegedly beat him, sprayed him with tear gas, and used rubber bullets. Now, Cutshall and his attorney claim that he was suffering from a serious medical emergency at the time of the police chase and encounter. According to ABC 13, Cutshall was perceived to have some level of impairment by officers at the time of his arrest and had revved the engine at them. Cutshall was charged with evading arrest and detention in a motor vehicle. Since then, prosecutors dismissed the evading charge against him less than a month before his trial. Cutshall's attorney, Garrett Gibbons, says that the prosecutors likely dismissed the charges because they were presented with evidence that Cutshall was suffering from sepsis at the time of the incident. And by the way, this is what Gibbons explained. He had a medical condition that caused him to completely black out, and that Cutshall had no idea he was being pursued by the police. The lawsuit brought forward by Cutshall alleges brutality by law enforcement and names Harris County and 13 sheriff's deputies. The suit calls their actions evil, wicked, and vile. 9 of the defendants filed a motion to dismiss the lawsuit, but a judge ruled that the case could move forward in early September, which means the judge wants to see some discovery. He wants to, like I said, because you can make a case, and like I said, of course you can because it's a court of law, but a defending attorney can say, hey, dude, I have to make a decision in a split second. I don't care what he's aware of. I wasn't aware of his condition. I was only aware of the fact that he had a big old truck. And he's going to put me in a hurt locker and slap the pain combination on me. That is the reality of what they were dealing with on the ground. That would be the argument in favor of the policeman. That would be the argument. At the end of the day, this isn't like a guy behaving weirdly in the middle of a mall. This is a guy behaving weirdly behind the wheel of a very, very big truck. We're going to get Dave on here in a second. Dave Heller is going to be joining us. I am actually thrilled to have him back. It is the first Move 'em Up, Load 'em Out we've had in a long time. A very popular recurring segment on the old platform. And Dave, by the way, if you don't know this, is the Senior Vice President of Safety and Government Affairs and longtime friend of this show. And our good friend Phone Master Dre is queuing him up as we speak. Don't forget Bo Higgins and Brad Bentley are going to be dropping in the studio in short order over here, talking about the Travis Manion Foundation, the 9/11 run. We're going to be a big part of that. I'll get you some pictures this weekend of us tailgating as well. Lots of fun stuff. The folks from Fastport are in town. Dave Harrison, Gina Harrison, and of course Bo Higgins is going to be here just in a moment after Dave Heller takes his leave of us. But we got to have Dave Heller on the show before we actually have Dave Heller take his leave. Good morning to you, Dave. What's up, brother?
Good morning, dude. How you doing? Great to be here. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. What is going on? How is the good world treating you? And before we get to anything like business-oriented, what are you doing this weekend?
Oh, man, I umpire baseball games in my spare time. So I've got some baseball games that I umpire.
What do you? I mean, how old are the people you're umpiring for? That's always the second question.
Usually they're between 10 and 12 or 13 and 15.
Wow. Which means emotions run high and the stakes are incredibly low, except for them.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yes, I always say sometimes youth baseball is great until you put the parents involved. So yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, the kids are fine. It's not the kids that are the problem. It's always the parents. Unless it's girls soccer, then it is actually the kids' problem. All right, Dave. So let's kind of dig into everything. We're talking truck parking, a whole bunch of other stuff too. But let's kind of start there. What's TCA up to in regards to with the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act?
You know, we're constantly advocating for that acceptance of that Improvement Act because it gives real dollars to solve a real problem, and by real problem, this is the professional truck driver's number one concern as they operate on the roads today is searching for safe and secure truck parking. And this isn't a matter of saying, okay, let's put more parking spaces in North Dakota. And nothing against North Dakota, but that's not where the majority of freight is going. So we have to look along the major freight corridors across this country and find places to safely and securely obtain truck parking, because on-ramps and off-ramps and places that aren't designed for truck parking just aren't going to do it. They're inherently unsafe. There's security issues left and right. So finding places to securely and safely park their trucks is paramount for this industry. And it helps improve the driving job without a doubt. So we're advocating that. I can't imagine reauthorization will go through without some truck parking initiative in it.
I always laugh about this. If you're driving through South Dakota and you see people parked on the exit ramps, well, they're the ones with the problem. But if you actually drive through Ohio or around the Port of Baltimore and you see people parked on the exit ramps, that's where the parking needs to be. And I've always told my dad, I said, any place you see parking all over the exit ramps in a route, that's where additional parking needs to be added. And that's been kind of the calculation of places like Ohio as well. This is not just about a parking shortage. It's a parking shortage where the parking is necessary, correct?
Yep, you are correct. So there's no point in building spots where truckers aren't traveling. So let's build them where they need them.
All right, we're going to pivot here. It's like rapid fire round. We're going to talk about hair follicle testing, by the way. So what's going on with that?
And that's an interesting one because HHS just announced that they're probably going to be releasing a supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking sometime in October. Which is fantastic if there's movement. But we've been down this road before, right? They've announced that it's coming and then delayed, and it's coming and then delayed, and it's coming and then delayed. So this is the next tranche of it's coming, and hopefully we see something in there that makes sense for this industry and would allow motor carriers that actually do hair follicle testing to put the results of those tests into the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. Now, here's where it gets interesting, right? And there's a lot of talk around capacity lately, and this is one of those rules that could move the needle on capacity and go from there. So we've seen some studies. I know there was one study that had 7 large truckload carriers participate in something like this and go down that line and say, hey, 88,000 drivers were given both a urinalysis and a hair follicle test for pre-employment purposes. Of those 88,000 drivers, over 400 tested positive using urine, over 4,000 tested positive using hair follicle testing. But they couldn't put those results in the clearinghouse. So the numbers are there. The testing doesn't lie, and it becomes one of those situations where I think we as an industry can truly get a rule that works.
Dave, would you do me the honor, by the way, Haley Betham is joining us this morning. Would you do me the honor of introducing her so we can kind of keep this conversation going with a trifecta of us going on now?
I would. Haley is TCA Superstar Manager of Government Affairs. Is running amok on Capitol Hill. She's been on the Hill quite a bit lately, talking about all things trucking and TCA. So we're happy to have her on the phone.
Haley, it's good to have you. Good morning. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. You got big plans for the weekend?
I think I'm just kicking it back and relaxing this time. My feet are kind of killing yesterday. I regretted wearing heels on the hill yesterday. So just spending time with my kids. So I'm just happy that it's Friday.
I'm actually, by the way, if Dave Nemo was here, Dave, what he would actually say is he would come up with a new segment for Haley on a regular basis called Heels on the Hill. And we would do that entire segment like that, by the way. And by the way, Haley, and Dave too, when I say size and weight, I am not talking about either one of you guys. I just want to make that really clear. Which one of you would like to dig into what TCA is doing in regards to conversations with legislators and the people on the Hill about the size and weight of trucks?
I can take the charge on that one. So, TCA, it has a great collaboration and partnership with the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks. The name is not the best name definitely for branding, but the reason why we love it so much is because they are advocating the same things that we are, which is we oppose any increase of truck weight over the 80,000 pounds for so many reasons, for safety reasons, for the carrier aspect. For us, it's we already have so many carrier members who operate and work in the heavy haul business. If you increase size and weight, you're going to see an increase of auto insurance, or trucking insurance. These are the things that we're having conversations with on Capitol Hill. And right now, especially in the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, you're really seeing a lot of these size and weight bills come through. We have some really great advocates on TNI who are opposed truck size and weight, but that's really where we are. We're waiting to see if Dusty Johnson will bring back his 91,000 pounds on 6 axles, which a carrier would have to retrofit a 6 axle. But we love working with CABT just because we also have that background of the local law enforcement and our colleagues in the rail industry. So it's been going good. The conversation talking about yesterday on the Senate side, and we're just hoping that they can be the ones to squash any increase in truck size and weight.
You know, the other thing is, too, and this can go to Haley or Dave, is that a lot of people don't realize that the amount of money you would save by consolidating a load is completely offset and ruined by the fact that those big trucks actually do more damage to the nation's infrastructure as well. The trade-off isn't there. So it doesn't make any sense. And, you know, while we're in the midst of rebuilding the country, the last thing we want, tell me if I get this wrong, Dave, the last thing we want is heavier loads rolling over bridges, heavier roads rolling through construction zones. It's just, there's a lot of things that make this a real non-starter for you guys. Fair enough?
Fair enough, Jimmy. And the easy, the simple explanation is always going to be, let's add more weight to the trucks. Let's add more size to the trucks. And that solves all that bothers us. But no, it does not. Just like you said, there's unintended consequences of this type of parameter. Number one is, when you start putting heavier weights on trucks, you're right, it does do more road damage. And at a time when our infrastructure needs are far and away greater than what efficiencies can do, we can probably gain more trucking productivity and efficiency by doing a couple things, and that's improving our roads and bridges. Our roads right now are graded out as a D+, and no, that's not my high school transcript. That's actually the grade in which our highways and interstates were given. And then our bridges rated a C. This is not the first-class infrastructure system that we have come to expect from this nation, and we need to do things to get there, not do things to degrade them even more. So the reality is going to be is, why would we go down this path and do this when we can do things like get safe and secure truck parking, which would allow drivers accessibility to parking while they're on their route, not out of the way, or improve our roadways so that they're not detained in traffic as much. I mean, all of these things have an effect, and adding size or weight to this industry makes absolutely zero sense.
Yeah, and all of it, like Haley was saying earlier, at the end of the day, it's an insurance game as well too. Because if you think the people who actually, even when you have to do it in house, the people who actually create those premiums and actually set those numbers, that's always going to be a problem. That's always going to be a big issue in regards to the overall cost savings are not offset by what it's going to ultimately end up costing men and women. I don't want to run out of time here. Dave, I will defer to you or for you or Haley on this. Talk about the gallons-based user fee and what you guys are kind of looking there as well.
And that's what I was going to bring up if you didn't bring it up. And the G-Buff is what is our new Capitol Hill initiative, probably our major initiative, because we're in re-auth season, right? And the IIJA is set to expire at the end of September of 2026. So in saying that, we have to come out with a new highway bill, and that new highway bill has to have some funding considerations for the Highway Trust Fund. And we're affectionately calling it a GBUF, which is a replacement to the fuel tax or a rebrand to the fuel tax, because number one, the connotation that goes with the word tax is often negative, and a fuel tax isn't really a tax. What it really is a user fee. So when we talk GBUF, it's a gallons-based user fee. It basically states that you are paying as you go along. It's not a tax, it's a user fee, and that's reflective of the gallons you're putting in your vehicle and or your truck. And coupled with a registration fee for EVs or hybrid vehicles can actually move the needle towards fixing our infrastructure if we get it to a manner where it needs to be. The fuel tax hasn't been raised since 1993, so we're effectively collecting $1993 and paying 2025 prices. There is not an equation in the world that works out for that. But if you raise the fuel tax to a point where it is reflective of today's dollars, and that would be 39.9 cents for gasoline and 52.9 cents for diesel fuel, that supercharges the Highway Trust Fund to the tune of almost $83 billion. And it really makes sense and gives this nation the dollars it needs based on funding that it needs to rebuild our infrastructure. Now, in saying that, you have to look at this. There's a couple different ways, right? Somebody's going to sit there and say, wait, you're going to raise my fuel tax. How much does that mean for me, the average car driver that drives 12,000 miles a year, and that average car driver? It equates to about $129 a year annually. People pay more for Netflix than they would for increased expenses for getting our roads and bridges up to par in this type of scenario. So that's where it makes perfect sense. And here's the reality, and people don't realize this. And I always point this out because Haley's car had a rock kick up on her windshield, and it's going to cost her $1,000 to replace that windshield because of the infrastructure situation that she's driving. So this becomes that issue. People are already paying for it because we're driving on roads and bridges that aren't up to par, and they're degrading, and we don't have the dollars to fix them. So maintenance, wear and tear on the vehicles are coming into effect, so they're not necessarily realizing they're paying it already, but they are.
All right, let me see if I get everything straight here because we got to wrap this up. Dave Heller and Haley Betham join us this morning from TCA. You guys want to make sure that the truck parking is where the truck parking needs to be. We want to make sure that the people out there who are driving are actually not only safe and sound but sober. So you want to kind of fold in hair follicle testing. You guys are against having trucks with larger weight because at the end of the day it raises insurance rates. More important, it creates larger, bigger things that damage the infrastructure, often kicking up rocks onto Haley's windshield, which by the way, cost her a lot more money than a GBUF would, and also raising the sales tax, the gas taxes as well, too. And by the way, I'm going to add this final thing in here because I know a little bit about this, too. People don't realize that a gas tax stabilizes the price of gasoline and diesel because what it really does is it prevents people from gouging you at the pump by pump. What did I miss, Dave? What else is there left to talk about?
You know, first and foremost, Jimmy, I think we need you on Capitol Hill.
I appreciate you. Haley, go have a great weekend. Dave, have a great weekend. Anytime you guys want to drop in, you let us know if you've got new news, new information, just want to shoot the breeze. Dave and I would love to have you back. Thank you both.
You got it. Have a great weekend, Jimmy.
We'll be back after this. Bo Higgins is already on the scene. Road Gang Radio continues here. Come on, guys. Get up, and truck down. They'll get you out of the ditch in 50 states and 8 provinces. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Oh, 100%, because Jimmy Mack, we got friends in the studio.
We got friends in the studio. We are, as they say, simple minds, and of course I'm referring to myself. No, as simple minds say, we are alive and kicking. And of course, for my next guest, he remembers when that song was a big deal. I mean, good God Almighty! I have a playlist, by the way, Bo, that I think you would really love. It's called. I have two playlists for being by the pool. One is called The Pool. And that's a collection of classic rock songs that I want to hear by the pool. Brandy, you know, You're a Fine Girl, you know, Thunder Island, you know, all that kind of stuff. They have another one called The Wave Pool, which is all the new wave songs that I wanted to hear when I was in high school.
Flock of Seagulls.
Flock of Seagulls, The Jam.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, we had James Parker, who writes that wonderful column called Dear James in the Atlantic. It's a self-help. You know, people write letters like the way Ann Landers or Dear Abby, except it's dudes in Dude Town, and so it's called Dear James. And he and I got into the weeds one time when we realized it was the 50th anniversary of Double Nickels on the Dime by the Minutemen. I'm like, oh my God, it's like a terrible flashback that never ends. Bo Higgins is joining us this morning, by the way, and it's so good to have you. It's so good to have you back, by the way. You've done so much in your life, and I kind of wanted you to kind of unpack your bio for us. Because often we'll read people's bios at the top of an interview because you want to get to like the thing we're talking about. But so much of what we're talking about is really enmeshed in who you are in your own kind of journey to kind of bring us to the point where we're all going to be a part of a run tomorrow. But I want you to kind of introduce yourself again to our listeners, and we can go from the beginning. I mean, you ain't got to go back to Frank Monica and the high school football team.
That's good. It wasn't that pretty, so that's good.
Not the 20,000 people that watched us all play at Tad Gormley Stadium, which, by the way, is nicer now than it ever was. I wish we could have played in that stadium,
no doubt about
it. But tell us a little bit about yourself. Introduce yourselves to our listeners out there. It's a great personal story that leads to a great kind of public event.
No, appreciate that, and great to be here today. Yeah, so it all started here in New Orleans, Jesuit High School. Went off to college at University of Virginia. Thought I'd play football there. I was a walk-on football player for a year. Realized I was never going to be in the pros. I was much better in the fraternity house, so I was All-American fraternity player at the University of Virginia. Was finishing up my college years. Didn't know what I wanted to do. Literally saw a Marine Corps recruiter standing by the library my senior year, and I'm like, all right, I'll give this Marine Corps thing a shot. Signed up, thought I would do 4 years in the Marine Corps, end up loving it. Ended up doing
25 big ones, right?
25 years. Ended up doing 25 years. So 3 tours in Iraq, 3 tours in Afghanistan, tour in Somalia, tour in Bosnia. Was a commanding officer of a recon battalion, commanding officer of a headquarters battalion. Just a great run in the Marine Corps. I mean, and loved it. I mean, it's one of those things. Truly, I really thought I would do 4 and get out, go back and get my MBA, but. I just had, loved the people, loved the mission, and that's what obviously, and had the opportunity and the blessing and privilege to serve as Travis Mannion's commanding officer at 1st Recon Battalion. Sadly, Travis Manion was killed, and but they started the Travis Manion Foundation. That's what kind of brought us all to the run tomorrow. But that's what got me the Marine Corps career. I did leave the Marine Corps about 10 years ago. Worked at Amazon for 7 years, and then still in the veteran hiring space. But the Travis Manion Foundation is a big part of what I do, and the mission of if not me, then who? That's really what the Travis Manion Foundation is all about. It's something that, for me, resonates from being at Jesuit High School and the idea of being a man for others.
Men for others.
And now to be the Travis Manion Foundation and the idea of if not me, then who? And if you don't know Travis Manion's story, Travis Manion, again, was one of my Marines that was killed over in Iraq. He was getting ready to deploy his second deployment over to Iraq. He was at a Philadelphia Eagles game with his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law jokingly kind of said, "Hey, Travis, if you fell down and broke your leg, you wouldn't have to deploy over to Iraq again." And Travis said, "If not me, then who?" Basically, I'm ready to go. I'm trained up. If I don't go, somebody's going to have to go. If not me, then who? And I love that mantra. It's simple, but it hits home for all of us. And not all of us have to deploy overseas in the military, but we all can do something in some way.
It also, in many ways, we solved how to kind of deal with the ghost of Vietnam, of course, by not drafting people who were one and done, two and in, and then out. But the other thing is, it goes back to what Travis said. Travis is cognizantly aware that if you don't send somebody trained up there, eventually people who have never been there are going to end up there. And when they end up there, the chances of them leaving the world increase exponentially. The more people say, the more you're there, the more danger you're in. But in some ways, you want qualified, trained people on the ground. It makes everybody safer around them, doesn't it?
100%. I mean, I think that the all we no longer we have a all volunteer military these days. That's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
It's a very, very good thing. I chose to be there. I chose to fight away games, not home games, right? We want to be over there, right? It's a good thing. I'm proud of my service, obviously. And again, you can talk about whether how things ended in Iraq or talk about how things ended in Afghanistan. Regardless of it, I'm super proud of my service, and I know the folks that went over there are proud of that, and they're proud of the guys they served with and left and right. No matter your politics, that's not important. But again, the foundation certainly, and the memory of the guys that served and killed is something we can live, we can honor, and the families of the fallen certainly. The Travis Manion Foundation, that's what they're doing. They're out there remembering and supporting the families of the fallen every day, and that's what the run we have tomorrow is all about. So it's great stuff.
And the thing is too, and I want to we're going to start jumping all over the place because we kind of got that foundation started here. You specialize in kind of pinpointing and finding veteran talent.
Yes.
And you did that for Amazon for a long time. Talk to me a little bit about recruiting. I mean, because at the end of the day, you're a big college football fan. I'm a big college football fan. The man to my left is a massive college football fan. Brad Bentley is here from Fastport. The hardest thing about college football is the building of the pipeline for the incoming talent. And because the people who are recruiting it have to understand what pipeline they're feeding in order to find the talent, who fits into this system. So talk to me a little bit about when you're looking out there, because every veteran isn't right for every job.
100%.
And what it means to kind of understand the culture of a company and how a veteran fits in there, and then how you spot the veteran who is right for that culture.
I think the challenge in a lot of ways is it's translating a veteran's skills into a civilian company's culture, right? Especially if you're in combat arms, if you're an infantryman or you're an artilleryman, or if you're a tanker, people on the civilian side are like, well, why would I hire someone that jumps out of airplanes? We don't need someone that does that. I don't need someone that actually you do, right? Imagine you're Entergy here in Louisiana, right? You need someone that can work at night on power lines in weather. Well, who better to do that than someone in the military, right? Those skills you have in the military actually do translate very well into the civilian sector, but civilians don't often see that. So it's important to have veterans in the veteran hiring space at companies, because they're able oftentimes to translate and help translate the skills that veterans bring into the companies themselves, right? And to understand that, you can look at a veteran sometimes on paper, and maybe on paper they don't look like they have the skills. There's also those intangibles, right? You talk about that a lot of times. You look at those draft picks, or look at those pipelines of players coming to college. Those intangibles are the things a lot of times you want. Well, what do those veterans that are coming into your company bring? I like to think that they bring in diversity of thought. They can problem solve. They look at problems differently. They've been oftentimes, and I speak for the Marine Corps in particularly, they've been given, not a lot of resources, been told, figure it out, right? Who would you rather hire in your company if someone that can be given not a lot of resources and figure it out? That's the kind of guy you want to hire in your company. That's a great thing.
The ability to improvise, adapt, and overcome.
Exactly. That's what veterans bring to the table. And they're going to show up on time. They're going to work hard. They're going to be leaders. I mean, you have that. That's kind of a given. But I think that ability to figure it out is something that often is overlooked, that veterans bring to the table.
Yeah, how many of your employees outside of veterans can be sent a box full of technology, pop it open, and without the benefit of having the instruction manual, figure out a way to assemble the thing and then make it work, and then maybe even repurpose it for other things?
Exactly. It probably didn't even look like it was supposed to in the manual, right? But It looked like something different, but it worked, and it's amazing. They do. That's what their natural instinct is to do, 100%.
I want to talk about Opline as well, too. And we, like I said, we're going to bounce all over the place. Bo Higgins joins us this morning. Great to have you. We'll talk about Opline in a second here, but I want to talk about the Travis Manion Run, because I'm a big fan of certain things in regards to how to raise money, how to raise awareness. I will tell you, runs are among these sort of physical activity, outdoor things is one of my favorite ways to kind of get people's attention about this. Talk about what it takes to kind of put something like this together, and what the end goal is, what the idea of in regards to mustering everybody and then executing the plan. Talk about what that means. Okay.
It's so for the Travis Manion Foundation, one of the ways they raise awareness and raise funds are a series of 5K races around the country. And I started the race in Tampa about 12 years ago, and then last year I started the race here in New Orleans, we're on year 2. They are a logistical undertaking to make it happen, for sure. And honestly, the usually the biggest challenge is finding location. You have to get the police, you have to get security, then you have to get water, you have to get food, you have to get that, then you have to do the marketing, and there's a lot that goes into it, right, to make it happen. But I think it's, if you have a good mission behind it and you have something that you believe in, it's not like you're selling something that people don't need. You're selling something that's important. In this case, we're selling the idea of remembering 9/11. I mean, 9/11 was yesterday. Hopefully everybody took a minute to kind of think about where we were and what that day meant to all of us. Or for so many of us now, it was 24 years ago. A lot of folks weren't even born on 9/11. So it's important to bring your kids out and remember, what this country went through on 9/11 and what that, put into place. And I think even more important, especially in this day and age, when we talk about the race, it's what did this country feel like on 9/12, right? What was that feeling of unity, of camaraderie that we had on 9/12? And when I market the race and when I talk about my personal story and I put that into the race, it's like, hey, let's go out there and take a minute to think about, the sacrifice that those first responders made on 9/11 that led to the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan after 9/11, but also to remember the feeling of unity and camaraderie this country had on 9/12. So if you put that out there and that's what you're focused on, it attracts people. People get that. People want that. I think people want to have that feeling, and if you can get that message out, that's a good thing. No matter how many, if it's 5 people or 500, it's a good thing.
Veterans and families of the fallen often feel isolated post-service, with over 20 of our nation heroes dying by suicide each day. This week, by the way, this week is the end of National Suicide Awareness Week. And I don't know if you know this. I mean, we know the numbers in the military. It is the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 15 and 29. Well, you know who falls into that into that number. A lot of people do 4-year stints. A lot of people come out and lose their purpose-driven life. And I think in many ways what you're up to in the recruiting space is not just helping these men and women find jobs, but finding purpose-driven lives. What the Travis Manion Foundation does, it takes a proactive approach by addressing root causes, including isolation, and finding renewed purpose. Their programs focus first on investing in veterans and families of the fallen to improve their mental health and well-being, because what you don't want is that cascade effect either, where one person dies. The idea that people dying in combat should not lead to people dying here from their own hand.
Yeah.
And that's really such a crucial thing. What I love about runs, my wife and I did a bubble run one time for autism, which was just one of the most joyful things. And then another run we did for Special Olympics. It was a zombie run at Halloween. You ever done one of those zombie runs? Oh, you know what it is? Oh my God, Bo! It's the most wonderful thing. So that you can either sign up as a zombie or a survivor, and the survivors take off running first, and then they hold about 5 minutes, and then the zombies take off in a mad sprint in an attempt to catch people. These are really, really fun things. And when my wife and I first got going, we began a journey of health. And I can say this now because she is much lighter now. I met Claire at 172. And Claire met me. I had gotten back up to around 230. By the time it was done, I was down to 185, 190, and Claire ended her journey at 122 and had learned how to swim. One of the first things that she and I did together went a bubble run over at the old Zephyr Park, and did one thing. The idea behind this, and the reason why I feel like it's such a great focus, Bo, is the fact that it's bringing people together.
Yep.
It's creating community, and so in many ways, what it strikes me the Travis Manion Foundation at its very core is, along with serving those veterans and the family of the fallen, what they do is they create networks of people. So that, like I said, I've always told people, most people aren't trained to deal with suicide, nor should they be. It's like dealing with human trafficking. But to recognize the signs of isolation is really to recognize people that have lost their purpose. And can you talk about that too, about how veterans and people who care deeply about veterans can learn to recognize when something's not going right for somebody who has come home? Is there a way to kind of look out for that?
Well, I think it's more than anything. I mean, it's difficult for a veteran oftentimes to reach out to someone they don't know, right? There are resources out there. Don't get me wrong. You can always call the VA,
yeah,
right?
that's the problem.
The resources are there, but that's not what veterans want to do. They want to talk to their buddy, right? And when they start retreating and not reaching out anymore, it's very important. They want to hear from their buddy, and you need to see when your buddy stops emailing you, stops texting you, stops going out, you have to be proactive and just give them a call. Check a buddy check. We always talk about
track
buddy
the silence.
Check. Track this 100%. Just the buddy check is so important. You're the one, usually you have a circle of maybe 5 or 6 guys you're pretty close to. When you see a guy that's fallen off the net for whatever reason, that's the time, right? You be proactive, go to their house, give them a call. That little bit of effort is going to make all the difference in the world, because there's probably only, like I said, a relatively small circle of people that really know what a guy went through, that deployed with them, that know what's in his head. It's not the VA crisis line. Those are great. Don't get me wrong. Those are super important. But a few guys probably in their inner circle, that buddy check, that is really the key, So that's what it's all about. When you see a guy stepping back for whatever reason it is, and there's probably some triggering event. Could be a divorce, could be lost his job, could be a myriad of things. Who knows what it is? You see he's drinking more, he's doing whatever it is, but he's pulling away, That's when you got to step in and do something. That's the key.
It's about tracking the absence. I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to. And there's a really great thing. A friend of mine will often realize he hasn't heard from a friend in a while, and then he'll just check in with himself and go, wait a minute, they told me they were going on vacation. Wait a minute, they said they had this big job coming up. I will check in with them, but they're probably fine. But it's when people just simply leave your radar, because that's the real thing about isolation and despair. You convince yourself that nobody cares.
Exactly.
Or that, how dare I, knowing what is it, the great disaster of, well, there are people who have had it a lot worse than I have. What do I have a right to complain about? Which is a cascade. That's how the suicide happens. Why would anybody care about the problems that I have?
You don't want to bother anybody. You feel like you're bothering somebody. You're not. These are your guys. They want to help more than anyone, but you somehow you talk yourself into believing you're bothering them.
It's the greatest gift I think you can give somebody, Bo. People don't even realize it. And I've tried to beat this home into some people in my life who are very obstinate about this. I said, do you want to give somebody a real gift? Stop giving them stuff and go to them and say, I need help.
Yeah.
It's one of the greatest gifts because what you're
No doubt.
telling a friend is that you love them and trust them enough to trust them with the things that are troubling you at that moment. Let's kind of shift over and talk about Upline for a
Yeah,
second.
for sure.
Tell us about that.
So Upline's a company I work for now. Upline is, I call it the easy button for talent matching for veterans. So a veteran, you're getting out of the military or you've been out for a while, you're looking for a new job, you enter in your rank, your military specialty, your years of service. It'll ask you some contextually correct questions. So if you're a pilot, it'll ask you different questions than if you're a mechanic, different questions than you're a truck driver in the military. You answer those questions, it will match you to thousands of jobs at hundreds of companies, or I think it's millions of jobs at thousands of companies. And you can search by state, you can search by zip code. I call it the easy button for matching your skills in the military to open jobs in the market. www.opline.com. Amazing free resources for veterans, works for military spouses, works for civilians. So it's a great way. If you don't know where to start the job hunting process, it is the best way to start the process. It's a targeting tool.
It's the hardest thing, by the way. I mean, by the way, I have the Pompeii problem as a person for tasks. I actually am pretty good at starting, do pretty solid in the middle. It's always landing the plane for me. It's problem. But most people, the problem for them is getting it going, isn't it?
It is,
That first
100%.
step.
Well, I think you can get overwhelmed. Like, where do I start? That's another one of the things. I think when you're leaving the military in particular, you can drown a sea of goodwill, right? People want to help you. There are a lot of resources out there. This is a place to start on the job. If you don't know what you want to do most people leaving the military don't want to do what they did in the military. Like, again, you can't be an artilleryman outside the military. So what are you going to do? Use a tool like this. It will translate your tangible skills in the military to things that you can do in the civilian sector. I'm not saying it's going to get you a job, but it'll get you down to the 5-yard line of saying these are open jobs that have the skills that you have in the location you want. From there,
It's
you
the
can
first down.
then you can network your way in from there, right? That's how it works. It'll neck it down for you. Say, here's 3 open jobs in the location you want. Now, from there, you take it across the goal line.
Yeah, and that's really that's always the hardest thing. You watch a lot of teams will struggle in the first quarter because they can't get that first
Exactly.
down. They
Exactly.
can't
Get the momentum going.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they can't get across the 50-yard line. Bo Higgins joins us this morning. So many more things to talk about here as well, too. Tell us about MilVets.
The MilVet, another veteran hiring opportunity, a little different. The military veteran is focused on executive recruiting for veterans into the private equity and venture capital space. So a lot of veterans, when they get out, want to get into or are interested in private equity and venture capital. As you might imagine, veterans are very entrepreneurial. That's just part of, I think, the DNA of a lot of veterans, especially in the special operations world. A lot of folks want to get out there and do something entrepreneurial. So I work with a bunch of guys, a Naval Academy grad and a West Point grad that wanted to do something to help veterans getting into private equity and venture capital space. So we help veterans that are interested in getting into private equity venture capital. If you're interested, check out themilvet.org. We do webinars. We have recruiting events. But it's an interesting space. It can be a challenging space to get into. But if you're interested in that space, please reach out. We'd love to be able to help you learn more about it because it is kind of a niche industry. A lot of people hear about it and think they know about it, but you want to get in, I'm happy to talk to you about it. So pretty cool stuff.
You know, Dave Nemo, when he came back from Korea, and he actually had a really good insight about the truck drivers of the late 60s and early 70s. And he said so many of them, it's a great line. He goes, why did people get into trucking late 60s, early 70s? He said they came home from Vietnam after having worked on farms all their life with a grandpappy or a dad who was always on their case, and then a sergeant who was always on their case, and a captain who was always on their case. And he said so many of them came home and they just wanted to be left alone.
Yeah.
He said a lot of these men and women just wanted to be left alone, finally to be the master of their own domain, which is why it really is important that if a veteran has a entrepreneurial spirit, some of that is motivated by the fact is I don't want nobody. I might want responsibility, and I'm willing to work hard. I don't want nobody telling me what to do, period. I've had enough of that for my entire life, and it's time to be the master of my own fate, right?
Definitely. And a lot of guys have these great ideas, and they don't know necessarily how to get from here to there. And we tell a lot of stories. I do this podcast for the MilVet. that talks about other veterans that have gotten out as founders and made that journey and raised capital. And a lot of them, it's not an easy road a lot of times in that space. It can be challenging, but I think it's always important that other guys have done it. And if you want to do it, there are people that have made that journey from the military into the venture capital space as founders, started their own businesses, and you can learn from other guys. And those guys always want to share their experiences to kind of say, hey, I've been there and done that. Don't do it this way. Try it this way. It's a very small kind of ecosystem, but there's a lot of guys that want to help. If you want to get out there as a veteran, please reach out, because there's a lot of guys that can share their experiences of what to do and what not to do, more importantly.
I have it's an odd question, and maybe Brad will get where I'm coming from here. There is a period of adjustment. There's people I have met, and people who were commanding officers who come out and often find themselves in the civilian world not where they were in the military.
Sure.
What advice do you give them, Bo? I mean, in the sense that it's like, to kind of reset your patience module. Because I've always said, look, people go 20 years in the military. How old were you when you came out? I mean, you're still in your 40s when you came out.
40,
I know how old you are now.
47, I think, when I got out.
That's still young by today's
young
standards. And there are people who come out due to 20, and they come out at 39, 40 years old. And a lot of them conceive themselves as, I'm an old guy, I'm an old lady. Like, no, not in this world. So how do you kind of help them on board to realize that it's almost like taking a couple of steps back in regards to position of rank, but then to recalibrate, to understand they can get back to those places if they want to?
I think you have to make the analogy of similar, like, hey, would you expect someone that had never had experience in the military to be able to come in and lead, an invasion into a country, right? You have to be able to take a step back before you can go forward. And I worked at Amazon for 7 years, and we hire a lot of veterans. But I would talk to people that were getting out, especially, again, I retired as a colonel. The colonels were the worst, I think, because they were used to it. And by the time you're a colonel, you are more in a place where you're making decisions. You're not really turning wrenches anymore, right?
Right.
And the conversations I was had, like, hey, if you want to join Amazon, you're going to be turning wrenches again, right? So make sure you understand what you're getting into. You're doing your own travel claim again. You're not. You don't have a secretary that's doing these. It's not somebody coming to you and saying, "I need you just to make the decision. Is it COA 1 or COA 2?" Like, no, you're the one that's making the slides again. So just understand that you're going to have to get back in that mindset to be successful at this company. So again, I think that as long as you hopefully lay it out for them pretty clearly and the expectations are there, because if there's a mismatch of expectations, if they think they're coming in and they're going to be in charge, they're not going to be there for very long, right? So hopefully that to me was the key, is being very clear of, this is what the job is, this is what it's not. If you want it, great. If you're willing to come in and roll your sleeves up and turn the wrenches again, and some guys are, some guys aren't, and that's the thing.
But if you want to be a guy who doesn't want to turn wrenches again, you're a major, captain, major, colonel, then it means that, when you start to do that, that 20, 25 years, 30 years, 40 years, that you need to start thinking about what you're going to do when it's over, and start that plan before you actually leave the service.
100%. And that's the other thing about, some people, I think the bigger problem is people waiting too long to start the transition process. In reality, I see this now, you should, as soon as you start the military, at some point you're going to be getting out of the military. Transition should be continued. You should always be thinking about what you're going to be doing next. I think too many times veterans, especially if you do 30 years, people are working till their last day. Like, it's the most important thing in the world. Like, the military is going to fall apart if they don't show up in the Pentagon the 30th year. I'm like, dude, the military is going to be fine. When you retire, it's going to be good. It's been good for 250 years. When you retire, it's going to be okay.
We survived the retirement of George Washington.
Lieutenant Colonel Smith, you're going to be fine if you retire. People can't get that in their head. So start a little earlier, Chief. You'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll be just fine. By the way, don't forget that Dwight Eisenhower was more than happy to go become president of Columbia University. The world continued. Dre, hit that music. We'll come back and talk to Bo on the other side. By the way, the name of that music is Dr. John Groove. Got a very distinctive Dr. John feel. Oh, no, this is the other one, isn't it? This is the other one. This is the NSB. The Dr. John stuff sounds like Dr. John. That's what we come back with. We'll be right back.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Yeah, buddy. Back to you there, Jimmy.
Well, brother, I can't hear you, man.
I know, man. Go right ahead.
We're gonna get this down, man. We're gonna get this down. We're gonna get up. We're gonna get up, and get down with truckdown.com. By the way, head over to truckdown.com. What they do is they serve 50 states, 8 provinces. They've been doing it since 1997. What they do is they make sure that maintenance providers and truck drivers find a way to connect, get together, get themselves out of the ditch, back on the road, and get those wheels turning and get you back to earning. We're also brought to you by and from the Fastport Studios here in the city of New Orleans. By the way, here are the proper pronunciations. Bo will back me up. If you're from Ohio, you can say New Orleans. Completely acceptable. And if you're trying to make a rhyming pattern happen in a song, great. You can be from uptown and say New Orleans, especially if you're Creole. And you can say New Orleans. There ain't no such place as New Orleans, Bo. There ain't no such place as New Orleans. Never been there. I know there's some spooky voodoo that happens over there, but there ain't no such place as I'll even accept NOLA before I accept New Orleans. A good friend of ours of the show and New Orleans native Bo Higgins is here. Our good friend Brad Bentley is here. Speaking of Fastport, they're out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and of course, like Brad and Gina and Dave in the back, they do it through people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Don't know if you guys know this from listening to the show. Today is also National Video Game Day. And by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, there is a lot of scientific evidence that along with making Normus Reedus a household word everywhere that video games are played, video games also create better surgeons. They know that the hand-eye coordination actually helps surgeons stay incredibly sharp. That they actually playing it, a lot of people have found that dyslexia often gets more manageable. It improves vision. Our moms were all wrong, guys. Playing video games downstairs in the basement in the dark is not bad for you. It tests leadership skills because it forces you to make very quick decisions. It inspires history buffs. I'm, as I told Dre, utterly convinced, Bo, that the number of men who are now obsessed with the Roman Empire, other than us who went to a Jesuit high school where they made you learn Latin, are obsessed with it because of Assassin's Creed. They said that it can actually remediate pain in a non-narcotic manner, expand social connections, which we know is so important for veterans as well. It improves balance for sufferers of MS. It curbs food cravings by creating the dopamine spike that often is missing from people. It accelerates stress reduction, prevents kids from bullying, And one of my favorite, it brings those with autism into the neurotypical community. And there's a big growing belief that it might be the key to getting the next generation of people to become truck drivers. Because of, that a lot of people are playing the American Truck Simulator right now online, and a lot of people are also using simulators at programs in the same way at the FAA that people use flight simulators. You get your reps in without having to get behind the wheel of 40, 50, 60,000 pound load kind of going there. Bo Higgins, Brad Bentley are here. Hey, Brad, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. Great.
Hey, Brad.
What's up, Dre?
It's a little better, isn't it?
Unlike Dre, I'm ready to run tomorrow.
I know, shameful.
Too soon, dog.
Too soon? Sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
so I've been having, and by the way, the website isn't the problem. It's my understanding of the website. I keep trying to go on and sign up, and I didn't find the Fastport team on the on the website. There's a Fastport team, right? It should come up as one of the teams you can join, correct?
It should, probably. We're one of the local sponsors, but we kind of keep our stuff low key. We're here for support. We've got a handful of folks. Dave and Gina are in town, as you talked about. We got a couple other people that are going to be running with us that are New Orleans natives. So we're looking forward to being out there tomorrow for sure.
Let's just say that yours truly is having a hell of a time last week or so trying to get signed up. And that's me, guys. By the way, that is not this website.
Even with the code that we gave you, Jimmy Mack.
Brad, I got to tell you, God said, "Let there be light," and I ran into the wall.
You spent too much time playing video games. That's
in the
issue,
dark.
right?
In the dark. No, I don't turn on a PlayStation. I'll tell you that right now. How does one? You can still sign up for this, can't you?
100%. Yeah, you can sign up even through tomorrow on race day. Well, you can sign up if you go to the 9/11 Heroes Run New Orleans site. You can Google 9/11 Heroes Run, 9/11 NOLA Heroes Run, anything you want.
I got no problem with that. I got no problem with
not
NOLA.
Nolans. Nolans you won't find.
They ain't no NAWLINS, none of that nonsense.
Nope.
But and the thing is too is like it's 5K run, right?
5K run.
Is there a ruck?
There's a ruck. You can run it. You can ruck it. You can walk it. You can volunteer. And we'll take anyone out there. You can just come cheer, clap, whatever. Any way you want to participate, we will take you out there.
Jim Mack, you'll love this. Our good friend Jackson Smith from Bastion, who ran on our team last year. Now he will not be there this year. He's on his way to San Diego.
Make us all look bad.
Yeah. He's on his way out for a National University event that's on the flight deck of the Midway. He'll be there tonight, so he can't get back in time tomorrow. But last year we're getting ready for this. He sees there's a ruck division, and I think the benchmark was you had to have a 20-pound plate.
Yeah.
So he shows up with a 30-pound plate. And he's complaining and all this for a few minutes, getting ready, he's stretching. He still won the damn thing. So, yeah.
Have you seen that dude though?
I have.
Did you hear yesterday's conversation? By the way, Lindsay had this great thing about we were talking about 9/11. It was a very serious conversation. We talked about the and I can't ever get through that story without choking up every time. The 40 Americans on 93.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea of all of them. I mean, like I said, there was one of the most conservative people in America was on that plane, and the biggest hippie you could possibly imagine was on that plane, and all of them got up together. Yeah, and but Lindsay, as she does, because she's the one that introduced the topic, she then was able to kind of land the plane beautifully by saying, when you're on the plane and you look around and you're in the aisle, and you're in the aisle. Actually, I brought that up, but she said, when you're on the plane, do you start saying, well, if something really went wrong, do we have the people here who could make a difference? She starts analyzing people's character, and I always sit in the evacuation aisle because it's more leg room. And they go around, they say, do you acknowledge it? Yes, 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 yes. There was one time, Bo, we were on a plane, and there were 2 active service members, another one who was clearly retired service member. There was a lady who was obviously some kind of, CrossFit trainer, and this old dude who had cables for forearms. And the lady said, do you acknowledge that you are willing to help in the event of an emergency? Yes, 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 yes. They get to the old guy, and he goes, yep. He goes, looks at everybody, goes, we could take him. And everybody burst into laughter. And sometimes and by the way, if you get on an airplane with Jackson, you can take him.
Absolutely.
You can take him.
You don't need anybody else.
You can take him. You can take him. You're running tomorrow, right, Brad? Are you running or are you doing a power walk?
Probably a combination. two knee surgeries later. I used to run a lot of 5 and 10Ks and things like that.
Well, you did a Pamplona run, by the way, where at the end of it you said, man, I can't wait to get back here and watch this.
Yeah, well, that's different. You're just filled with so much adrenaline. There's bulls chasing you with that one.
If you chase by bulls,
totally
you
different.
definitely want to run.
I'm going back, by the way. B.J. Ganem and Nate Boyer want to run next year.
B.J. Ganem wants to run.
For his 50th birthday.
BJ
So
Ganem wants to run.
He does, and I told him I'll be there with him.
Yeah. Maniac.
We're going back next July.
I'm not running next to him. He's the kind of guy that would push me into a bull. That's exactly what he
Marine.
is.
He's Marine.
He's a Marine. He's a Marine like my brother. A couple of comments on the chat, by the way. George writes, Memoirs of an Outlaw, Life in the Sandbox by Robert M. Tanner III. It's a Marine Corps memoir about the Delta Company's outlaws in Fallujah. My nephew was in this unit. His story is in Chapter 11. Thank you, George, for sharing that. Our good friend Jerry Bowers, Navy veteran, we won't hold it against him, says good morning to everybody out there. Trucker Bosun wanted me to tell you both thank you for your continuing service. And Chowder says the same thing. And Trucker Bosun says BB King is now in the BB the King is now in the house. So good morning to all of you guys. How many years has the run been happening? Is this the first year here?
A second year here. 18 years. So Travis Manion was killed in 2007. So the race started basically if you go back in time. When Travis was killed, he was supposed to run the Marine Corps Marathon with his dad in October of 2007. So his dad ended up running the marathon with both numbers, Travis's and his own, and that kind of kicked off the foundation and the idea of doing these runs. So they've had runs across the country, and the marathon team was kind of what they started with, and then the idea of doing these 9/11 runs sprung up. So. But this is only year 2 here in New Orleans, so excited about it and growing. So yeah,
it's over 90 cities now, right, Bo?
Yeah, 90 cities. We've done them internationally. I mean, I hosted one when I was stationed in Afghanistan. We have one over there. We've had them in. I mean, they do them internationally as well. So they're all over the place. It's been growing and continues to grow as does the foundation. So yeah, it's been pretty impressive.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, and I think recently the acquisition of the Mission Continues by Travis Manion Foundation, that's only going to grow exponentially from here, right?
100%. I think it's one of those things where, the foundation started, and Travis is from the Philadelphia area, Doylestown, so a big presence on the East Coast. And then Travis Manion's college roommate, Lieutenant Brendan Looney, was from San Diego area. So they had a big footprint kind of in San Diego and big footprint in kind of the East Coast, and then Mission Continues had a good footprint some other places. So trying to just grow where they're, again, it makes sense to kind of just continue to spread the footprint of where they're at.
I want to pitch it to you in a second here, Brad. Is the idea, because there are a couple of ways to grow things. You can grow things by actually making a plan to be like 4 or 5 places and then launch instantly. This is an organic plan, right? This is more of see where the interest is and let the thing kind of grow.
It is, and they have regional and like city. They do more than just the run. So you have the opportunity to do the 9/11 Heroes runs, but they do a lot of events to engage. You can be an ambassador where you're going into schools and talk about character does matter. So you become an ambassador for the Travis Manion Foundation. They do service projects and days of remembrance. So you can do things locally to go to local, veteran cemeteries, or you can do projects where you're just something locally to bring the community together. So it doesn't have to be the same everywhere. Every community is a little different in what their needs are. So you can kind of sign up and become a representative and ambassador for the Travis Manion Foundation and do support in that way, shape, or form.
Yeah, so 2 weeks from now is the Military Influencers Conference in Atlanta. Yep. I'll be over there for that, looking forward to it. And I know that Montel Williams is doing a session with Ryan Manion talking about the recent acquisition of the Mission Continues and how to grow an organization in the veteran space. So I'm looking forward to that for sure.
And we'll both be over in the UK at Mildenhall Air Force Base in October for a day of remembrance of the Travis Manion Foundation. So there's an international.
Working on it.
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
I hope you see you there.
I hope I see you guys there too, by the way. Veterans and families of the fallen often feel isolated post-service with over 20 of our nation's heroes dying by suicide each day. The Travis Manion Foundation takes a proactive approach by addressing the root causes of including isolation and finding renewed purpose. Their programs focus first on investing in veterans and families to the fallen to improve their mental health and well-being. It is then, and this is where we're going to pivot now, we provide veterans and survivors opportunities to lead, from mentoring local youth to uniting communities to honoring the fallen. Mentoring plays a large part of the foundation. The idea, and it's an ongoing concern because there are a lot of people who are worried. Institutional knowledge, it's getting harder and harder with a generation of kids who didn't have teachers because they were cooped up. I mean, the damage that is still going on because of COVID is staggering. how does the Travis Manion Foundation create a pipeline of mentors? Because that's a recruiting issue as well too. How do we find people who train people and who are there for people?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. They've created a program, and again, it's held you become an ambassador in the program, and I've been one for I don't know 10 years now. But you go through and you basically they have a curriculum that they take you through and train you through that gets you certified to go into schools and talk to kids about character, and it's very basic stuff. It's about
really quickly. So if one of my listeners, and there's more than one of my listeners, is a veteran and they would like to get trained up to be able to go talk to kids in schools, it is a matter of going to travismanion.org and they can start that process?
Yes, you can go to the Travis Manion Foundation. You can sign up to be an ambassador. You can get the training, and then you can work with the local school, and they can get approved to go in there and talk to a classroom and go in there and do it 100%.
Jimmy Mack, we have a mutual friend, has been a guest of the show before, that did that recently. That's Chris Miles from Sonopar. He's
By
one
the
of
way,
the mentors for Travis Manion
By the way,
Foundation.
on a much more frivolous note, if you think that I'm not going to call Mr. Chris and remind him that it's National Video Game Day.
Yeah, he's really into that, too.
Have you heard that story? Brad was like, you need to talk to him about this idea of a veteran space for video games, veteran community for video games, contest, all. I said, okay, I'll give the guy a call. Maybe he likes video games a little bit. The camera came on. And he's like, yeah, I usually have these meetings in my office, but I thought we'd have it in my man cave. The dude had a wall of like Funko Pop figurines and like video games, and like he's like, I got 4 or 5 consoles here. I'm teaching the grandson how to play Mario Kart. I'm like, oh, this is serious business. Serious. I mean, the joke I make is when you guys do something, you do something. You really kind of lean in. This guesstimate ballpark, how many folks have been through that mentorship program?
Honestly, I couldn't even tell you. It's thousands. I mean, it's regional because they want to have people in different cities that can go out and engage to these different schools and make that happen. So I'm sure it's thousands that are out there for sure.
Today, over 300,000 Spartans nationwide carry forward the legacy of fallen heroes like Travis by leading with the character and living out the "if not me, then who" ethos. And we talked a little bit about the comment. We didn't really get into the ethos outside of the fact of making sure that that the action of "if not me, then who" is protecting somebody else. What does it mean for you, and what does it mean to all the people who go through this program to live that ethos?
I think it's trying to figure out how you can give back with the gifts you've been given in some way, shape, or form. Not everybody can go out and run a 5K. That's fine. Not everybody...
We're going to find out tomorrow.
Everybody will see, right? Not everybody feels comfortable maybe going into a school and talking to kids, but you can do something. Everybody can do something. And I like to add on, if not me, then who? If not now, then when, right? What are you waiting for? We can all do something. I don't care if it's just being kind, opening the door for somebody, pick up some trash on the street. I mean, you can always do the little things to make a big impact, and I think that idea of finding a way to use the gifts you've been given to give back in some way. You've all been trained to do something in some way, shape, or form here. Figuring out what that is and giving back is the key.
Yeah, and one of the things that I'm really going to kind of really start stressing to people is telling people thank you for the little things that you notice. I'm like, how does that relate to all of this? Okay, so I've been very fortunate in that while I've been setting up the studio and missing my wife something terrible, I've gotten a chance to stay with my mom and dad, and Brad knows that they're both in their 80s, and they're in better health now than they were 3 years ago. So it's been kind of a joy watching them rally. My mom loves homemaking. Bo, I have to tell you, the idea that my clothes are folded and organized, even though I've begged her not to do it, and what we worked out was I would go shopping for her and pick up all kinds of stuff for her. But what is so cool, and I didn't realize it, and I wish I had known this all my life, I thank her on a regular basis. Like I will just be sitting there in clean clothes, smell the clothes, and call her and just be like, hey, thanks. And I think part of being a good mentor to your mentee is not just what can you do, but recognizing the little things that other people do for you, and making sure that you not just thank them, but that you see them for what that work is so much of that. And I just think about the men and women who are listening right now. And I think about so many people who get caught on the internet, caught on the 24-hour news cycle, and complain about national politics, for instance.
Yeah.
And I think about what a difference it would make to be able to reach out to your local high school and go, I'm a veteran. I'm trained in the ambassador program for the Travis Manion Foundation. I just want to come in and talk to some folks and let them know about the options in life. It really, at the foundation here, we're talking about a purpose-driven life, aren't we?
100%. And I love, I mean, I've talked to ROTC classes, so I've talked to the high school kids, but I actually enjoy talking more to like the second, third, fourth grade, the young kids, because they're still so young and excited and just genuine. Like they're not jaded yet, and they're excited to hear, and they're examples of being kind. Like, you just ask them little silly questions. What's something nice you did today, and they're just, it's awesome. You get so much more out of it back. When you give, you get more back. And to me, that's what I love about being an ambassador. When you go in there, and it's some work and it's some time, but the joy you get back and the feedback you get back is 10x the work you put into it.
I was telling this to Brad. We were talking about this, and sometimes it's also taking stock about where you are in your life and what else you've learned new. My nephew, who was the one that brought my parents here to the Degas house for the opening party to kind of say hi to the studio and get a chance to meet people. He was first year at the University of Arkansas, made the honor roll. There was no problems whatsoever. You might recognize the story. He did fine in school. Got to the end of the first year and wanted a more purpose-driven life. Joined the Army. And he's going to go out there in November, and he's been targeted because he's fluent, already fluent in Spanish, knows languages really well, and they want him to get up to speed of that. I will tell you the joy I was able to say. I said, I can't guarantee you anything, but if you ever want to not change this, you continue to pursue this path, but maybe get some career advice. I have some friends that you could talk to. And being able to tell him that, to watch him kind of realize that he wasn't alone in his decision. Now, when he made that decision, as my sister said, she goes, it was a lot easier for me to let him make that decision, given the fact that he did make the honor roll the year before. So she said, at least I know he wasn't escaping. He was looking for a purpose-driven life. That's the other thing too, is how do we calibrate our brain to start looking for the next thing before it's time to look for the next thing? Are you following me? The idea that a lot of these people get stuck because they come to the end of a mission, and that's the last mission, and then they have nothing to do. How do we set up our lives for continued purpose and success?
Yeah, I think it's one of the biggest challenges, especially when you're transitioning out of the military, right? Because you've been kind of told what to do for a long time, and all of a sudden you're out. And as much as I think the military tries to help you transition out, and they provide these resources for you, I would say the majority, especially of enlisted members of the military, are kind of like, okay, I just want to get out, go back home, take a knee, drink water, and figure it out, right? I just want to
stay in the pocket, run out the clock.
Yeah, 100%. I just want to get out of here, and that's what they do. They just like all this white noise of people talking to them, like, you should do this, you should do that, try this, do this, and they just like blah 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 blah. Just stop talking to me, and they get back home, and they all of a sudden they're like, man. Now, I should have listened to what they said, but then it's 6 months later, they're like, now what do I do, right? And they have to kind of figure it out from there. So I think that's when they're the most vulnerable, right? Is because they have left behind all the comfort and the benefits of the military, and they didn't maybe pay attention to what the gunny was saying or the chief was saying. And so then how do they get reconnected at that point in time? That's the challenge. They didn't think through the what's next when you were 22, because they've been told what to do for that time period. That's when that vulnerability piece, seeps in. So I don't have a great answer for you for how they do reconnect on there. Most of them do, because they see one of their buddies that made it and they figure it out, or maybe they join a Travis Manion Foundation, or they maybe join the local VFW, or they find something to reconnect. But you got to reconnect in some way, shape, or form, whether it's a job, whether it's a military support organization, who knows what it is. Maybe there's a physical, across the gym, your CrossFit gym or something, but you have to find some way to plug back in.
It's crazy because, I look at, like I said, not the people who, of course, in our chat room, of course, they actually know each other and they talk and they're members of their communities. You know, we were talking yesterday with Steve Brand on his show, and you know, he's been on the finalists for Citizen Drivers, TA Petro.
Great program.
Great program. And you know, Dave gave him some advice. Dave said, "Look, I can't tell you I'm going to vote for you. Can't tell you I'm not going to vote for you." Right. He said, "But I can tell you if you want to increase your stake, is that you're a citizen driver." He said, and citizen is the word they're looking at. They want people to be deeply involved in their communities. They want little league coaches. They want, fire captains. They want the people who actually do the after school program and all that kind of stuff. And like I said, I am so obsessed with people not getting bored. Yeah. And because when people get bored, they start doing stupid stuff. Stupid stuff. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I was going to say, selection committee for transition trucking, same way. Over the years,
same thing.
They look at the military service, they see what they've done in the industry, but they're also looking for community involvement.
I said that yesterday, actually, to Steve and Tim when I was on the show. I said there are two voting processes that I am glad I'm not involved in whatsoever. I do not envy Dave and Lindsay on the Citizen Driver, and I don't envy anybody on transition trucking driving for excellence. I'm like, you choose, because that's the other thing too, is the fact that the people who actually get the furthest and survive the longest belong to groups. And it's like Rock always, every time Adam Rock calls on the show, I'm calling from the hey Jimmy, I'm calling from the American Legion Hall. Always does. Always does that. And that's a big thing, to belong to these groups, to find out where these organizations are, even if it's a bowling league.
Anything. Something.
That's why the Big Lebowski thrives. It is. But that's it. But by the way, people laugh and they hear that, but it's like, if you look at that movie, man, there's a reason why Walter hasn't blown his brains out. He's got friends. He belongs to that guy's tightly wrapped. John Goodman is tightly wrapped in that movie, but he's got friends that love him, and we learn that at the end of the movie, how much dude in fact does love him. It's important. It's important to be kind of doing that. What are you looking forward to most tomorrow?
For me, it's having everybody out there, and again, just having that moment to talk a little bit about the foundation, to remember 9/11, and to have that sense of community. Again, there's so many people. There'll be a lot of, my co-race director is in high school, so those kids were not born on 9/11. Yep. So to have those
let
kids,
that sink in.
I know,
Everybody,
crazy,
let that sink in. Let that sink in.
To have those kids out there to hear a little bit about 9/11. And to be part of that community, to have the Marine Band playing, to have the Tulane color guard out there, to hear the national anthem. It just gets me every time. I love it. Yeah.
And it's a great backdrop at Audubon Park in New Orleans. For people who aren't familiar with that, we're running between the trees, starting it out. It's just a beautiful, beautiful
My second
day.
favorite park in New Orleans.
Yeah.
I tell it to all the uptowners, by the way.
Come on now.
I tell it to all the By the way, New Orleans, this is really high praise. As a matter of fact, only in New Orleans would you have a park like Audubon Park not be the main park of the city of New Orleans. It is gorgeous. It is gorgeous. It's just a smaller park, guys. It is how about it this way? It is a distinctly uptown park to City Park's distinctly mid-city park. The only difference really is that City Park is the third largest urban park in the United States. That's just. But you know what Audubon Park has, City Park doesn't? The greatest zoo in the United States is connected to it. Go ahead.
It also has the Cruituck's Gumbo Cook-Off and Umbrella Walk. So we chose that over City Park, right?
There you go. I don't blame you, man, because you don't run the same route as Endymion. That would be awful. It's great. Go ahead, Drew. What you got? About a minute and a half or so? Okay. Bo, it's great to see you again, and it'll be great to see you tomorrow too, and take that run with you. I can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun for the first 15 minutes, and then I'll probably go blind. What's the great line from Hunter S. Thompson? He's like, "We're going to jump in the last mile of the Honolulu Marathon and win this thing," and the guy goes, "Hunter, these people are fast." He said, "I don't just mean they're steady; they're fast. They'll blow by you. Go blind from puking if you try to keep up with these people. It's going to be fun."
Well, this is 2 Fridays in a row. You've had a veteran who's a member of Cruituck. Last week you had Patrick McManus here with Next Stop. Bo here today. And Bo, we have to get Jimmy Mack riding with us next year in Cruituck.
We got to get you on the float there. Go on, Jimmy. We got to get out there.
There we go. All right.
Make it happen, baby.
All right. Well, this is Road Gang Radio, or we're going to call it Brad Bentley Radio, Bo Higgins Radio, Phone Master Dre Radio, Dave Harrison Radio, Gina Harrison, Madison Radio. But you know what the most important thing is? Lindsay Lawler Radio.
Double L.
She's coming in the house. We're going to tell her hello, let you guys get out of here after that, and then Oh, my God. Sweet mother of pearl, alive and well. There she be. Woo! We'll be right back. Lindsay. Hold on for a second. You can tell her how we're clear, right, Dre?
Perfect as in hello. Everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Let me see if I can get this thing fixed.
Ooh, you know what time it is?
Finally.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Nice.
Yeah, this would be great. Every time.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Morning, Lindsay.
Woo! I can't
Shake
hear
it,
you,
girl.
Dre, but I think you said good morning.
Oh, yeah, I did. Good morning. Shake that tush,
There
girl.
he is. I'm just twerking over here in my chair. What? And this chair moves. Can you guys see me?
I can see you moving. I'm just glad that BB the King is not standing over here to see the disgrace that is unfolding in Franklin right now. Bo Higgins might be like, "What's going on over there, man? What's happening here?"
I'll tell you what, that disgrace that I'm doing right now over here in Franklin that doesn't really fit in Vanilla Franklin with all the vanilla moms, which I feel that. I'm still looking for, hey, if you're a trashy mom in Franklin, give me a call. Give us a call
Spread the
now.
word.
I'm just
Trashy mom, caller number 10 gets a free ride in my car. I don't know. I just need some more trashy friends. But I was not really trashy.
You're
Not
surrounded by
trashy.
them today, Lindsay. Totally surrounded by us today.
Music City Sleazy. How about that? I also can't hear Brad, by the way, if he's talking. I hear him like
got
in the
you.
background. Thank you.
He's there.
There he is. But so tonight, real quick before we get our guest on, tonight is Freya's this festival at her school, blah blah blah. But it's been like weeks of them being like, who's going to decorate the cakes? And like everybody it's people, I guess, donate and bake cakes for a cakewalk, whatever. But you know that I'm not doing that. I'm like, I've ripped up every paper you've sent home. How many times do I need to let you know I'm not the mom that's bringing the cake? I do other things. Listen, I will.
Shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Shot. Okay.
I'll bring the vodka and I will do keg stands with your kids, whatever. But I'm not bringing the cake. And And there's another mom this morning. She goes, listen, I've got a 5th grader and I've managed for 5 years in a row to never bake a cake. And I was like, you're my role model. There's plenty of women out there who are going to be like, oh, we have to bake a cake. And I just realized it was a wake up moment. I'm like, I actually don't have to. No one's going to know if I did. 80% of those moms that don't have a lot going on, because I've seen them, if I'm being honest, no disrespect, they have time to bake a cake. So I'm just here to say, I don't know what. I'm just here to say I do as little as possible when I don't have to, and as much as possible when I do have to. I'll lead music when we get there.
By the way, Lindsay, I just wanted to tell you point blank, if you want to hang out with a lot of sleazy moms,
Mhm.
if that's what you want, Brad
Yeah.
and I know exactly where you can do that, and it's called
Okay.
down on St. Claude and Dumaine. Just come on down here, man. I got to tell you, there are so many loose women and loose.
Well, okay, I didn't say loose. I don't want to hang out with loose moms. No. Come on. No, I don't. I am not loose. I don't want to hang out with loose moms. I just want a little
Loose
more
bumps?
laid back.
You say loose bumps?
Moms.
Oh, I said loose bumps. That's a great
I
phrase.
was going to trend toward the school bakery and cupcakes and her friend Emily, but we
That's
went
what I'm
totally in a
talking-
different direction.
Well, no, that's
there,
some
so.
sleazy stuff going on. That's like that deep fried Vic and Natalie feel. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like some how your mom and them. You know, people who actually tell you to kiss their ass with a Marlboro in their mouth.
I
you know?
just need people who tell it like it is, who speak their mind, that don't do what they're supposed to because they think they're supposed to do it. That's what I'm looking for. People like
New Orleans.
KA Stats. People like KA Stats. That's the kind of women I'm looking for in my life, Jimmy Mack.
There's your segue.
We're gonna
Thank you.
we're gonna get KA in here in a minute. I just wanted to give you a chance to officially tell Bo Higgins and officially tell Brad Bentley hello and goodbye. But I wanted to give you a chance to tell your friends hi.
Good morning, BB the King and Bo. BB, it's a lot of boys in there. BB the boys in there. But good morning, BB and Bo. It was fun to listen to y'all this morning, and stay as long as you'd like.
We have donuts.
Oh, we have things to do today. Busy day setting up for this 9/11 Heroes Run tomorrow.
That's
so.
right. That's right.
Yes, it's an awesome thing you're doing, awesome work, and I would love to run with you, but I also would never do that in a million years. But here's what I will do: I'll wear a glitter shirt, I'll make a glitter sign, I'll donate, I will cheer the crap out of this foundation you have. That I can get behind. Running ain't my bag, but Travis Manion Foundation, that's totally my bag.
By the way, you're going to cheer the crap out of it. I might, by the end of it, run the crap out of myself. By the way,
I just crap your pants.
Yeah, I might
crap
just.
my pants.
By the way, a friend of the show, Mr. Dave Harrison, jumped in on the chat and said, "Giving a free ride to a trashy mom from Franklin, Tennessee, may have contributed to my first divorce."
Nice. Can you give me her number? Let's see.
Everybody's having a good time, Lindsay.
Let's have a good
Everybody's having a good time, Brian. It's okay. A lot of gay guys here, Lindsay. Everybody's having a good time, Lindsay. All right.
You know who else has a good time? KA Stats. Let's pivot now.
Pivot. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Bo. Get your butts out of here. We're going to play a little bit of music to transition ourselves into this. Phone Master Dre, take us away.
That is nice. Okay, guys, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Our first guest on this second half. Kind of third guest, whatever, you get it, whatever. Our favorite next guest. We've got a woman who has taken the world of indie fiction podcasting by storm, K.A. Stats. She's the co-founder of Fool and Scholar Productions, which she runs with her partner, Travis, from her home in Bavaria, Germany, with tea in hand and dog at foot, Jim. I saw that in her bio and I was like, man, what I wouldn't give for a quiet house with tea in hand at dog and foot. I love my husband and daughter, but if they should leave for a month or 12, well, anyway, okay. So she writes stories that reach across the globe. She's best known for her horror podcast, The White Vault. And then the dark dice. That's a double dark there. And a growing body of science fiction and horror stories that blend cultural history, folklore, and scientific research. what I'm trying to say is she's equal parts smart and creative, guys. What started back at Oxford as an academic interest in storytelling has become really a career in creating this immersive yet terrifying and thought-provoking audio experience. And she's here to talk with us today about why she loves scaring us. I'm curious why she would want to scare me. I'm such a nice person. Please make welcome to the show, K.A. Stats. Good morning, friend.
Good morning and hello. Thank you for having me back.
Thanks for being back. It was so nice. We wanted to have you twice, friend.
I'm telling you.
I think this is thrice, actually.
Thrice?
This is thrice because
I think so.
Remember when I was in Puerto Rico, Lindsay?
Yeah.
We actually interviewed K.A. when I was in Puerto Rico.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
So you're saying you're a co-host now. I like it.
Well, it wouldn't be my first show.
Yeah.
Let's add something else to your plate.
Yeah, I mean, that really is a good kind of way to kind of get into this, by the way, because anybody who has heard The White Vault, anybody who has heard Dark Dice, this is not light lifting. We're not talking about, one of them basically is people have to play a game, and then you have to kind of go back through that game and figure out a way to make it into a coherent podcast. The second thing is that you have The White Vault is multiple narrators told from multiple perspectives with the stories always shifting. And while there is a core that kind of plays through, you've got to keep up with a big story while still telling each individual season as if it stood alone. So other than that, you must have a lot of downtime, right?
Oh, absolutely. Just rolling in downtime. No. But yes, we do exactly as you said. After we tell this wonderful story with Dark Dice, we go back and we make it into a story people can actually listen to. And with The White Vault and Don't Mind, like you said, every story is its own season. But then for The White Vault, every story has to branch across multiple seasons. But if you're not creative and you don't try your best, then you're not going to get to put your stories out into the world. And that's what we're trying to do.
Well, let's back up a little bit before we dive into these actual stories, because I want to talk a little bit horror 101 for the rest of us, for people like me. And I kind of dove in this touched on this with you last time, but for someone who doesn't live in the horror world every day, which would be myself, Jim, like this is Jim's bag. I'm interested in it from a storytelling perspective. That side of it definitely interests me as a songwriter. I'm like, okay, I can see, where they go there. So I want to know how you balance fear with entertainment. So what makes something just creepy enough versus traumatizing? Because there's a real balance you kind of have to, a line you have to walk, I would assume.
Yes. And I would first preface this by saying that each person's version of what can traumatize them is a different thing and a different level. So there are some people who are my absolute dear friends, but they will never listen to anything that I create because they don't do horror. And that is entirely fine. There are other people who say, I feel like you could have gone farther with this. I feel like you could have done this more. I wouldn't say gory. We don't really do gore. We do more psychological horror, but you could have gone deeper on this. There's always going to be a different version of horror for each individual. And one of the reasons that I believe horror is a type of entertainment is, like you were saying, life can be really stressful sometimes. And when you are able to put yourself in the mindset of someone in a horror movie or a horror show or a horror podcast or reading a thriller book, you're replacing, at least for momentarily, you're replacing your stress with the stress that's fictional. So even if you're terrified, deep down, you know it's not real. And by understanding that it's not real, you get to put yourself in a situation where you can enjoy these terrible situations. I was on a panel once at a podcasting convention, and everyone was talking about, oh, do you draw experiences for from your life for your podcast? And everybody around me was saying, yes, of course we do. And my response was, in some cases, yeah, but I really hope not, because everybody in my show dies terribly. So there's definitely different ways to approach entertainment and horror. And there is that fine line to walk. I can only say that as the person writing it, the person coming up with it, I'm walking the line that I find appropriate. It is going to be completely different for everybody else.
Oh, yeah.
There's a phrase, Lindsay, that I have called, it's mine. Somebody else might have their own version of it. I think everybody understands it. I call it the collapse of the veil. K.A., you just talked about the idea of we know it's not real. Someplace, even in the worst of moments, we know it's not real. But there are moments in horror movies. One, happens in The Shining towards the end when Wendy is unable to recognize the house anymore. In Silence of the Lambs, the moment for me when he escapes from custody, when Lecter escapes from custody, where we get this uneasy feeling that I don't want to walk in the parking lot now. When I leave this theater, I need actually to make sure there's plenty of light and to find my keys. And that kind of transformation from being horrified to being terrified, where that sense of I'm going to be next is kind of like the gold standard, but you don't want to go too far because that's the tripwire, And I've noticed a lot of podcasts these days, the Magnus Archives constantly says, if you're afraid of the following 25 things, you probably shouldn't listen to this. And they kind of take you through it. But I'm wondering, to kind of go back to that, if in fact we lose something by adding all those qualifiers. I'm not picking on the people I just mentioned or anybody else, because plenty of people do it. But is there a sense that maybe by not introducing horror to kids sooner, by not, but there is a joy to kind of getting in your closet and jumping out and saying boo, and that's okay, that kind of acclimates us to the way the world is actually going to work, because there's a lot of people jumping out of a lot of closets these days saying boo, and they mean it. So I'm kind of curious if you think at the end of the day that catharsis is actually a really healthy thing and maybe needs to get kind of learned earlier. Tough, huh?
It is a tough one. It has to do with children, again, are very impressionable. And I love when you're talking about that, like that point in The Shining, or that idea that you're going to get to a point when you're watching a show or you're reading a book where that emotion stays with you. And if you're doing horror well, then yes, that emotion of being on edge, the feeling that something is there watching you, that can stick around. Just like if you're watching a really sad movie and you come out of it and you're kind of in the dumps for the rest of the day. Like, there's a lot of emotional power in storytelling. That's why we as humans do it. And I was certainly introduced to horror at a very early age, and it definitely desensitized me to a lot of horror. But I find scary things, let me rephrase that. I find different things scary that other people probably wouldn't find as terrifying. For me, I wasn't growing up being scared of the horror movies. I grew up and I was scared of the movies that depicted like people suffering from addiction and stuff like that. That was the stuff that I saw, and I thought as a kid, oh my God, that's so scary. I'm going to
real life stuff.
And then Aaron Aronofsky showed up and ruined your entire life. That's what you're telling me.
I just think I don't have, how would I phrase this? I mean, I don't have a child, so I would definitely not tell anybody how to raise their child. But I don't think that horror is a bad thing to introduce to children. I mean, entire cultures have been trying to introduce morals and ethical dilemmas and very simple, logical lessons to children through the use of horror. Is that not what the Grimm, what is it in English? Brothers Grimm did. What the Brothers Grimm did with the fairy tales is, Hansel and Gretel, you don't go into the woods at night because you will be eaten by this thing, or the witch will eat you.
Will you just say Hansel and Gretel again, please? By the way,
Hansel and Gretel. I can say it. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. No, it's just good. Say it again.
Okay. You don't. Hansel and Gretel don't go into the woods and go following the trail and then go and have this horrible experience with the witch. And that was used to teach children. And it is a horror story. It is a story about cannibalism and witches and witchcraft and terrible things that happen in the woods, just like Little Red Riding Hood and everything else. Those are the stories that were used to teach children. Even if you go back to Aesop's fables are not particularly happy. There's a lot of animals killing animals and dying of starvation. And these are things that have been used to teach people, not just children, but people in general, for millennia.
Wow. Okay. Well, let's pivot a little bit to sound, but we can also pivot, but we can stay on the same tip because we can stay kind of in that same, I mean, kind of similar to as it speaks to children, because sound can also be scary, just as audio can, of course, and which is another balance. But, you build these immersive worlds through sound, and that really becomes a part of the storytelling. So I guess I'd say, still staying on the fear page. In your mind, what's the difference between fear on the page and fear in sound? Why does audio work so well for horror specifically?
I love this question. Okay, so the fear on the page still uses the theater of the mind. We as audio creators also use the theater of the mind, but different senses react to different things. And when you're reading, you're technically reading with your eyes, so you're using sight, but you're actually not using any of your senses to see this thing, to hear this thing, to feel this thing. You're just creating it in your mind based off of the little scribbles you read on the page. That's how language works, our written language works. With audio, we're giving you the smallest hints, the smallest morsels of a real, I don't want to say landscape, so soundscape, where this horror is taking place. And that just kind of jumpstarts your brain into creating even more. So as a horror writer, I get to rely very much on the tool that's inside the skull of my listener. They're going to create the scariest thing they can imagine for themselves, which is one of the great tools of audio horror.
By the way, you may get this reference. One of our listeners on the chat wrote, and I hope you take this as the high compliment that it is. He goes, "She's the modern day female Arch Oboler." Do you get the reference?
I don't.
Oh my God, you're going to love it. Arch Oboler, along with Orson Welles, is considered the father of radio horror. He created the show Quiet Please, and he created the show Lights Out.
Ah, okay. No, I've never heard of him before. Thank you.
Yeah,
I will remember that.
It is high compliment. I mean, basically, he just called you. He called you the Rod Serling of radio, is what he just called you.
Oh, thank you very much.
There you go. That's what he's done here. I do kind of want to talk about what you guys got cooking right now. I had and one of the things that Lindsay has her own podcast that comes out every Wednesday where she talks to writers about the healing therapeutic power of writing. And we as we kind of move into multiple platforms, live radio, and a lot of streaming platforms as well. Ran into your husband, by the way, Travis, on Blue Sky about a week ago or so ago, struggling to kind of make the downloads for Spotify work. And I'm actually asking this because you guys, like many people out there, don't have one way of gauging where your listenership is. People can listen through the website. They can listen on their favorite streaming platform. They can be a part of the Patreon page. Talk about that in regards to small businesses and in regards to models of listenership and knowing how to gauge your audience, because your audience isn't coming from one place anymore. They're coming from all kinds of places. And does that have any impact on how you design your shows or how you go looking for audiences?
So this is very prevalent to the last several months of my life because we've just done a complete rehaul of our entire website. Spotify is constantly changing the game. So we now have kind of like these video cards, and in some cases, these like fun, it's all fiction. So it's just these fun videos that go along with our podcasts, because now Spotify is also doing video podcasts. But obviously in fiction, we don't have people sitting down talking like a radio show. So we can't actually send in that footage. So we made fun little videos. There are always things changing in the podcasting game when it comes to reaching a new audience. And it is fun, but perplexing. We are always trying to find the new people, the new way forward. One of our podcasts is Liberty, Tales from the Tower. It is one of our sci-fi horror podcasts where every single episode is a new story. It's an anthology. And we actually we went to Japan and recorded in Tokyo, and we are going to be releasing 10 of those episodes as a full season in Japanese to the Japanese market for the first time ever. And that will be our first step towards introducing our version of audio horror to a brand new group of people. We are always looking for new ways to expand. Yes, you said you can listen on the website. The website, though, is just an RSS player, and a lot of this goes through back-end RSS channels,
Right.
So that people can, or that we as the back-end can say, okay, we can see that we got downloads on this website like Spotify, or this website like Apple Podcasts, or off of the actual player that is available in a couple different locations. And yes, we have our Patreon. We have just straight up RSS for the people who know a little bit about coding. They can just use the RSS themselves. It is amazing the variety of people who want to hear our stories. We're very lucky that we get to have such a variety of people who want to hear our stories. And one of the other things that we have is a great international audience. When we first started, we didn't really know what we were doing, as most people have no idea what they're doing when they first step onto the internet and decide to try and do something. And from there, we very steadily learned and grown and found out that, oh, we have people all over the world who want to hear. They all want to hear in different ways. Different countries listen in different applications. So Spotify is very popular in America for podcasting, but YouTube is the main platform for our type of podcasting in Japan and places like Malaysia. So there's definitely a lot for people to learn, especially if they're trying to reach an enormous audience.
Well, and there's so many, so there's a obvious reason why you continue to be found and you're growing, and because my thought or my guess would be you really, as we mentioned at the top, are able to blend this cultural history and folklore, but it's also with the research, the scientific research side of things. So I'm curious, and you live in Bavaria, Germany now. I'm curious how much equal parts does the landscape and history of where you are seep into your stories, that piece, because it seems like Germany is so rooted in folklore, obviously, but so how much, I guess I would say, how much research actually goes into creating a single season, and how much of it kind of plays off of where you are and your aesthetic there?
Not a lot of it, for what I've done so far, plays off of where I am, because I have not set a story in Germany yet. I would like to at some point in the future, but I have not done so as of yet. But I do a lot of research, and I have an understanding of this. I hate talking about this part because I feel like I'm, what's the phrase, like tooting my own horn or something?
Toot it away.
Toot away.
Toot away, K.A.
It is just the amount of research that people can do. For example, we wrote a story, or I say we because usually when I say we create something, it's my partner and I, because he's the sound designer and producer. But I wrote a story that was based out of Ukraine before the war. This was, I think, 1600s Ukraine. And to make sure that I was as accurate as possible, I was looking up like historic records for when they had droughts, the historic records for what would bloom during what season. It was during the Cossack invasion when they were killing lots of people. So I was looking up all the historical records that I could find to make sure that it was accurate to time, place, the exact location as to what they would have to eat if they were on the run. There was a lot of things that I would do to make sure that if someone was to say, oh, this part is not believable, I was like, okay, so the part about them finding strawberries is not believable. That makes sense. I wouldn't have written that in. I didn't. This is an example. That part's the part you don't find believable. The monster, that's believable. Perfect. I did my job. So that's what I want to make sure. I want to make sure every single part of it lines up and is very believable. But as of so far, nothing based out of Germany. I've done research so one of my very well-selling side stories is based out of Oxford, and that was based very much on my time there and the locations and everything that I had experienced. That is the one that I say is the most based off of my own lived experience. Everything else is hit the books, deep dive, and find the information. Yes.
I'm going to say one thing, and I hope you take this as a compliment as well. Kay Stats, by the way, is joining us this morning, best known for her podcast, The White Vault, and her work on the TTRPG Dark Dice. You can find KA at Stats Inc. RadioNemo.com. That's ink with a K, by the way, as in ink stain wretch, and foolandscholar.com. There is a pattern I notice in a lot of your work, even when you're rolling the dice with that gang of ne'er-do-wells, is that you often put women in very, very tough situations and find out that they not only can hang with the boys, but often best them. That seems to be something from your own life that you have incorporated into your work. We will find more time. Promise us you'll come back for Halloween with spooky stories as well, unless Lindsay just can't bear it anymore. Can you bear some more, K.A.?
I can bear it. Listen, I can close my eyes. I can pretend. I can, like K.A. says, it's not real. This is not real. This is not real. This is not real.
It's like a little holiday for your real stress with some fake ones.
Okay, I like that. This is not real, but KA is real. Head on over to statsinc.com or foolandscholar.com. They've updated their whole website. It looks great. Check it out. Find them everywhere you stream. Thank you so much for joining us again, and hope to have you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, K.A. We'll be back on the other side of this break with more Road Gang Radio, by the way. Go to Truck Down. You got to get up. You got to get up, Lindsay. What do you got to do?
Get your woman on the floor. Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down.com. Truckdown.com. Truckdown.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Boy, you know it. Good morning, Lindsay. I finally get to say that to you.
Hi.
Live from the Fast Sports Studios where BB the King just left.
From the Big Easy to Music Sleazy. You know who might be coming to Music Sleazy? I had old Dean Croak messaged me about saw. I don't know if either one of y'all saw. I have I was on Instagram. Mm-hmm. I was showing the long process that I put it all together at once as we've been working on the studio over my little space out here over the past couple weeks. And Dean Croak commented, he's like, "Oh my God, that looks so cool." I had several friends who are like, "I am very invested in this project." And I was like,
I'm invested in this project.
It looks cooler and bigger online than it is, but it is going to be very cool. It's very cool. We got it painted the past couple days as well. Anyway, but Dean Croak said, well, I might drive the Grumpy Pete down there to broadcast from that studio. And I'm like, I would love that. All right. And he said that he's going to be in Missouri for something. I think the historical, what would that be? The historical truck, something or other. Anyway.
The ATHS, his historical truck recreation, his restoration of his truck, the Grumpy Pete. Absolutely.
Perhaps. I don't know. Anyway, so I said, well, come on down. He's like, I'll bring the truck. And I'm like, by the way, it's just at my house. It's not like on display for people to see, but I will like to see. I would like the Grumpy Pete to be parked in my driveway. I think that would be pretty cool, just even for a hot minute. Point being, it's going to be at my house. So if anybody would like to be on my show, that means you have to come to my house, and that's going to get a little tricky, but exciting. There's probably a horror fiction podcast about that somehow, or could be.
You know, one of the cool things about, there was a lot to talk about yesterday. You and I didn't get a chance. There was something at the beginning of the day I wanted to talk to you, and by the time we got to the end of the show, we had other stuff to talk about. I'm really very excited. I sat down and took all these separate pieces of all these things I've been working on, Lindsay, and kind of put them together all in one file, in one document, and began to kind of write them in a way to kind of connect the dots between them. And I was reminded of the number of talented women there are in the podcasting sphere, both from an acting talent, but also from kind of an organizational and creative talent. And I had to find a final story. So I've got all these stories. Each one of them deals with a trucking crisis, something going on in trucking, and then I passed it through the filter of horror. And I realized I didn't have a parking story. I realized that, I had a human trafficking story, I had a fraud story, I had a new technology story, I had music and trucking in there, I had community disruption, whole bunch of stuff. Didn't have a parking one, and I came up with a parking one last night. And it's just there's so many things that happen on the open road that they in and of themselves are great premises for horror stories. Really, really terrific. I wanted to let people know about KA Stats' work in a way that you don't talk about it when they're on the air, in the sense that, Dark Dice is terrific and The White Vault is terrific. If you've never heard any of her work, you need to start at White Vault Season 1. Jumping in, just like the Lovecraft investigations late in the game, will be incredibly confusing. You won't be able to keep up with who's who. It would be kind of like listening to The Vault in the sixth season. Would be kind of like jumping in and Lost at season 4. Can you imagine that? Sitting down and starting to watch Lost at like the season opener of season 4. And
no, Jimmy, I think you'd be lost.
Exactly. And so I'm going to really encourage you guys, because the fun thing about Dark Dice is it's all the actors they've used in the White Vault getting together and playing a role tabletop Dungeons and Dragons game. But what he then does, Lindsay, is then Travis, who is the storyteller, the narrator, the game master for it, he then goes back, cuts out all the dice rolling and all that stuff, keeps the story, and then adds music. So it's really fun. They play their characters, but he cuts out all the incidental conversations when they're actually being themselves and not their characters. And then it creates a really fun thing. But it's really fun if you listen to White Vault Verse. I'm just letting people know, if you want to dig into it, it is terrific. It is highly recommended. But please start from the beginning. Do you ever feel like you could work on a large project like that, Lindsay? An interwoven world-building sort of project, or are you kind of what we would call short artist? Short artist, where it's kind of like you work in these kind of like these kind of micro bumps.
I don't know what you mean. In reference to what, like music?
Yeah, I mean music. I mean, for instance, you get people like.
I make albums, so.
No. I don't mean that, of course. But what I'm saying is, but like with the Beatles, you can actually listen to like Sgt. Pepper's, into the White Album, into Abbey Road, and actually hear that there's a unified theory of the world. And it gets even worse with Pink Floyd, where it really is. Things are genuine sequels, where certain albums of Pink Floyd are great, but they don't make as much sense if you haven't heard Dark Side of the Moon and Wish You Were Here before you get to Animals. Have you ever thought about a project like that, where, in order to truly enjoy this particular song of Lindsay, you have to have heard these other 3 songs by Lindsay?
No, I don't think no. I haven't thought about it that way.
No, it's like I said, that's okay. That's not a better thing. It's just a different way of kind of thinking. Because Frank Sinatra actually invents what is known as the concept album with the wee small hours of the morning, where the album is good. The individual songs are fine. They're good. Many of them are great. But the overall album, listened to in proper order, is a completely different experience than the individual song, which is a very different way of thinking about things in regards to kind of putting it together, where you're like, don't just listen to that one song. Like, there are songs in the White Album that are terrible by themselves, but make perfect sense where they sit in the album between great songs. They become like these strange little bridges of sorts. Yeah, just kind of thing. Listen to The White Vault. Start with episode 1, season 1, if in fact you're going to dig in and do it. What are you doing this weekend?
Nothing. No, I don't know. Tonight I have a festival for my kids' school, taking care of a neighbor's dog, helping another neighbor with her art studio.
And not making a cake.
Yeah, we're not doing much. Just watching football and hanging out with my kid. And I have one songwriting session. That's about it. What about you?
I am going to do the fun run tomorrow, and then I'm going to go to the Saints tailgate on Sunday. I'm going to make a whole weekend of it with the Travis Manion folks. I wasn't aware until about 2 days ago that Gina and Dave were actually coming in town, so this is kind of exciting for me to get a chance to see them. The folks from Fastport are here, and I can't wait to head over to Audubon Park tomorrow because once the run is done, that park is right next to where my brother lives. I'll be able to head over and see Gustavo, Henry, and Ryan and hang out with them and have a good weekend.
What are you going to wear to run? Like glitter socks or is this like a wear anything kind of fun situation?
Well, I'm going to be in my Tough Mudder gear. I'm going to be
which is like what? Just kind of boring, basic.
Well, no, it's like a really nice run shirt with like, a Tough Mudder guy falling in the mud and black, short black pants and the kind of the mesh socks.
Short back pants, huh?
Yeah, not any of this kind of
shorty shorts.
Pretty close.
Ooh, show me those kneecaps, Jimmy.
I got those kneecaps. I got those calves going on. We've been comparing calves.
Are you going to get a spray tan before? Or?
No, man. I want to basically blind everybody. That's how I'm going to win the race. I'm going to use the whiteness of my skin to blind my competitors and race towards victory. Go ahead, Dre.
Man, we need Road Gang shirts, little Under Armour style shirts, man.
We need a lot of things.
All right, I'll go get Tara then.
We need a lot.
We need Tara.
We need a lot of things. What we really need. But the question I actually had for you, Lindsay, in the sense that it's like sometimes I feel like Ka was talking about this during her segment of all the kind of things they have to do to get on the air now, whether it's Spotify. I mean, the idea of literally having to learn a culture's entire podcast culture. So that you're having to figure out that you just can't launch a podcast in Japan. You've got to figure out a way to kind of make the move. And for them, if you think what we do on YouTube is difficult, that kind of stuff, unless you have video along with it, is really difficult. People do not listen to YouTube for fictional videos. And yet, in Japan, it's where they listen to fictional podcasts. It's what they do. And the idea of, say, taking We Should Write and figuring out how to make it work, say, in England or make it work, say, in Germany or Copenhagen, I just always wonder, is there a different approach that you have to take? Is there a different marketing approach? Where are you taking it? How are you getting it into people's ears? How are they finding it? Where are the places where they listen to their podcast? And sometimes there seems like so many possibilities and so many places we could take all of this stuff. And at the same time, it sometimes just feels really overwhelming. I felt overwhelmed at the end of the show yesterday. I felt overwhelmed. Like, how are we going to get all of this stuff to all the places we need to get it? I mean, and that's the great advantage of these days. You can be anywhere you want to be, but you've got to choose where you want to be. Am I making any sense?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure all that's landing. By the way, speaking of making sense, who's going to make sense of the week for us, huh?
Always. She helps us pull it all together with a big fat bow. That's not a fat joke. Please make welcome to the show one of our favorite people, the person, the light of our life, the person that keeps us alive and thriving online. Good morning, Tara Harris, the turtle. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning, guys. I'm doing well. How about you guys?
I'm good. Have you broken ground yet?
We break ground tomorrow.
Oh my God. So this is a big weekend. They're building a house. She's only 12 years old and yet somehow is already building a home and has land. God bless you. Oh, 12 and a half. My bad.
12 and a half. Yes, please.
12 and a half.
But yes, very excited. We break ground tomorrow. They're doing all the dirt work in the morning and I couldn't be more excited.
Are you doing any dirty work of your own? Are you going to go out there with a hat and like a chisel and do an obligatory Instagram video of you like, I'm breaking ground? Yeah. Okay, good.
Yes. With Fifth Harmony's like work,
Yeah, of course.
No,
yeah,
of course. Right.
Yeah. With a cute pink shirt. All right, Tara, go on.
Well, you guys have already been having a lot of fun this morning, and I wanted to let our listeners join the fun as well with their comments, whether they like it or not. If you left a comment, it's going to go on air most likely. So I hope you're fine with that. But they're all over the place, so like buckle up. There's like no rhyme or reason to any of this. They're all
That
different.
sounds like
all
Road
in
Gang
different
Radio.
ways. It kind of sounds like it fits. But the first comment comes in from user Dega House. Weird, I don't know. Says at the historic Dega House. Wait, what? What was his last name?
Dega.
No, it's his
explain?
first name that I messed up.
First
I said Edward, and I did a whole song about Edward Degas is here, and he's like, "That was great," but that's not his name, dummy. Edgar. It's in my brain now. Oh my gosh! Edgar Degas is here.
Where?
At the Degas house.
When?
Edgar. Now. Always. Omnipresent.
In perpetuity throughout the universe.
Yes, that. Edgar Degas.
Edgar. And look, anytime you hop on a piano, I don't care what you say. It's right in my book. When we were at Matt's and you just like hopped on the piano, it was beautiful. I know we have a video of that somewhere. We should definitely.
Yeah, what happened to that? It wasn't beautiful. It was absurd. But
it was
I think
gorgeous.
I made up a song about Dave Nemo when we were sitting there.
You did. I feel
we
like
gotta
that was
find
like
that.
setting the tone for like all of the chaos that ensued weeks later. I feel like we should like pull that from the archives and like post it. I feel like that would be a fun moment on the social media.
That's all you, girl.
Jimmy, send me the video.
Go on.
Okay, so Lisa B, Ice Princess, always in the comments on our post live, the replays, of course, on our YouTube channel. Lots of long comments. We appreciate them. A lot of them, though, I'm like, I don't know what to do with these. I don't know if I should read the whole thing. But we have this one, and it's kind of off the rails, but we're just going to go for it. It says, listen to the show about truck parking, and the part about not recognizing where you are when roads get fixed reminded me of back before ELDs around 2011. My partner came home after a long stretch and was worn out. While he was gone, they had just re-asphalted the street on near our house. It was jet black instead of old gray. When we headed home, I turned where I should, but he turned down the wrong street. And he actually called his ex-mother-in-law and said, "Where do I live?" And the fresh asphalt had him so turned around. So has this ever, drop it in the chat. Has this ever happened to you? Has something changed while you were away and you came back and you were like, wait, what is going on? Has this happened to you guys? Jimmy, Lindsay, weigh in.
So there is a really wonderful area of New Orleans that's all based around cemeteries. I know that sounds strange, but it's called Cemetery Junction. I think you both have seen it now. It's where Oddfellows Rest meets Metairie Cemetery meets, a number of other of the cemeteries that are down there. It was under construction, guys, forever because they were actually putting the streetcar line in there, amping up the bus terminals, and putting in a morning call beignet, 24-hour beignet place. I hadn't been back in town, really back in town, guys, for 2 years. I drove to that intersection and almost turned into oncoming traffic because they had expanded the lane so much. I adjusted, I course corrected in it, but it was so much broader in regards to how it was being handled that I almost whipped the car into oncoming traffic, caught myself, and was able to straighten out. And I realized I don't recognize this junction anymore. It had completely changed. And it's one of the great joys.
Wow.
You're like, oh, wow, this is beautiful. Like I said, they have awnings for people to stand under. The streetcar actually rolls off of Canal Street onto Canal Boulevard, where you can pick people up under the awning, all this great stuff. Businesses and, of course, shops and businesses that popped up around there because people get off the streetcar and want to get a beignet. Very New Orleans experience. And I was so kind of like, look at all this new stuff. I almost actually ran into the oncoming semi. So I do have that experience. I know of what you speak.
I bet that happens to you quite often. I know you haven't been back to California in a while, but being bi-coastal-ish for so many years, coming back and forth, and things just change so quickly. I leave the house once a week. Literally, I made a post about it yesterday where it's like, this is my proof that I left the house because I never leave the camper house, whatever you want to say. And it's something has always changed. There's always an apartment complex, or there's somebody's cleared some trees for a new house or something. So I know, going back to California, I know things are going to look a lot different than when you left it.
The I-5 has expanded. I can't even imagine what Franklin is like, Lindsay.
I just get really mad when I go back home to Dallas and the Taco Bueno that I love is gone. That's my thing, man. Or more importantly, the Taco Bueno that is still there, they changed the recipe for their queso and they got different chips. And that's the kind of stuff that keeps me up at night. Thank you. That is a horror podcast. That's a horror podcast.
Actually, Lindsay, by the way, there is a great Magnus Archives horror podcast where things start disappearing throughout the course of an entire episode on this one character, except nobody else remembers the thing that disappeared. It is a crazy episode where it's like, where's the TV? We never had a TV there.
Oh my gosh, I thought about that. Sarah, you'll laugh at this too. I went to a couple of years ago, Jim. I went to visit my friend in Buffalo. This is completely different from what you said, but also kind of the same. When we went to Niagara Falls, I'd never been before, and that's the only one time I went. And so we're staying in Niagara Falls, and we're like having a moment. We both kind of go into our own worlds, looking over at the fall. And we weren't talking. We were both kind of drifting off. And then I turned to the right, and she wasn't there. And my friend wasn't there. And I went quickly all through. Why my brain went here of all places first. I went to oh my God, what if I'm in some sort of story? Ashley never came. I don't know where I am. I don't know how to get home. What if nobody knows who I am? You know that Nick Cage movie where he goes home for Christmas and they don't know who he is? That's where my brain went, Niagara Falls. Like, what if...
Of course.
Where will I go? What will I do? What if Ashley was never here? And then literally 2 minutes later, she poked her head from around the tree, and I'm like, oh, hey, girl. But oh, hey, girl, I was like, what if she doesn't exist? What if I don't exist? What is happening? So yeah, I get it.
I get it. Of course, yeah. Asphalt to that, duh.
Yeah.
Go on.
Thank you. But you guys had an interview with John Michael Ferrari, and he may just be the oldest Grammy winner. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe. But we got a comment that says, John Michael Ferrari is amazing. Wow, wow, wow. I did not realize all the awards and new accolades. He deserves them all. Love him singing the old ones and his new own songs. Wonderful interview. Thank you. So
love his mom. Oh, no. No, who wrote that? I'm just kidding.
Love Mary Ferrari. No.
If it was his mom, the Guinness Book of World Record needs to be called right now, by the way. If his mom is still with us, unbelievable.
Oh, that's true. Okay, love his wife.
Yeah, mom. I'm going with mom.
Sure.
Going with mom.
I'm going with mom. It's fine. All the ghosts are here today.
Yes, he was great, Tara. I'm glad you brought him up because the coolest thing about him, to me, is the fact that he's reinventing himself, continuing to make music. He's like, oh, now I'll write a book. And I can't remember, how old is he? He was like late 70s, early 80s?
He was in the 80s.
Yeah.
He was in the
80s, yeah. Either way, he's like, yeah, now I'm going to do this. Now I'm going to do that. Now I'm going to become a Grammy winner, whatever. Like, good on him. That's why we loved him for the show. That's why Claire booked him, because he's inspiration for our guests to keep it on. You choose when you end, guys. I'm just saying.
78 years old. 78 years old and a Vietnam veteran. Another thing there, too. There you go.
And so I love when people reinvent themselves. I saw someone the other day that went back to college in their late 60s just to be able to be in the LSU band because they always
unbelievable. I thought he was the band leader. I thought he was the band leader. They cut to him, and all of a sudden there he was, and he's got like a name like Robichaux or Faux Show or something like that. He's got 65 years old, Lindsay, 65 years old, and is a freshman at LSU and living the dream of like being in the band, playing the tuba. Unbelievable.
So cool.
So
Love
cool.
it.
How about the 103-year-old lady that graduated from college with her great granddaughter? With aging.
Actually insane.
Super aging.
I love that stuff. We're always encouraging young people to be truck drivers, but like, what about people that have done, like, we talk about it all the time with like military and all of that coming into the trucking industry, and I just think it is so cool. Imagine that,
Grain
always
in.
possible.
Grain in is what people call it. The idea that there are industries where people are no longer graying out. They're actually saying, you know what? I'm a geezer in golf pants. I'm going to take off my golf pants and
put on these short shorts and go run a marathon.
Thank you very much. I'm good to know I'm a geezer in golf pants.
No, you're not. I'm just meaning the geezer in gay pants. Okay, Tara, go on.
Go on.
Well, Dre and Madison's lineup reels always get the comments going because they always are fun and full of laughs. And someone said, y'all are a funny team. And someone else said, oh my gosh, that intro had me laughing my ass off.
My ass off. I like how you said that.
And then Paranormal Pie Man chimed in, and I think he's trying to say that Madison with a T says, "Help me, I'm schmall," but you know the spelling of schmall, not small.
No,
Schmall.
I think
No one?
help me, I'm schmall. I think it's me being crushed by Dre with the Godzilla foot for the dinosaur discussion.
I agree.
Slam. Go on, please.
Hey, speaking of dinosaurs, regarding your conversation with Gerda Keller about the extinction of dinosaurs, Ken Ring popped into our TikTok comments and said, dinosaurs were hunted to extinction. The word dinosaur didn't exist until the 1880s. All recorded history by man includes dragons and dragon sightings. Has anyone ever found a dragon bone? No. Huh.
No, but I did think that I was going to go extinct during that interview.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I'm going to say this about that interview too. I actually was a tale of two interviews because when we first started, I thought, oh man, we got a live one here. And I'm like going, oh my God, this is going to be like full disclosure. I'm like, this is going to be painful. And about halfway through, the engine on her kind of turned over. It was the slightest change in her inflection where I suddenly was like, okay, I'm here for this. But
no, she was fun. She got the jokes here and there. It's tough too. First of all, she's 81 years old. So
Right.
A, but B,
right.
Which by the way, so is my dad, and very different demeanors. But she's so smart. She's so knowledgeable. I think that interview would have been one on camera. Would have been very different if you could have seen her and seen how kind she was. I'm clearly joking, but also not.
I'm not.
Yeah, I thought this is. But there's just sometimes it's hard, when you can't see somebody, they can't see us, we can't see them.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to like get a body language and no cues, and someone like her who knows so much is like, wind me up and let me talk. And so she did nothing wrong.
No, but
yeah, she did. Actually, she did.
She
did. It's very kind. You're both very kind. She did do one thing wrong that she actually course corrected to her everlasting credit. You know what she did wrong? She didn't think we'd read the book until about 10 minutes into it. That was the thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
That was the thing, and that's what changed. That was the inflectional change. And I don't criticize guests. We love guests. We hope we get her back at some point because, man, what a crazy story. Because you get through the first part of that bio, and then I decided to go study about dinosaurs. Wait a minute, what? It was like crazy moment.
Again, later on in life.
Later on in life, it gets to it. But it was interesting, Lindsay. And by the way, that's one of those moments where the new format actually hurts us because usually Lindsay and I used to get a chance to talk to people for 3 or 4 minutes before we came on, and they would know almost instantly, oh, wait, you've read my book.
They're not idiots.
They're not idiots. We don't have to just kind of bulldogs and monologue.
One of them's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I'll let you be the judge of who I met there.
Wait. You decide. It's up to you.
Drop it in the comments.
Jimmy.
No, it's clear who's the idiot and who's the smarty and who's the sleazy. Okay, go on.
Go on.
Well, we have some Austin love in the chat. User JK Breath. Don't know what that means, but commented on your chat. I know. I love the usernames. I like when people have like weird usernames and I can drop them on air. It's my favorite thing. But chat about the Eureka Room in Austin, Texas, and said, the Eureka! This is a beautiful concept, they say. And it was such a great interview. What a way to keep Austin weird. We love having Austin weirdness dropping into the live.
I'm sorry, Lindsay and I often, we can see each other, and that still happens. The thing that was neat about it, too, is the fact that we'll talk about his interview style, that's a great example. If you ever have to go on a show, guys, and you aren't what I would call completely media trained and savvy, enthusiasm and love and the enjoyment of the company and your excitement about what you're doing goes a long way to getting you through an interview. I think he was kind of tickled pink to be there and talk about it. I don't think he does a lot of interviews, but I will say he was so happy to be there and so excited about the room, it didn't matter. And it was just a joyful conversation. But yeah, there is no substitute for just being excited to be there. I don't know, man, but I'm happy to be here.
Can you imagine though? There's no better place than Austin to find weird crap going on, roadside attractions, so to speak. But can you imagine, Tara? You're building a home. Can you imagine being like, okay, I'm going to put an attraction at my house, put it up online with my address, and say, "Come on by." What?
White dudes
Nice.
doing white things.
That
White dude,
takes-
white dude.
I mean, listen, I try to not live in fear, but that takes some real trust in humanity right there, buddy. Okay, Tara, we only have a couple minutes left and we want you to get everything else in. So go on.
Thank you. Today is National Video Game Day, and I know Mr. DeMeo used to do, DeMeo's downloads, but Mr. DeMeo is busy now, so I wanted to bring this up to you guys. And I want to know what video games you guys grew up with. Drop in the chat if it is safe. What video games do you play now? What did you grow up with? I personally grew up with a PS2 game called Namco Museum, and it had Pac-Man and Galaga, Dig Dug, Pole Position. I don't play anything much anymore. My husband's obsessed with games. He plays DayZ right now. Jimmy, have you heard of DayZ?
Oh, who are you talking to?
Who are you
What are you talking about?
It's like, hey, Jimmy, have you heard of Pac-Man?
Yeah. Have you heard of the White Vault, Jimmy? Have you heard of the White Vault? Yeah. By the way, it's DayZ is pretty terrific. It's getting great reviews, and
So is Jay-Z.
well, hey,
Right.
yeah, that's what I'm
I
saying.
love you guys.
Yeah, very much so.
Lindsay, what video games are you playing these days?
I don't play video games. My daughter plays stuff. I don't know. I don't monitor it. I let her do whatever she wants online. No, I'm just kidding. No, she plays Super Mario Brothers quite a bit, and I like that. And she plays Mario Kart, and she plays Ghost and Goblins, which is a throwback that I played growing up. So that is cool. I like that she has the Switch because there's games that I played growing up. She's not playing like open world kind of stuff.
So listen really quickly, guys. This is going to be. If Dave's listening, I hope he actually hears this so he doesn't have a heart attack. My brother Ryan has a PS5. We have one over in California. Ryan really wants to play online with his brother, and so we're going to go halvesies on one for over here for the studio. And we actually have a big screen TV at my parents' house that isn't being used. We'll bring it over here. What I'm thinking about doing is setting the whole thing up. That Dre and I will set the whole thing up, and Dave will come in one morning. We'll be playing and be like, "Hey, look what I spent the company's money on." I just want to do it to him. I just want to do it to him. I just want to do it to him. So, yeah, that's it. That's my video game story for the day. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
We should have a gaming segment that's just Dave Nemo playing video games that he's never played before.
He's pretty good at it. He's pretty good.
As soon as we get cameras, guys.
A lot of
Let's not introduce a new Dave segment yet, guys.
Yeah, it'll be a Jimmy and Lindsay segment where Dave will be occasionally invited. That's my new plan. Everything is now Jimmy and Lindsay segments where Dave is occasionally invited.
No, just me watching Dave play video games and you in the back yelling, "That's not how you do it!"
Actually, by the way, Lindsay, that's called the Division 2. Dave, get down. Dave, get down. Claire, go revive your father. Go revive your father. He's
clear.
dead.
We got to clear. We got to get out of here. Tara the Turtle, we love you. We can't do this without you. Go get your hard hat on, girl, and build that house.
Do the dirt work.
Thanks, guys.
Dirt
Have a
work.
great day.
Bye. Coming up next, another returning guest, Scott Shea. He's an author. He's a music historian. Today, we're talking about somebody you probably don't know, but you do know songs. You do know a big song he's written. You certainly know who Led Zeppelin is. That's your clue. Scott Shea joining us next, Jimmy Mack.
Up and down. We'll be right back, guys. Go to truckdown.com.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, We're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
To infinity and beyond, aka Lindsay and Jimmy. Hello again.
No, hi, hello.
Hello. We're all over here at Declare. Declare.
Automatically think a Rocky Horror Picture Show.
At the late night double feature picture show, which by the way is 50 years old this year, in case anybody didn't know. Rocky Horror Picture Show. You're now dating yourself, everybody. If you went and saw it, man, you're an old person right now. You be old. All the Leaves Are Brown, How the Mamas and the Papas Came Together and Broke Apart, of course, is the semi-biography. I don't know what to call it. It is an amazing history book, by the way, detailing the work of the Mamas and the Papas and how they kind of came to be and how they kind of came to unravel. And, of course, Scott Shea is a longtime radio producer who currently works on the show Seize the Day with Gus Lloyd on Sirius XM on the Catholic Channel. He has produced 6 original audio documentaries that have aired nationally. For the purposes of this show, by the way, though, he is a nonpareil journalist in the field of rock and roll, kind of capturing the world from whether it's the Monterey Pop Festival or why Van Morrison simply cannot listen to certain of his songs ever again without punching his hand through a wall. The article we're talking about today is pretty extraordinary, Lindsay. We love Scott. He's a regular contributor over here, and we are glad to have him aboard. Scott Shea, welcome back to Road Gang Radio.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me back on, man. I appreciate it. Glad to be here.
Love having you, Scott. And we alluded to the man behind the band, behind the song this morning a little bit, but I can't wait to dive in this to you as it pertains to actually current, what's happening in the Nashville songwriting scene and just songwriting scene in general. But before we go there, we have to sort of break this down a bit. And, you know, when Jimmy Page turned Jake Holmes, took his Dazed and Confused into a Zeppelin staple, it changed the trajectory of that song forever. So as a songwriter myself, I think about the way songs like move around in Nashville, and I'll give some examples in a minute. But let's just start with for our listeners, how did Jimmy Page even stumble, quite literally, upon Jake and this song?
Well, it went back to when he was with the Yardbirds in 1967. He'd been with them for about a year, maybe a little bit longer. And they were in the United States on a tour, and they played Greenwich Village, the Village Theater. And Jake Holmes and the Youngbloods also of Get Together opened for him. And Jim McCarty, the drummer of the Yardbirds, took in the show. He was the only one. And he heard Jake perform Dazed and Confused, which he had just released on his first album, The Above Ground Sound of Jake Holmes. And he went out the next day and bought the record and played it for the band. And they all loved it. And they said, well, let's try to work out a arrangement, a live version for ourselves and play it. And they did. And they played it a lot. They never recorded it, but they played it a lot. And they played it the way Jake wrote it. Like they hadn't changed it. Jimmy completely changed the lyrics for Led Zeppelin. The only thing he kept was I've been dazed and confused for so long, you know. And but you know, he also took that loping, descending bass chord, you know, augmented by Jimmy's guitar that Jake introduced, and the overall moodiness of the song. So that's how it all kind of came together.
It is interesting because, you know, Lindsay and I, before we did a segment of, the comments that our callers kind of write, and we talked for a few minutes about this. This is a man in Jake who is almost unclassifiable. I mean, in a time when everything was fluid, in a time when there were so many unique and different sorts of artists and sounds coming into the game and coming into perspective, he is so weird in regards to his talent. He's an amazingly talented person. We were talking about David Lynch the other day. This is just one of those incredibly unique, strange talents where it's like he's the kind of guy, if he was an interior decorator, he's the one that walks into your house, removes one picture, replaces it with the weirdest darn thing, rolls up one carpet, replaces one carpet, and then you go, oh my God, the room works. He's that guy. I mean, and I don't know if that's fair, but I read this article. I said, oh my God, this is Lindsay's kind of guy right here. I mean, this is a guy who just sees the world differently. I mean, it's as if he is looking at the world through a very different set of filters. Is that fair? that a fair assessment of who he was?
Yeah, I think that's very accurate. The David Lynch comparison is spot on because he could make something like really commercial, like the Twin Peaks series, and then make like Fire Walk with Me or something. It's just like completely abstract.
Inland Empire. What the hell? Yeah, what the hell? God Almighty.
But Jake is the same way. I mean, when I started writing the article, I went back and listened to his 2 albums that he released on Tower Records. The Above Ground Sound and something December. I can't remember the
A Letter to Catherine December. I had to write them both down. The Above Ground Sound is like the above ground sound of Jake Holmes, and A Letter to Catherine December. And I mean, Lindsay, the word that he uses is unclassifiable. That's exactly it. I was like, what in the hell are these albums?
Yeah, and I went back and I listened to them, and they were enjoyable and they're good, but they were completely unclassifiable. I couldn't even say, well, is it pop? Is it psychedelic? Is it folk? We love these subcategories, and Jake is just being himself. But at the same time, he writes be all that you can be for the U.S. Army, and raise your hand if you're sure, and be a pepper for Dr. Pepper. Guy became a great advertising. Right? So it's like. And then he almost has a hit a couple in the early 70s, But then, and then Jimmy takes his Dazed and Confused and makes it like a rock anthem. Like I said in the article, Led Zeppelin has a catalog of signature songs, and that's arguably their most signature song.
Well, it is, because I'll tell you this, Scott. I would when I was in a sorority in Oklahoma, in Norman, Oklahoma, in a little sorority, I went and was walking to class one day and saw a Post-it note on a tree that said "band looking for singer," and for some reason this little innocent girl thought it was a good idea to show up at a bunch of dudes in a garage that were jamming through a puff of smoke in their garage, and I was like, I am here to audition. And they about lost their mind. We're like, you are not what we thought would walk in the door. And they were just like jamming. And I sang the one Led Zeppelin song that I knew, which was Dazed and Confused, and got the gig. They were like they were kind of shocked that I even knew it. I was shocked that I even knew it, if I'm being honest. Why is that song something that little innocent Christian girl from Texas, why would I have known that song? Why is that the one that screams in everybody's ears, would you say?
Well, it's very well known. It was never released as a single, but it was a highlight of that first album, and that album is pretty great, and it just drew people in. It's almost kind of like Thunder Road on like Born to Run. It's like as popular as Born to Run, but it wasn't released as a single, So my brother was a huge Zepp head when we were kids, and I remember him being fascinated by Dazed and Confused. He would play it over and over. And I remember he was the one who first told me about the whole Jake Holmes thing years ago, and the Yardbirds recording it. And he just did this deep dive into the origins of the song, So it's just one of those things. To me, it's that descending bass line that just builds up into this massive crescendo of just guitars and bass and the rhythm section, and it's just and it's as cool as it is that Jake Holmes wrote it. I can understand, like, Jimmy really wrote the lyrics to it, and those lyrics are really transcended. And he certainly improved on the song. I guess my only bone to pick with him, and obviously so many others, is that he just for some reason was so stubborn in giving Jake Holmes any kind of credit for it for so long.
It's a weird thing because you have two men who absolutely, and Page, by the way, is another example of this. Page actually sees the world in a very different rhythm. He sees it in a very, sort of, I mean, Page wasn't Page the one who actually goes over to North Africa and, ends up like, in the middle of some kind of strange adventure. And you literally have one weirdo appropriating the music of another weirdo. So you're talking about a double filter. It would be like Federico Fellini getting his work stolen by David Lynch. Oh, wait, that does happen. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, there really is a sense of this is what happens when two visionaries get their hands on something and then transform it throughout the process. I didn't know the story, and I was like, this was madness in some ways, because there's nothing about Jake that suggests Led Zeppelin, is there?
No, not at all. I mean, he was the complete opposite. He was much more, Zeppelin, as in the uncommercial, as hip as being uncommercial in the '70s was. Led Zeppelin was pretty commercial. Let's face it. They were commercially uncommercial, I guess you could say. But Jake was just completely uncommercial. And just it's an interesting pairing. And but I can see, you can see obviously what drove Jimmy to that song. But it's weird because there's nothing else in Jake's canon that suggests, that something like that would become so big. He's as good of a songwriter and singer as he was.
Scott, so we're talking now more about credit and ownership in music. Taylor Swift re-recording her catalog and lawsuits over songwriting credits, et cetera. Actually, my very dear friend was married to Mark Volman, who we just lost of the Turtles. Yes, she was 25 years younger than him. And he had, he and the Turtles had a huge lawsuit, a class action over Sirius XM that they got paid out on.
Right.
So all this stuff is happening. Actually, I would love for you, if you'd be interested, whether it be write an article or come back and talk about Mark Volman, just since he's in my vortex over here. I'd be very curious your take on that. Sidebar for another day. But I'm curious, do you think, not that Holmes had a lawsuit against Led Zeppelin necessarily, I don't think, but do you think he ever got his due in the bigger picture, or does his legacy live more in the influence itself rather than the name recognition, I assume?
Well, yeah, he did have a lawsuit.
He did, okay.
It took a while. And in fact, there's part 2 of that article just dropped earlier this week. You can check it out on the Strange Brew, and it talks about dates. It goes into a deep dive on dates and confused.
Oh, okay, good.
But yeah, he, it was funny because he was with Tim Rose, Jake Holmes. He was with Tim Rose in the early '60s, folk singer, and Tim Rose. There was a Billy Roberts song going around that you might have heard of called "Hey Joe" that Jimi Hendrix eventually recorded. And there's always been a dispute over who wrote that song. Well, Tim decided in the early '60s he was going to be take half of the songwriting credit, and Jake was with him at that time. And then fast forward, several years later, and the same thing kind of happens to Jake with Led Zeppelin. And he initially just kind of shrugged his shoulders. He's like, yeah, okay, well, whatever, And then I guess somebody shook him in the early '80s and said, dude, this thing has sold like 10 million records. You need to get your due. So he wrote a very polite letter to the management of Led Zeppelin, who had recently broken up and never heard back. I don't know what happened between then and 2010, but 2010 he decides to finally formally sue him, and gets a ruling in his favor. And then, so Led Zeppelin going forward decides, they credit it to Jimmy Page, influenced by Jake Holmes, whatever that means. It's like, but he does get songwriting credit. I think he got back royalties from it. But in that, it was kind of that early '70s kind of hippie ethos. Who cares? Let's all live and let live. And then, at some point reality kicks in and like, hey man, this guy's really profited off my music and I need to do something about it. And it's really just what's right. And Jimmy Page has had that happen a lot. Like he didn't credit Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You to Ann Braden, who wrote it. The Stairway to Heaven the opening sounds a lot like Taurus, which was a song by Spirit in 1968. He's done it a few times. He has a track record. So I don't think when he went
Pun
to
intended.
The court, he didn't really have a leg to stand on. So, Jake eventually did get his just desserts, but you should, I think obviously proper credit should always be given.
It's interesting, too, by the way. This story is so bizarre and weird. I don't know if you ever heard it, Lindsay. The Genuine Imitation Life Gazette, which is the Frankie Valli one-attempt album, The Four Seasons, of doing a psychedelic rock and roll album that Holmes had a large part to play in. And Frank Sinatra heard that album and decided that he wanted to have Bob and Jake produce his album, right? It's a really strange story.
Yeah. Totally is. And it's a great album. I love the Genuine Imitation Life Gazette. I think it's one of their best works. And it was, Bob Gaudio, founding member of the Four Seasons and one of the principal songwriters, along with Bob Crew. He was a Jake Holmes fan. He would go see him play at the Bitter End in Greenwich Village, which and Holmes's manager was Fred Weintraub, who owned it. So he got to play like a couple nights a week, and he would play that song, Genuine Imitation Life. And Bob loved it, and they recruited him they wanted to go in a different direction, following Sgt. Pepper, like so many other big name acts did, like the Stones and the Who and the Kinks, and the Four Seasons jumped into that fray too. And they wrote this album that was markedly different. It was a step in a different direction, but it also like sounded like them. It had their trademark sound, and it was just kind of a commentary on, the way things were going in the late 60s, the shift in culture, the shift in norms and everything. And, they got together for 6 months, he and Jake, and they wrote this album, and they released it, and it's a great promotion, and they did, trying to reach the college market, and it just fell flat because, kind of like I wrote in my book about the Mamas and the Papas, after, Monterey Pop Festival, anybody who sang Harmony or wore matching suits was like instantly passé. So they had to fight against that, But yeah, like you said, Frank Sinatra and Frankie Valli were friends. He played him that album and he loved it, and he commissioned Bob and Jake to write an album for him. That's how we got Watertown.
Scott, my father who listens is texting right now. He wants to let you know, this is very important breaking information.
Breaking news from D.
Breaking news. Got some music?
He was, beep, 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 beep. He was in the movie Dillinger, and Michelle Phillips from the Mamas and Papas, the last surviving member, was in it as well. So he says the movie that when he starred in Dillinger with her. Now, by the way, he was an extra rocking on a porch somewhere, by the way. So, but he wants to let you know that. Okay. But anyway. Cool. He did play his own role. But speaking of Bob Gaudio, which by the way is such a cool last name, Jake's concept albums with Bob, they didn't get the recognition they deserved, at least at the time. But now they're hailed as these masterpieces, and it's always shocking to me when that it inevitably always happens that they were a great after their time, before their time. And what do you think makes music like that's too ahead of its time? Why do we only realize it brilliance decades later, as it pertains, let's say, here to Jake and Gaudio's concept records?
Well, I think it's sometimes you can be too close in the moment, like especially in the late 60s. There's such a polarizing time. You had the Vietnam War going on, and all the civil rights stuff and stuff, and the country was divided, much like we see it today, and it was I think there's just people that were instantly dismissive of something like that. Like there's really nothing controversial about the Genuine Imitation Life Gazette album, but I'm reading reviews of it from the time, and like, this is a protest album. And it's like, that's not really a single protest song on there. It just sounds a little different, and it's just a step in a different direction. And then you got the old fans who they want to hear I Got You Under My Skin and Big Girls Don't Cry and Sherry, and it's like, what is this? You're trying to sound like all those new bands out there. So I think our emotions get wrapped up in it, and I'm guilty with that too. I'm a huge Springsteen fan, and I was anything after he broke up with the E Street Band in the late 80s, I was like, what is this? But I go back and I revisit it, it's actually pretty good. What was I thinking at the time? But so we can get a little bit too close to our heroes, to our idols and musicians, and I think that's what it is. And when the dust settles, we look back and say, what? After further review, like on replay in a football game, it's like that was actually a really good album. And when subsequent generations like me come in and we listen to the Frankie Valli album, my mom was 18 when that album came out, so hadn't had me yet. So it's like, when I listen to it, I say, this is pretty good. Have you heard this song, Wall Street Village Day? Listen to this alliteration. It's incredible.
So it's saying, get out of our own way. Just appreciate it for what it is. Roger that. Understood.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Electric Stories, by the way, is a great song. And you made me think of something, Scott, because, Lindsay asked that question about not being understood in your own time. And I realized why the Beatles get away with it. And they are the only ones who actually transform before people's very eyes. For everybody else, it's like, wait, why weren't we doing this all along? And then there's just an abrupt shift, that it suddenly it isn't, Dawn and Walk Like a Man and all of that suddenly are gone, and they're replaced by, by the Gazette. This is interesting because what the Beatles did was you can track it. Rubber Soul, Revolver, slowly but surely we watch them change, and there are bits and pieces of what is to come, whereas everybody else just kind of puts their fans through whiplash. And there must have been some sense of people being posers, too, like those guys are just trying to cash in on the Beatles.
Yeah,
I mean,
totally.
it's so interesting, Lindsay, because the Beatles really do slow boil. They do a slow boil on the lobster. You don't even realize they've changed until they have. But you could see it coming. Am I making sense?
Yeah, and I would put Bob Dylan in that category too. You know, these are two groups, two artists that just kind of led the way, and then they changed, and everyone followed. Like, yeah, let's do that. You know, it does look like you're cashing in on something like that. You know, especially when somebody else is leading the way, but. You know, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You know, it sounds like a bad thing, but it's not. You know, it's a negative way to frame it. But just to follow a trend, I don't think that's bad.
I want to talk about current state of songwriting real quick. But Dre, you wanted to ask about a movie real quick. What was it?
All right, I'm coming in. I got to hit all the buttons. All right, Scott, have you ever seen the? I think it's basically a documentary movie on whenever it was Jimmy Page, I think, The Edge, and Jack White. The movie was called This Might Get Loud, or It Might Get Loud.
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it.
Oh,
but I remember when it came out.
Okay, it came out around 2008, and I wanted to get your personal take on it. But hey, we can save that for next time.
More homework assignments, Scott. There you go. Come back and talk about what Lindsay went, and at the end of the whole thing, we'll be like, and now time for the movie review.
Yeah, I just want to talk about one moment in that movie that just blows my mind. That's such a beautiful moment. Is in the movie, like they all talk about their special riffs that they get, and I think it was. I'm not sure if it was Immigrant Song or which one it was, but he's sitting there doing the riff, and you see an Edge and Jack White just stare at him with just complete admiration and respect, and just seeing them, like, the Edge is almost like holding back a tear of excitement. And I was like, man, I just wanted to see if you saw that or heard that, but hey, man, next time.
No, but I can totally understand it. I mean, this is the guy they grew up, both of them grew up listening to, and gave them the direction of their lives, their calling, and just to see him play it in front of them, that's got to be a pretty incredible thing.
Oh yeah, because real quick, and I'll let y'all go. I'm sorry, I don't mean to bull rush the conversation, but it starts with Jack White literally making a guitar out of a bottle and a 2x4. So it sets the standards. But I'll get out of your hair. Thank you for that, Scott.
Yep.
So I was just thinking about with Jake Holmes. I was thinking about. And this is quite a stretch, but it came to my mind, the idea that, so Casey Musgraves here in country music, before she came on the scene, she wrote the song Mama's Broken Heart. Miranda Lambert ended up getting her hands on it, stealing it, depending on who you ask, and putting it out. And it was sort of a riff between them because Casey really wanted to release it. Same but different. Maren Morris first comes to Nashville. She wasn't wanting to be an artist. She wrote that song. She's been written several songs. She came in to be a songwriter and wrote songs for a lot of people. And then she wrote My Church, and her publisher was like, you have to release this. You need to be an artist. And she was sort of pushed into that. It wasn't her goal. It wasn't her intention. And it became a huge smash hit that put her on the map. But I was thinking about those kind of things as it pertained to Jake, and granted, both of those women I mentioned did go on to become household names themselves. But you know, sometimes the most influential figures in music aren't the headliners, as we know. They're the ones in the background who make these quiet shifts to the soundscape. Where does Jake Holmes fit in that category? And I guess, or who else would you put in that kind of unsung influencer list as it pertains to rock and roll?
Well, the people I would put in that list are really some of those great songwriting teams from the early to mid-'60s, like Jerry Goffin and Carole King. And then, of course, Carole King went on to be tremendous success in the 70s. But, for the first 10, 15 years of her career, she was just known as a songwriter. And then, you got Barry Mann and Cynthia Weil, and then Neil Sedaka and Howard Greenfield, Burt Bacharach and Hal David, people like that just really moved groups forward and influenced songwriters. And, you had the Animals and the Rolling Stones and, like Jerry Lieber and Mike Stoller, and, just cutting their songs, and Elvis and all that stuff. So those are the people I would put. Wouldn't put really Jake in that category with him because, he didn't really write any hit songs. But, he influenced, when you influence Led Zeppelin, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons, and Frank Sinatra, you've done something pretty good with your career. and you write their arguably their most groundbreaking, influential. I wouldn't say maybe not influential, but creative albums. That's saying something. And then to go on and be one of the preeminent jingle writers, in the 70s and 80s. That's a pretty good career. I would trade mine with him any day.
One of the other really great, and the other great thing about the article, as you guys can tell from the conversation, is that if you take all the bits and pieces that you've assembled here, the albums, the songs, some of the movies you make mention of, you could do a strange thing where you watch Rosemary's Baby. You could listen into the genuine article. You could listen to that, then watch Rosemary's Baby, then listen, to Watertown, and get this really weird sense of the world that we're kind of moving through at this point in regards to the cultural mores of the time, the energies of people, and all of this stuff is kind of lurking in here because Sinatra is coming out of his very contentious divorce with Mia Farrow when Watertown gets written. And they really write the music to the man, don't they? And it's all we got time for. I'll let you wrap up, get you the final word here. But they really do create something magnificent for Sinatra here, don't they?
Oh, it really was. The album is, it's a heartbreaking subject, but, it's Frank delivering it. So he makes it compelling with just his singing and his phrasing and this warm, rich baritone, he brings reality to the songs because he's going through it. And I don't even know if Jake really knew it at the time when he wrote it, because it's not like he wrote it with Frank and, around. And I don't know, I can't say what the tabloids were. He might have had some kind of knowledge of it, but, but Jake was really writing about his own experience because he had been divorced and he did, lose a child in the divorce and just writing from that perspective and to have a guy like Frank just bring raw authenticity to it was really powerful. And it's amazing. It was an album when it was released. It was another dud, at least in terms of sales, and has gone on to become recognized as one of his best albums.
Scott Shea, come to be recognized as one of our favorite guests. Come on, you can head on over to scottsheaauthor.com. That's SHEA, scottsheaauthor.com. Also find all his articles over at thestrangebrew.co.uk, but you can find out more on his website. Part 2 of this article is out now that we've been talking, and we're going to have him back because he has to watch a movie and look up one of an artist and dive deep for us. So we'll remind you of what we need from you, Scott.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much, per usual, for making the time for us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Road Gang Radio continues with all kinds.
All kinds.
And both kinds.
And both kinds.
Country and Western music's coming up your way, guys. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves and go to truckdown.com. You can avoid the wolves altogether in 50 states and 8 provinces since 97. They've been getting you on.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
Hey, girl.
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and Western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Oh, yeah.
She's a stretcher.
Yeah,
She's a twerker.
She's a twerker.
She's a twerk house. Guys, welcome back to your country and Western music news because, boys and girls, we celebrate. On this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
And on this show, we celebrate old kinds. We even celebrate the old people. On this show, we celebrate old
kinds. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. Multi-generational Western swing band, Asleep at the Wheel.
I thought you were going to say swinger band. I was like, yeah.
Hey, no, different show, guys.
Old people with creepy touches. Go ahead.
Old people touching people. What? That's weird.
Take it easy, pal. War's over.
We didn't get to the story on Tuesday, so we're going to dig into it now. So Asleep at the Wheel turned 55 years old this year. That band is 55 years old. Yee. They celebrated the release of their new album last week called Riding High in Texas. Yes, it's so good. The collection features 10 songs about the Lone Star State, including classic Jimmy Rogers, Guy Clark, and Charlie Daniels covers.
Never
Thank
heard
you,
of
Jesus.
them.
Right? Lyle Lovett and Billy Strings are both featured on this album.
Nope.
It also debuts the group's newest member, a fiddle player and vocalist Ian Stewart, which is pretty... I always find it so intriguing when bands that have been around a long time, obviously people pass away. And then when somebody steps into that shoe, it's stepped into those shoes. It's such a big deal. Like my friend Janae, who her longtime hero was the fiddle player from George Strait's Ace and the Whole Band. That was her icon, her mentor. And she loved him and he passed away and she was so devastated, but then she ended up getting the gig, and so now she's in George Strait's band, and like that's such an intriguing thing to me. So anyway, for Ian Stewart to step in as fiddle player and vocalist for Asleep at the Wheel, I know it's got to be a huge thing for him. So it's been a big year for Asleep at the Wheel, which they were inducted in the Texas Country Music Hall of Fame this month. I'm not sure how it took that long, and longtime band leader Ray Benson was asked about what can he attribute to why Asleep at the Wheel has been around for 55 years, Jim. I don't know how well you know Asleep at the Wheel's music, but just in general, for a band like that to sustain well for 55 years.
I would guess what I do know about them is an openness to actually incorporating new sounds and bringing new folks in.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I mean, being an open system always makes a big difference. Paging Chicago. Go ahead, please.
Ooh, I love Chicago so much. Well, Ray Benson, the band leader, said, we wanted to bring a Western swing back into the mainstream. Our first album we recorded back, and here's a little history on them. They recorded their first album back in 1973. He said, we got to Texas at the end of 73 and actually played it in Austin in February 74. The main song was Take Me Back to Tulsa, which is an epic Bob Wills song, of course. They were essentially focused on doing roots Americana music at the time, and this is before we were even talking about Americana, really, and the way that we talk about it now, at least. That includes so many things like Western swing, honky tonk, and then just regular old country and Western music with the flair that we like around here. He said when we hit Texas and put out Take Me Back to Tulsa, the response was so amazing because Bob Wills was huge. He was like Elvis back then. So we wanted to see a Western swing band, but we couldn't find one. This is cool, Jim. Couldn't find what they wanted to hear anywhere. So eventually they found the Rover Road Boys. They were playing at a honky tonk in Houston. And the folks who came wanted to hear what was playing on the radio. People wanted to hear the radio hits at that time. They were disappointed because it was this great Western swing band, but they weren't playing Western swing because the audience didn't want to hear it. So the audience came to hear the band, but then didn't want to hear what the band wanted to play. He said, so we just kept doing what we did, and I think that helped a lot. They stayed true to it, along with Merle Haggard, who's an inspiration for them in terms of the modern-day Western swingers. And then, Jim, by the early 80s, George Strait.
George
he was
Strait.
the king, man. He was putting Western swing songs on his albums. And boy, that just gave it a higher profile among the contemporary boys. So once again, George Strait, the king, a.k.a. my dad, paves the way for what's to come. George Strait paving the way for what's to come, Jim, one more time.
Well, that's the thing too, Lindsay. In regards to, goes back to the whole thing with with the band we're talking about, is that what you end up doing is, if you leave yourself open to the possibilities that are out there and follow your own muse, sometimes your audience will follow you, and sometimes they will follow you and not like what you're doing and eventually come around. But you got to do the thing you want to do, because you won't be any good on stage if you're being a pandering phony. That's it.
And sometimes they'll follow you, sometimes they won't, and new ones will show up and replace the ones who didn't follow you, and that's fine too.
Oh, I like your thinking there. I like what you're thinking. I like where you're
Make room for the new.
Who needs room for the new? Let's just get rid of the old and bring in the new. I'm not being funny. I mean, sometimes it's like, you know what, dude, if you're not going to come with me, I'm going to bring an electric guitar on stage at the Monterey Folk Festival. If you don't want to come, don't come. Fine, bye.
Bye.
Go on, please. Go on.
Okay, so, Jim, Ed Sheeran is officially moving across the pond.
I heard. I'm an American. He's going to become an American.
Well, what's funny about that, he says, I feel like I might be the only person moving to America.
By the way, by the way, I know people say that, the educated say that, everybody's coming. People are still coming to America.
That's his quote, not mine. He said it on a podcast I heard. But the Grammy winner, Ed Sheeran is a Grammy winner. He shared a few different outlets this week that he and his family are going to be relocating to the United States. He said, I'm just about to move there. He explained that his wife, Sherry, and their daughters, Lyra, who is 4, and Jupiter, Lyra and Jupiter are their kids' names, that are 4 and 2. They will be joining him. He said the move makes sense because he's going to be touring the U.S. for an extended period and going to tour there for a while. I have a family, so I can't dip in and out, he continued, so we're going to settle there, which is interesting, by the way. I wonder if that was a slip. Because if you go to Ed Sheeran's website, it doesn't list any upcoming U.S. tour dates, aside from a September 20th performance at the iHeartRadio Music Festival that is in Vegas. But
love me some iHeart. iHeart's terrific.
We love iHeart.
Best platform ever. Go on.
We love iHeart. But with his new album, Play, it's set to release, or it just came out. I'm sorry, what's today, the 14th? Just came out 2 days ago. So I guess the tour could follow. But I wonder if I wonder if that was a slip, because he said, I'm going to be touring the U.S., so my family should probably be there, but yet a tour hasn't been announced. So I don't know. Go figure. Do what you want. But he didn't disclose what part of the country that he will call home. But he has previously shared his admiration for Nashville, and he says he's going to transition into country. He says when you transition to country, you cannot transition back. We're going to talk about this in a second, Jim, because I want your take. But he was on Alex Cooper's show, Call Her Daddy, this week, and he said Nashville is my favorite city in the States, and it's always been my end goal to move to Nashville and transition to country. Now, he also just not a couple months ago performed at Tootsie's, and which, of course, shut down the whole strip. I'm curious that take, because okay, there's two things going on here. There's a difference. There's people like, Beyonce right now, and who are like dipping their toe in country. I don't think Beyonce's ever going to say, I'm a country artist. She's dipping her toe in when Taylor dipped out. There's people who dip in and have stints in country music. But this is the first person I've heard say, I'm leaving pop. I'm going to completely change my genre, go to country. And once I do that, I can never go back. I find that interesting. I don't disagree, but I think there's ways to do everything. This tells me that that his music, and I hope this is the case, is going to, even though I love his pop music, but this tells me it's going to be a little unrecognizable when you hear his music. Like he is, especially with the Grammys introducing the traditional country sound. I wonder, or category, I wonder if he's going to completely shift, go full traditional country, and completely leave the pop and the loop station behind.
It's interesting, too, because I didn't know that part of the story when I first kind of dug into it. And I thought, that makes a lot of sense. I said, I bet Sheeran's going to go more in an Americana direction. There's a very distinctive sound. And by the way, Americana's got roots in a lot of black performers from the 1960s, and the Flying Burrito Brothers, and the Grateful Dead. But as it's become its own genre, he actually seems to suggest, given the way he sings and the kind of songs that he writes, that he'll make an easy transition to Americana. What I'm wondering is if the album he produces is country. That's what I'm
That's
really.
what he's saying. He has
I mean,
never used the word Americana. He has only used the word country.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if like it comes out and he, not that he's going to change his voice, but I'm interested to see. I mean, if he's going to be, playing in country. I mean, is he going to be like?
No, certainly he won't come to bro country.
But I don't mean, but not just bro country, but a sense of where, distinctly like where you look. People listen to Beyonce's song, and people listen and like, look, I like Shabuzi, and it really has a nice kind of, Shinola kicker feel to it, but it's very distinctively him. I'm kind of curious if, in fact, there's stuff you listen to, you're like, that's country. Like, that's country. It's kind of like that thing that Oliver Wendell Holmes said about pornography. I don't know what it is, but I know it when I see it. And there's a certain sound, and you've alluded to this, Lindsay, where you're like, that's country. I mean, that is not like a hybrid. That is not something. That is not Bruce Springsteen changing his tempo. That's country. And I'm really now curious if he's going to release something where I go, holy moly.
Well,
holy moly.
He can do two things. He can either, Jim, just release country, like to your point, and be like, I hear it and I know that's country, or he steps in and creates kind of his whole own genre, which would be, I think it's one or two that he does to stand out.
That's where my money is.
Of course, it's where.
But it might be because people do this. It's the whole point of the movie The Nightmare Before Christmas, where you simply step out and try to do something that you're not capable of doing, or that people think you're not capable of doing, just to go out there and learn. He's so rich that he can go out there and fail to figure out what he can take from that and then bring it back to his own work. There's all kinds of possibilities here. It's exciting stuff.
I think it is exciting too. I can't wait to hear what he does, because I saw him at Mile High Stadium in Denver, and he came out for almost 3/4 of the show. It was just him and a loop pedal, and he was explaining to you what he's doing, that he's building these loops, and that he erases it at the end of every night, so everything is fresh and new. And he filled that dang stadium all by himself. Finally, they introduced a band that came out toward the end, and that was awesome too. But he is a wildly talented songwriter, musician, singer, and so to your point, even if he fails, he'll bob and weave till he figures it out, but it's going to be cool, I think, to see what he does. I also think it's cool to see what happens on Truckin' with Oida today, as every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, Truckin' with Oida hits the scene with us, our favorite produced show in all of trucking and transportation. Truckin' with Oida, Ashley and Scott will be joining us here in about 17 or so minutes. Jim, what are they going to be talking about?
Road rumors happen, but that's exactly why they are called rumors until they are confirmed. Rumors. The latest involves the state of Nebraska, CDLs, and the country of Kenya. What is that going to be about? Scott and Ashley are setting the record straight with the help of Tyson Fisher and Mark Schwemmer, both of whom are baseball fans and pop music fans and country and western music fans of Landline Magazine. And they'll be covering the other news that's making headlines of late, from the highway bill and the broken data queue system to tariffs, an exemption request, and a new regulatory agenda that puts broker transparency action a little further off. And by the way, Jay Grimes talked about that yesterday. We'll get the different take from the ink-stained wretches that are Tyson Fisher and Mark Schwemmer as Scott and Ashley arrive for Trucking with Oida.
Bam. Can't wait to hear that. Yeah, Trucker Bosun over in the chat just said, Darius Rucker comes to mind. He's not wrong. Darius went from Hootie and the Blowfish. He left pop or alternative rock, whatever you want to call that, adult contemporary.
Frat rock,
and it came over, and Darius has stayed in the country vein. Darius he's definitely pop country. Yes, Trucker Bosun, that does make sense, but he's not, he's pop country. He's stayed there. To Bosun's point, he has stayed there. And it's not gone back. So you aren't wrong. Okay, the next two stories I want to touch on include both country music and NFL football, baby.
Dun, 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 bum, 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 bum.
Boom. I had a meeting yesterday, and I was talking about football, and the girl goes, "You really know a lot about football." And I was like, "I don't. You just don't know anything about it." So it makes me sound like I know a lot. And she was like, "Why do you like football so much?" And she goes, "I'd love to come over and watch a game since you have people over." She said, "But I wouldn't want to be watching." And I said, "I don't like sit there with my hands at my face, like and get all in the game." I said, "If it's I'll watch it, but I can also be social." And I said, why I love football, because it signals to me fall. That's why I think it's the signal. It's the fall signal And then I do also love the sport, but it's the signal of, okay, it's time for sweatshirts, even though it's going to be 90 here next week. It's time for sweatshirts and fires and cozy. Yes, exactly. Leaves on the ground. Carrie Underwood returned to Sunday Night Football last weekend.
Saw it.
Kicking off her 13th season as the voice of the show's iconic opening, which is sort of mind-blowing. Her performance of I've Been Waiting All Day for Sunday Night, it premiered ahead of the Ravens-Bills playoff rematch during the which, by the way, talk about a game.
Holy moly Murgatroyd.
Good Lord. And I stayed up to the bitter end of that, which I don't normally do. And Jim, when the game kicked off, it's funny, I had a dear friend pass away back in July, and he was the biggest Bills fan you've ever known, I've ever met in my life. And so when that game kicked off, I knew that but I also Lamar Jackson is my quarterback on my fantasy. So I was like, crap, I want the Bills to win for Kurt, but I really need Lamar Jackson to have an epic game. Both things happen. Lamar killed it. My fantasy team won. The Bills won for Kurt. It was a good day. It was a great game.
Oh, my God, Lindsay, it was insane. It was literally, it's like, I think we should have some must-see TV. I mean, 4 minutes and change left to go. The Bills are down by 15, and Josh Allen goes, is there a phone booth around here? Well, why do you need a phone booth? I gotta get my cape, man. Let's just do this right now. And then, by the way, are you going to talk about Pittsburgh and the Jets really quickly? I saw the funniest thing that made me think of you. Somebody made a video of it's a guy playing Aaron Rodgers, and this guy goes, Aaron Rodgers, wake up. Leave me alone. I'm in this terrible place. I've lost my superpowers. We have this mushroom. If you take it, your superpowers will return. Let me tell you the side effects. He goes, never mind. Give me the mushroom. And he shoves it in his mouth. He goes out. He leaves the building going screaming, I must face the Jets. I must face them right now. And he goes running out the door. Yeah, so big day for the NFL on Sunday. Outstanding games. Aaron Rodgers.
I like that the drug-induced Aaron Rodgers made you think of me. I appreciate that.
Well, I know you like him sitting in the dark dropping some mushrooms. Dude, did you see that?
Love it.
Did you see him play? I'm sorry, I know you got stuff to talk about. Did you see him in that game, dude? Did you see Aaron Rodgers?
Dude.
Oh, my God, 4 touchdowns. Oh, by the way, I still got it. Get out of Daddy's way.
Where's my ayahuasca ceremony? Gets out of my way now.
Go on.
Well, the reason I want to talk about Carrie, I know there's naysayers out there. They're like, why is Carrie Underwood always being the face of it? First of all, she's hot. She can sing her butt off, and she's dedicated. She's fun. She loves it. But I want to say a quick side note about Carrie Underwood, because I mentioned this before, but she goes to the same church I go to, and she just sang again in church last weekend. That's like the 3rd time she's sang in church in the past 2 months. And I bring that up. They never announce her. She goes to all 3 services. She sings in the choir with everybody. Yes, she comes forward and does a solo, and it's always so moving. And I went up to her after church on Sunday. I had been having a couple of tough days, and I just sat there and cried in church while Carrie was singing. Just cried over and over and over. And she was hands in the air, like hugging other people in the choir, not making it about her whatsoever, which is a really big deal. The church doesn't make it about her. They love on everyone in that congregation just as much as her. And she was just kind of standing alone on the stage. And I went up and I just said, thank you so much for being here. I needed to hear your voice this morning. And she winked at me, and Carrie goes, God, didn't that just aren't you ready to start the week? And I was like, no, I'm really not. But I'm still glad you sang. Thank you. No, not really, but thank you. But it's very cool that she does that.
Do you, by the way, if you ever come down here, do you ever want to sing in a Catholic church?
Sure.
I know Vance Verison, my good friend. He's got an amazing voice, but he also has a sausage company. But he runs the choir at it's
#balance.
#New Orleans. He literally is like, he runs the choir over Transfiguration, which is a multi-ethnic, multi-racial church. So you have to imagine a Catholic church with a black choir.
Ooh, that's the kind of Catholic church I can get on board. Somebody got some soul.
We got some soul in there, and he'll be like, "Hey, Vance, let the lady sing." Okay, I'll take care of it, Jimmy. I'll take care of it.
Yeah,
Get you in there. Get you in there.
And then I'd like some of his sausage later.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
So anyway, Carrie, back to Carrie Underwood singing in the NFL. That's what we were talking about, right? I get confused sometimes.
We were. Bum 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 bum.
Her opening features at the for season 13. It's a brand new video. showing her backstage. She steps into an elevator, makes her big entrance, and she's surrounded by the cheerleaders and the background performers. And then she steps on with, all the flashing lights, whatever. And for last week's, it was, of course, the Ravens and the Bills. They're interwoven throughout the sequence. I think it's so cool how they constantly update these. I do love watching that. It gets me very excited to watch the game. It's cool. And according to the New York Times, Carrie Underwood, she recorded the vocals. I think this is interesting for the new opening over the summer here in Nashville. And she said that she laid down 80 different variations of the song. Each with a different little subtle lyric changes. Like, for instance, one version, she shortened Jacksonville Jaguars to the Jags. Another, she added the before Dolphins, referencing the Miami Dolphins, of course. And she says it's just all about the flow and resonance, but you got it. Sometimes things are wonky and clunky. So she makes all these different ones. She's got to say something, she's got to name every team. So it makes sense that she'd have all these different versions. It's pretty cool when you think about it. Again, one more thing, people just watch it every Sunday and think this huge production just shows up magically on my TV.
Just happening.
Oh my God. So much went into that just happening for you. Carrie Underwood also shot the new Sunday Night Football opening at the Resorts World Theater in Las Vegas, which is where she's made history, by the way, with her record-breaking residency there. It's in its third year. And she sold out shows still through April 25, and it stands as the longest-running Las Vegas residency by a solo female country artist ever.
Dun. She is an NFL entity unto herself.
She is pretty cool. She will return to Sunday Night Football this Sunday when the Falcons take on the Minnesota Vikings. Let's go, yo.
I hate everybody. What a great game to watch. I hate
Lamar
both
Jackson.
Of them. He's not. That's not him.
Oh, I said the Vikings. Gosh, I just forgot.
Ravens? It's Ravens?
Ravens.
Oh,
No. Ravens were last week. Sorry. I'm confused at what I just said. Falcons, Vikings this week. Ravens, Bills were last week. Get it together, Lawler. Okay, speaking of NFL, Terry Bradshaw.
Dun.
He's such a douchebag, but God bless him. He's a country music singer. Question mark?
Have you seen his earlier video? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. I'm excited.
You can come back to that 1 second. Hold that thought. So through his lifetime, Jim, Terry Bradshaw, he's worn many hats, quite literally. Of course, his helmet on the field, his flat cap as a broadcaster, and his cowboy hat. So believe it or not, Terry Bradshaw once released his own country music album in 1976. It was titled I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry. Ripoff. The project itself climbed into the top 100 country albums chart, and his cover of Hank Williams' song, I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry, it peaked at number 17 on the country music Billboard chart. Now, Jim, this is pretty impressive, especially considering he released the album right in the midst of his playing career. He played 14 seasons in the NFL from 1970 to 83 and casually put out country music during that time as well. What video were you going to ask?
I've just seen him sing. I mean, he actually can carry a tune.
He can carry a tune.
You notice I said that, though. You notice I didn't say, hey, because a lot of people out there who are like, hey, he can sing. I'm like, no, he can carry a tune. I can carry a tune. That doesn't mean I can sing. It's not the same thing, folks.
Correct.
And a lot of people confuse him. He's also a really bad actor in the movie Hooper with Burt Reynolds.
Welcome back to the Terry Bradshaw, what he's kind of okay at segment.
You know what he's great at, though? Throwing a football a gazillion yards and having incredible guts when his head gets bashed in by some really tough guys who didn't play by the rules they play by now these days. So God bless. If Terry wants to sing, God bless him.
Let the man sing. Let the man sing. All these years later, Terry Bradshaw is still very much a fan of country music. He leans toward the classics, but he doesn't discount any. So the latest example, both kinds, all kinds. The latest example of that came at the music festival last week. It's called Bourbon and Beyond. It's actually a very cool music festival in Louisville, Kentucky. And he got up. There was the Fork and Flask stage, which is a stage dedicated to culinary entertainment. And he comes up. There's a show called Family Cookin'. So it was Terry Bradshaw and Chef Noah Hester. Do you know who Noah Hester is? The chef.
I actually
do. Tattooed beard.
Yeah, he's like
guy.
It's Bro Chef. Yeah, he's Bro Chef.
Bro Chef, totes Bro Chef. He's also, by the way, Terry Bradshaw's son-in-law, so that helped. Together, the two prepared a meal.
Brad Chef. Sorry.
Brat chef, yeah. They prepared a meal from a family recipe. They crafted cocktails. And then Terry took it upon himself to sing for everybody, whether they wanted it or not. I have the mic. I have the stage. You will listen to me. That's the other way to become a singer.
And by the way, at the end of the night, he turned to the band and said, I'm so lonesome I could cry. You going to sing that next? No, everybody's left. I'm just lonesome. Go ahead,
you should cry. You're making us all cry. So he did sing. It wasn't terrible. It started out kind of wonky. Toward the end, you can hear a few kind of crooner notes stay in, but I'll just say, if I'm going to listen to Cold Cold Heart by Hank Williams, I'm going to listen to Cold Cold Heart by Hank Williams.
I understand.
That's all I'm saying.
What I heard of Bradshaw back in the day, he's the kind of guy that had he gotten lessons, he would have been like the uncle who gets up there and sings and everybody goes, oh, that's fantastic, man. You should have done that. Yeah, I should have. That's about as good as Terry would ever get.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think that's fair. He's the uncle that everybody says, man, he's actually good.
Don't quit your day job, Terry.
I hate that expression.
I do too. Finally, on this day in country music history, two things pop up here, guys. In
and
1930,
can be true. Sorry.
Two things can be true. On this day in Saratoga, Texas, George Jones was born. Thank you, Jesus. The country music singer has scored more than 150 hits during his career, both as a solo artist and in duets with other artists. He married Tammy Wynette in 1969 and has had 15 U.S. #1 country hits, is celebrated by some of fans as the hard-drinking, fast-living, spiritual son of his idol, Hank Williams. Jones missed so many engagements that he gained the nickname No Show Jones. He died on the 26th of April at the age of 81 in 2013. Also today, by the way, in 1966, Loretta Lynn released You Ain't Woman Enough to Take My Man, which became her first #1 album on the U.S. Hot Country charts. It was released in May 1966, and it became Loretta Lynn's biggest hit up to that point. We love you, Loretta. We love you, George Jones. We love you, traditional country. That, folks, is your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio, because, boys, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds!
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds!
And on this show, we celebrate Trucking with OIDA, which is coming up next, so don't you go nowhere, because they're going to tell it like it is.
Tyson Fisher, Mark Schwemmer, and, of course, Scott and Ashley setting the record straight, putting an end to rumors on Trucking with OIDA. Dre, hit that music for me, brother. Get me out of here.
Get me out of here!
This has been Road Gang Radio. Its executive producers are Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler. Its technical senior producer is Andre Thibodeau, with a big old assist from Madison with a T. Hope you guys will join us next week as the party continues with Nemo Nation coming your way, followed by an entire week of Road Gang Radio. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you, Jimmy Mack. Thank you, Road Gangers. Be well. Get home safe.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Len Company.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
And we are joined by Tyson Fisher and Mark Schrimmer of Landline Magazine. And before we dive into much of the news of the day, week,
months,
news,
all the news. We're going to hit all the news.
It is National... I want to say Nintendo Day, but I know Nintendo is like a specific brand. Yeah.
You're the
gaming?
Ashley, you're the perfect person to cue this up because you clearly are in tune with
I mean,
how
are you
celebrating?
Because
you seem really into
That's what it is.
Isn't it video game day?
Yeah, video game day.
Gaming,
National Video Game Day. Yeah. So
welcome.
Yes,
we don't have
welcome.
We have a nice. We have a couple Switch 2s for you on your way out as parting gifts.
Oh, sweet. That's excellent.
PS5. If you're so
I think I stopped at the Sega Genesis. So if you get that.
I think like a Super Nintendo was my
we
last
have-
one.
do we have Sonic Hedgehog?
Really?
I was
No,
never
no.
good. I sucked at video games so hard.
Really?
I just never really played.
You don't have to be good at them though to enjoy them.
It's not fun when you're not.
Well, I guess that's true.
Well, this is different because this is back in the days where it was just like a linear game. You didn't have that
Yeah.
interactive thing to where like open world stuff. Like that sounds cool now.
Yeah.
Didn't have that because
Like Final Fantasy and all that stuff.
So
You
I
can
could probably
get into it now.
I could probably get into it now. I just don't. No, I don't have time. So
Yeah. Mark, you're not a video gamer either.
I like the sports games. I actually
Madden.
did play. I did play Madden
Yeah.
on PlayStation and that sort of thing. And then obviously Super Mario Brothers and all that stuff.
Sure.
Tecmo Bowl, Bo Jackson, Unstoppable.
I was just gonna say, as coming from the Raiders fan, that
Yeah,
probably felt pretty good.
That was the one time that it felt good to be a Raiders fan.
Yeah. I do the same thing. I'll play Madden, play some Fortnite. My son's always playing on his computer though, the different games, the Roblox games, and that's the kind of the way I think kids are going now.
I think one of the biggest adjustments in moving to America from Canada, I would say Super Mario. And I was quickly
Is that
corrected by my
is that
husband.
a Canadian
I don't
thing
know
or is
if
that
that's
an
a
Ashley
Canadian
thing?
thing or a Ashley thing.
Okay.
But I think Mario is, that's a name. Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah, it's a
No, I
name.
think it might be a Canadian. I don't know.
Mario.
So how do you say his brother's name?
Luigi?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all on
All right.
But yeah, that's where I
That's
stopped.
the
And
Amer-
actually, a couple years for Christmas, I got like a handheld one. And yeah, no, it was.
A Game Boy?
Game
Or
Boy.
a
No,
Switch?
not a Game Boy. It's like
a Switch.
It's
Oh,
similar.
one
No,
of those,
not
like,
a Switch.
knockoff,
No, it's
one of those knockoff ones.
Yeah. And anyway, I beat it. Wow. I think a couple years ago when I went to Matt's, I was pumped. I was on the way home in the van. Everyone's asleep. And I'm like, I just beat this.
We got a lot of questions about why Ashley was in the corner of the Kentucky Expo just
Why did we
playing
send her to
video
Matt's?
games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was in the car.
It's also National High Five and Hug Day.
So we're all going to give each other a hug.
Okay. How'd that go in 2020?
Yeah. Both things I think would have been frowned upon.
It was the Air
right?
Five, National Air Five Day. Wasn't that a thing for a while there during the pandemic? Like Air Fives?
Fives,
Wasn't that
yeah.
a thing? Am I making that
Fist, I feel like fist bumps.
That's
got
where fist
more
bumps,
popular.
yeah.
Fist bumps? That's
Yeah.
how they started?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Bash Brothers.
Oh, sure.
Oakland
yeah.
days back in the day.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's our show for
Yeah.
today, everybody.
Sweet.
Thanks for tuning in. No, well, you said that, Ashley. We've got a lot of news
Yeah,
actually
we
to
do.
get to, so we should probably get to it here. And we're going to try to cover as many bases as we can. Obviously, Ashley, you and I talk about the news pretty often here, but Tyson and Mark live it. They're living it.
Yes.
They're breathing it.
You're breathing it, yes.
They're on their phones, not playing video games at
I think I need to see
midnight.
my doctor if I'm breathing it.
We're going to tie. This is actually an intervention, Mark. If you could just go have a seat over there, and we're all going to give our testimony. No, let's start with the highway bill, because this is something that we have talked about numerous times. I know you have covered it in numerous ways, Mark. I think it's important, though, before we kind of talk about some of these issues that are popping up and will continue to pop up over the coming months. Again, we talk about the highway bill a lot. I don't think we talk enough about what it means, what the implications are, and why I think we talk about it so much, because it really is something that can shape years upon years of policy, right?
Oh,
and
100%.
with trucking, this is a huge deal.
So back at I believe it was a Senate hearing not too long ago, OIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh referred to the highway bill as the Super Bowl of trucking, and I suggest that actually is kind of underselling it, because it's really like if a Super Bowl was only played once every 5 years.
It's like the World Cup.
Yeah.
But
plus
we were the rest
plus
of the
one
world,
more year.
if we were the rest of the world that actually
Is it like Olympics
enjoyed
plus one?
soccer,
Yeah.
But every 5 years,
Yeah,
I get your point.
we will in Kansas City next year.
That's
though.
right.
We
Yeah,
will.
that's
but,
right.
But so it is a huge deal. It sets so many policies and really kind of the agenda of what DOT is going to have to do in the next administration. They're going to kind of set the tone and those policies, whether there's going to be new mandates and all of these sort of things, coming across. This highway bill does it. And I understand that when I write about it, people look at and they probably see that, that it's expiring in September of 2026.
Yeah,
and think,
a year from now. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, that's a year from now. But all of these things, all of the groundwork, all of the work from OIDA and also from opposing groups on certain issues such as ATA or, Transportation Intermediaries Association or, some of the truck safety groups, things that they might want. That's all being done now and really for the past year. And so we see all of these standalone bills that, usually aren't going to make it on their own.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons they're introduced is for a time like this, because maybe, the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, it has not passed as a standalone bill, but this is a perfect time to attach it. That same thing for bills that you might not want, like increase to truck size and weight. It's a perfect time to just attach it, in this gigantic bill that I doubt anybody actually reads from cover to cover, but
we've had lawmakers admit to not reading the bills cover to cover.
Yeah. So it really, it does. You really can't undersell how important it is.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And again, we're a year away, but these conversations are happening now. And to your point, those conversations aren't just, in rooms like this. They are the lobbyists for different groups that are talking to lawmakers and lawmakers' staff, and they're kind of trying to grease the skids here. To get their stuff
and
going.
ATA and some of those groups, the mega carriers, have been telling for years and years that there's a driver shortage, which is why they need A, B, and C, need all of these certain things like increasing truck size and weights or lowering the driving age to 18 for interstate, all of these sort of things. So they are working behind the scenes right now, and they have been for years on issues like this.
And truck parking, Tyson, obviously this is what you live and breathe.
It is.
It's truck parking. And we've talked a lot about truck parking in the past couple of weeks for a different reason here. But Mark, you mentioned the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. We have seen momentum in the past. How many times has the bill been reintroduced now? 3, maybe 2 times?
I think 3.
At least 3,
At
if
least
not
3.
4.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've seen it reintroduce, and every time it feels like it picks up a little more momentum and a few more co-sponsors and more people know about it. But really, to Mark's point, this is the easiest glide path to getting that into law.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it's just like anything in Congress or for any topic, it's just so hard to pass individual bills. It's just, the wheels of government turn ever so slowly, as we are aware. So as you pointed out, the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, each year it just gets more and more prominent, more people sign on. It gets further along the process for the individual bill, but it never quite gets to the finish line. And so, yes, something like this, the highway bill, like this is it. This is a great opportunity. And the way to get it done is just how we do with individual bills. Is you contact your lawmakers who's saying, hey, this can be included in this package that you'll be considering. So maybe, maybe do that.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, these are the points that OIDA has been making too, right? In comments as well on the issues that they want to see passed. And there are a lot of issues. I forget how long the the comment was that OIDA sent. I think it was long.
Yeah,
right?
maybe 14 pages,
14
18
yeah, I think
pages, something.
I think that's what I read
like
on
that.
landline.media. Yeah.
I did read that cover to cover.
Yes,
by
I
the way.
know.
Yeah.
I know you did. I know you. We read your blog. I know. We know. Yeah. So I mean, this is something obviously that OIDA is going to be working on here for the next several months, and we'll see. But to your point, put some pressure on these people.
Yep. Yeah, and I will say, because I know we mentioned some of the opposing groups on here. This is one that's nice that we do have so many groups that are all saying, whether it's truck safety groups or saying that we need more truck parking, ATA, TIA, like pretty much every group out there that you would think that involved in trucking realizes that this is a major issue and need.
Yep, for sure.
Let's get into a road rumor going around, brought upon for good reason regarding the state of Nebraska and the country of Kenya, and an agreement and tie-in with trucking. Tyson, what is the story with that?
There's a lot to unpack here. So, I mean, a lot of this started on social media, where there was kind of just rumors that, that the state of Nebraska signing a deal with Kenya to bring in truck drivers from there. So, long story short, that's not exactly what happened, but it's not far from what happened. So real quick, let's go back to last year. Here's what we do know, okay? So we do know that last year, some government officials from Kenya did meet with Warner at Warner headquarters in Omaha, Nebraska. Warner has acknowledged that. What they had told me in the statement that we received from them is that that was part of a standard trade mission visit. No commitments were made. There was basically nothing happened from that meeting. They just had a discussion and that was it. Since that meeting, nothing has happened since. So, but that did happen last year. That brings us to what happened very recently, where the Secretary of State in Nebraska did in fact sign a memorandum of understanding with Kenya dealing with basically like a labor agreement. But it wasn't just labor, it was a cultural thing. There's a thing, I don't know if you're familiar, called diaspora. If you're not familiar with that is basically the spreading of a country's population away from their homeland. So in this case, Kenyans going to America or elsewhere to start their life or whatever. So there's this huge movement in Kenya to do that, and Nebraska is just taking kind of a part of that movement. It's trade, it's cultural, it's a lot of things. But here's one thing it is not. It does not explicitly mention truck drivers in the Memorandum of Understanding.
Which is what the rumors kind of alluded to.
Which is exactly what the rumors are doing. But then, because Warner had a meeting with Kenyan officials last year, people are connecting those dots. It's exactly right. That's it is very coincidental. I will admit that. It looks that way. It absolutely does. But from what I've heard from Warner is that, yes, they had the meeting last year, but nothing came of it. Yes, that memorandum of understanding was signed by the state and the country, but Warner said they had no part of that whatsoever, like none. Like they weren't even consulted with that, But yes, truck drivers are not mentioned. So where the confusion gets, where it gets confusing is that so local news sources in Kenya are reporting that the discussions that were happening during that meeting, that this memorandum of understanding was meant to target truck drivers. So I guess
to bring them over, and
to train them, and then of course following all immigration laws, visa laws, CDL laws. I mean, all that would be followed, but to have some pathway for Kenyan truck drivers to, drive here in America, specifically to fill Nebraskan truck driving jobs, and this is all based on the idea. This is where
that's where we're going. This
is based on the idea that there is a truck driver shortage, which, these, again, this is all based on the news sources in Kenya, but they're saying that, they're saying there's a truck driver shortage. They have they have said that the Secretary of State has suggested there is a driver shortage in Nebraska, at least. So that's kind of where the confusion gets in. But again, this was all based on discussions that were had during the meeting. The memorandum itself does not mention truck drivers. So now there's a question of, well, is the, I don't know, it's the behind the scenes thing, or is it
handshake agreement or something?
Or is the intent, I guess, of the MOU is to bring in truck drivers. Now, everyone's denying that. First of all, Warner is not involved with the MOU, okay? But for those who are involved, I'm still waiting to hear back from the Kenyan officials, but I have heard back from the Secretary of State. And basically what they're telling me is that, again, this is an agricultural thing, like the agricultural industry as a whole, not necessarily truck drivers. They did not dismiss, or they did not say that truck drivers would not be targeted.
Yeah.
They're just saying that's not necessarily what the MOU says. And so they're not denying it. They're not confirming it. It could be a possibility. The only person who's denying any involvement, of course, is Warner.
Yeah.
And they have said, as a matter of fact, go back to social media. I think Derek Leathers is his name. He's the CEO. He has explicitly said that basically he said, we did not, do not, and will not work to bring drivers in from foreign countries on visas or otherwise. So pretty much a very firm statement. It's like, we are not doing this.
The timing of this rumor and this MOU, this memorandum of understanding, really could not have come at a, I guess, less convenient time or less, charged atmosphere or more charged atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? But that strikes me that this one story, and we talked about this before, Mark, about just the internet and social media and how you've got one story, and it seems like Kenya, the media in Kenya have kind of picked up on this and kind of started this ball rolling, right?
Yeah.
But it has taken on a different life on social media because there are so many conversations out there about this and a lot of emotion.
Yeah, I mean, it's very multi-layered. And again, a lot of it I could completely understand how some of these conclusions have been drawn. A lot of the dots seem to connect, But, when I really dig into it, it doesn't look to be that way. Now, again, this MOU absolutely could be used to recruit truck drivers. Warner may not do it, but that doesn't mean anyone else, another carrier in Nebraska couldn't do it. And again, Nebraska's not denying that it could be used for that. So, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, this has nothing to do with truck drivers. That's just certainly not true. It's just that officially it's not explicitly targeting truck drivers. But again, we'll see how it works out because, if this catches a fire and, you have the Secretary of State kind of under pressure, especially considering the political environment when it comes to immigration. He's a Republican, there's a whole lot of layers here. This can go any which way. But again, what we do know is truck drivers not explicitly targeted, although it seems from local media reports in Kenya that was an important part of the discussion that was being had. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a reminder, check verified sources with this. Because initially we saw the story and there were links to internet sites in Kenya that were reporting it. And you've got to do some due diligence and figure out,
dig a little deeper.
Dig deeper and try to figure out what actually is going on. And Tyson, to your credit, that's what you do. And you do it well.
I tried. Thank you,
and
sir.
you do it
And he
very
breathes
well.
it.
And he lives it. He breathes it.
I mostly ate this one.
You mostly ate this one. All right, that's good to know. We'll ask how it tasted, I guess, later. But let's get into not breaking news. The data queue system. It is broken, Mark Schirmer.
Yeah, I like to make that into a smoothie.
All right, sounds good. A data queue smoothie. Yeah. All right, very good. To FMCSA's credit, they're looking at this issue. They're listening to people. They're getting feedback about how to improve this. We do have some new developments on this, but the process itself continues to chug along.
Yeah, and they had taken comments in, and OIDA has stayed pretty firm in its stance that you said that the process is broken. They give some credit to the agency for trying to fix it, but a big complaint, and then you hear from drivers, individual drivers as well, is the appeals process, and we've talked about it before of this idea that if, just think if our court system worked that way, you thought a judge gave you a bad ruling, so you go to the appeals court and they're sitting in front of you, the same judge.
Yeah, yeah.
And wait a second. What do we think they're going to say? And they're like, yeah, what?
Do they have a twin? Is this their twin? Even that seems unfair.
But that is what has happened with the data queue. A lot of the times is the person that issued the original ticket. When you go for the appeal, it's the same person going, no, there's a reason I issued the ticket, and they just do the same thing. Yeah. So obviously, that is not a good process. It's one of the many reasons that it is broken. And I think, this just, I think maybe a complete overhaul would probably be good, but I think right now the agency is kind of doing kind of baby steps, the process to make it better.
Yeah, and I suppose the question is, what does that look like? And we don't really know at this point.
No, they don't have everything mapped out. I mean, I think we got a series of comments in here recently, and they will and I can't remember because there's so many different comment periods that we've had lately. I'm trying to remember the amount. I know on the highway bill we just had close to 3,000 on this one, but they will go through, they will take all of these comments, and I think they'll use them to kind of figure out what it's going to look like.
Yeah, OIDA has been on this train for quite a while. They did file, the association did file comments and essentially said kind of what you're talking about there, that the system is broken and calling for an overhaul.
Yeah.
But any other highlights from the comments there that kind of stood out to you?
No. I mean, like I said, I think it's basically just creating fairness in the process. If a driver thinks that they had a bad report, or sometimes there's inconsistency with it, it needs to be done faster, more timely. We need to fix it, and we need to create a fair process for them to be looked at and get those bad reports out of there.
Yeah.
Switching over to tariffs, they were on, off, then they were on, and then they were off.
Then they were on.
And now the
now
courts
maybe they're off.
are throwing some more uncertainty on the whole thing. We had a federal appeals court at one point ruling that the president's tariffs policy was unlawful, but the Supreme Court will have the final say. Tyson, where are we with all this?
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Solve this for us, Tyson.
Oh, sure. Yeah. It's very easy.
Okay.
So, yes, as you mentioned, the latest news is that the a federal appeals court has upheld a lower court's decision finding that certain tariffs are unlawful. So specifically, it is the tariffs that were imposed on Canada, China, and Mexico, and then the big universal reciprocal tariffs. So basically, the bulk of the tariffs. The ones that are not affected are some like the tariffs that are set specifically on industries or materials, like the vehicle one, steel and aluminum. Those are unaffected by it, but the big ones. I mean, so that really matters here. So yeah, they decided it's unlawful. So that's where we're at. It does not stop the tariffs, and so the court's decision was that although we find it to be unlawful, we cannot have a nationwide injunction, and that's because on a different case, the Supreme Court kind of ruled that universal injunctions should be very limited. So they are ongoing right now. So the tariffs are intact, right? But the stage has been set to where they might get struck down. So yeah, where are we at? The Supreme Court is where we're at. They have agreed to, not only have they agreed to hear the case, but they are also expediting it. They will hear oral arguments in like the first week of November, I think. That is an extraordinarily fast pace for the Supreme Court to do anything. That's really worth noting. So the Supreme Court finds this to be a pretty important thing to address, and I agree, it really is. And so, we're back in a holding pattern, which is kind of where we've been since, I don't know, March at least. So, to your point, it's been on again, off again, on again, off again. So it's like, how does this affect the freight market is another question. And I think that some of the people who I've talked to says this won't do much to affect the freight market because at this point in time, the markets, the businesses, we are so accustomed.
They've adjusted to the uncertainty and
the one thing that is this is kind of a weird statement. The one thing that is certain is the uncertainty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's deep.
So,
sure.
So think about that.
Death, taxes, and
uncertainty.
The uncertainty.
Of tariffs, but they have adjusted. I think most businesses, like, they have done all the front loading that they can do, and they just know that it can change at the flip of the hat. So they've adjusted to that reality. Whatever happens in November, so whatever whatever the Supreme Court decides, I mean, that might be it. That might allow businesses to make decisions weeks and months in a year or above to plan accordingly. So that uncertainty might stop with the Supreme Court in November.
You need to probably bold and italicize and underline the word might in that sentence.
Right.
Because I don't think we don't have any idea as to, number one, what they're going to rule, but I don't think we have any idea what it's going to look like either way, based on what they decide. Obviously, if they decide to uphold it, I think it's a pretty safe bet that the tariffs will remain in place the way they are. If they rule against it, I'm not sure that there aren't other mechanisms that the administration is going to try to use to impose those tariffs.
And there are. So, I mean, just real quick, the controversies around a law called the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Those tariffs are
light reading.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Those IEEPA is how
IEEPA.
Is how
I like that.
Oh, is that better?
I like
IEEPA?
that. Yeah.
There you go.
They should have cheers.
Yeah. But it is based on that, and Trump is the first president in the 50 years of IEEPA to ever invoke or to impose tariffs using that. And so if it gets struck down based on IEEPA.
That is fun to say.
It is very fun to say.
Then yes, there could be another way he can implement these tariffs, but as they're being implemented right now, could be unconstitutional. We'll see. But yeah, it could add more uncertainty. We just don't know. But it could. I don't know. We'll hold off judgment until November. Until then, from now through November, tariffs are in place. Businesses can adjust accordingly.
You might say the situation is we're in a state of uncertainty.
Uncertainty. I might have to use that word sometimes.
I was thinking, during the pandemic, the word that was used all the time was unprecedented. But now we've shifted to from unprecedented to
actually, we've talked about that before. We always talk about
word of the year.
Yeah, like Merriam-Webster comes out with the the words of the year that kind of have.
This year has to be tariffs.
I
mean, it has to be.
And uncertainty too. I don't know. I mean, I think tariffs probably more so. Yeah, you're right. But yeah.
Also, how many people have had this year Googled tariffs? Not us, but other people.
I've Googled tariffs.
Not knowing what they
haven't.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now I'm going to Google.
I knew what a tariff was.
I'm going to Google IEEPA after this.
I'm definitely Googling IEEPA.
IEEPA.
Yeah.
That sounds like a
like
video
it.
game phrase
It
to
does.
tie it back to our National Video Game Day.
See, I'm glad I'm here to talk about it because I'm doing it in print. I never got to say it out loud.
Yeah.
Do other people
that
say
was fun.
You didn't realize how much fun it was.
Do other people say it like that, or did you actually make that up?
I think I heard it once. Like, oh yeah, I'm doing that if I ever get to talk about it.
IEEPA.
Yeah.
Well, we
Here
just
you
made your wish come true. We're going to make another wish of yours come true after this short commercial break, Tyson and Mark. I don't know what that wish is going to be. But
Super Bowl?
Sure. We'll see. We'll put in a few calls. But we're going to talk about a few more things, including some of the uncertainty having an effect on the markets, an exemption request, a national security threat. We've got a long list here. Tyson Fisher and Mark Schirmer return right after this break.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. Here with Tyson Fisher, Mark Schremer, and of course, Scott Thompson.
Here I am.
I do have to wonder how often we're going to use IEPA over the next few days. It's sticking
quite a bit.
It's got a nice ring to it.
I'm heading out to IEPA this weekend to get some Swedish meatballs.
Is that a festival concert? The IEPA?
The IEPA? No, it's a furniture store. You've been there before, haven't you?
Sure.
And so you got the furniture you have to build yourself, and they give you the one Allen wrench. It's supposed to take care of all
confusing.
of it.
Yeah.
All right. We'll all go together.
Anyway.
All right. I guess that's a no.
To continue our talk in uncertainty, we're going to hop on over to the latest job numbers. Tyson, what are those looking like?
They're down a little bit. The government, the employment data for truck drivers specifically, it's been up and down all year, and it kind of ties into what we just talked about, which was the tariffs. And so there is some correlation here. It seems to be somewhat tied to it. But in August, 1,000 truck drivers were removed from the workforce. We would think that there would be more sustained loss since, there's been, cries of kind of we're over capacity as far as the driver market goes. But we haven't seen that. And the reason why we haven't seen that is the tariffs are certainly part of it. So when the tariffs were announced, as I mentioned, businesses were front loading, import inventory, which cause a huge surge in demand for truck drivers. And so I think like 8,000 truck drivers were added in March, which is a huge surge, right? But then after all, the tariffs started to die down, all those truck drivers that we added, we lost some of them, but then the tariffs came back on again. And so we got them back. So it's been this up and down thing. But August was kind of normal, relatively speaking. It was normal in that it was only about 1,000, which, it's not a lot, so it's kind of like it's a normal fluctuation in the post-summer surge of freight. So we usually see that. But not only that, so I talked to David Spencer. He's the vice president of market intelligence at Arrive Logistics. Far smarter guy than me when it comes to economics and stuff like that. He said, there was higher summertime rates. You got steady diesel prices. There was less tariff volatility at the time. It was just kind of like a nice calm in August is basically what it was. So that's the good news with that employment report. The bad news, kind of looking forward, and again, I was talking to David Spencer about this. He said that what he's hearing at the ground level is that there is that near term, the demand seems to be not there. So we're just got a much weakened demand in the near term. So because of that, we can see, trucking jobs go down in the coming months. So probably September, October, maybe. But then you have peak season coming up.
Yeah. That'll be the big. That's going to tell us a lot, right?
And it absolutely will. And so with peak season come up, that will bring, jobs back up. So basically what he's saying is this volatility that we've been experiencing over the past several months because of tariffs, we might see again because of just the fluctuations of normal seasonal fluctuations,
Right.
And then we talked about this too, what might happen with the Supreme Court in November. You combine that with peak season, I mean, any number of things can happen, coming up. And I think that was his main takeaway here, which is that, yes, we saw a nice normal month that we haven't seen in a long time. Do not get used to that because basically it's what it was. Yeah, it was nice while it lasted. But, there's so many variables coming up ahead to where that volatility is probably going to persist through the end of the year. But looking even further ahead, with when can we see some sustained normalcy? A lot of people are predicting that second quarter-ish 2026, we might see some significant sustained relief from the great freight recession.
That would be nice.
It would be. It would be fantastic.
Can we put that in stone?
No.
No.
Since we were told second quarter of this year, or before that.
Oh, I'm reminded of exactly.
Yeah.
It was even before that.
Yeah,
it was
sure.
Yeah.
It was the end of 2024 at one point. Yeah.
And then it moved to the second quarter of 2025. I think it was even before that.
Yeah.
I think the forecast for like 2023 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
you heard it here first. Tyson said by the
terrible
second quarter
weatherman out
next
there.
year. I said it.
Yeah.
That is my prediction.
That is famed economist Tyson Fisher's assessment there. Yeah, no, it again, not to keep beating this drum, but the uncertainty out there, I think, is weighing on a lot of people, even if they don't know it as much. But we'll keep an eye on that. Something that we should talk about is the regulatory agenda.
Mhm.
Mark, this is something that comes out. It's supposed to come out every. You're laughing because it's supposed to come out every, was it 6 months, right?
Yeah. So basically, there's a fall one and there's a spring one.
Yes.
And right now, I don't even know this, but we're basically in the fall.
Almost.
Yeah, pretty much
Right.
fall. It's September.
Few days away.
The leaves will die soon.
All right.
And-
on that uplifting note.
and at that
It's an
time-
interesting way to put that, Mark. The leaves will die soon. Let's go to IEPA.
And that is certain. Though.
That is certain. Okay,
the
good.
leaves will
it's good
die
to have
soon.
some certainty. I like that.
But now we have our spring regulatory agenda. That
just came out.
So they're only basically 6 months behind. But that's, again, as Tyson was saying earlier, the government moves slow. Another thing that is certain. So I'm bringing certainty.
Well, and also, in all fairness, a new administration
Of course,
trying to get
yeah.
the lay of the land and figure out what's what. So there's some. I understand it a little bit.
There's some of it, but this is a little further back. I was kind of joking. Were we going to be winter before the spring one came out and stuff? So, in my story, to eliminate that confusion, I just refer to it as the latest regulatory agenda, because it does make it seem odd. But what we have here, if we're starting with kind of the Department of Transportation, one of the things with this new administration is how many deregulatory items that are out of this. So normally what we're seeing under the regulatory agenda is all these things that they're going to make truckers or make, the industry have to do. And at least on here, a lot of these are going to be trying to roll back ones that already were on, or take a step back on a few of them that we're going forward. And then also, we talked about all those really kind of small ones, like making sure you had your, ELD manual, in the cab, and all of that sort of stuff. Basically things that they said weren't directly tied to safety.
Sure.
They're removing those as well. But what this does, we talk about the highway bill of how for 5 years it kind of sets the stage. Every 6 months, this regulatory agenda. And now these dates are not real, like deadlines.
They're not real.
No, so this is what happens is, look how many times we saw the speed limiters of last, and it would say like May of 2023, they're going to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking.
And then May would come and go.
Yeah, and all of these dates would fly by, and a lot of other publications would write and kind of act like they were deadlines, or this is the day this is coming, and that's just not how it works. They're kind of, it's very, very loose,
fluid
deadlines, sort of that. It's not like us down in the magazine when the magazine has to go to press today.
The one thing that I think would all like to see become a deadline and actually get pushed up is broker transparency, which is one of these issues that OIDA has been pushing for a number of years. We have been told time and time again, kind of what you were saying there, that it was coming. It's coming now. Just kidding. It'll be this time. It keeps getting kicked down the road. And unfortunately, I think that's the right word here. Yeah. With this regulatory agenda, it seems like it's been kicked down the road again. Am I being too...
No, I think that's fair. Because, we don't know what they're going to have this proposal be. So maybe it'll end up being, even better. But regardless of whether it's better or not, it's going to take later before action occurs. So if we, just backing up on this whole issue, this really kind of hit back in May of 2020 when a bunch of truck drivers went to Washington, D.C. and protested this issue. If you remember back then, that was during Trump's first term in office toward the end of it. And it caught his attention. He went on Fox News and went on Twitter and, made posts and things that said he was going to do something about it. Of course, he wasn't in office much longer after that. Around that same time, OIDA petitioned FMCSA to do something to enforce these existing broker transparency regulations. And that's what's the most frustrating part of all of this is really that all that's trying to be done is, 5 years to get enforcement on something that's been on the books for 20 years.
Yeah. Oh, when you frame it like that. Yeah.
So, but anyways, fast forward where we're at. The previous administration did, approve a petition and move forward with a proposal. We got that done, right before the administration changed. The comments were delivered on that. I think there was like maybe 6,000 comments turned in, if I'm remembering correctly. And that was a proposal, and we expected there to be a final rule. But now what we got from this regulatory agenda is that they're pumping the brakes, and it looks like of May of next year, we will get a second proposal. So basically, they're going to, obviously they didn't like exactly everything in the previous proposal, so they're going to tweak it, and then we'll have a whole nother round of comments.
Which pushes the timeline.
Which pushes everything back.
And
again, I would encourage everybody for there to be thousands of comments again.
Yeah.
But that also makes
Time
the
to
process
read.
be
Yep,
longer.
yep.
And so, 2027, I would think, is the earliest we're going to see a final rule at this point.
Yeah, no, I mean that sounds right, just based on everything. The way
I'm
we know
not
the process
trying
to go.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be sour here, but that's just the reality of it, and that's if they hit May 2026. Because remember, off of these, when I say that these are loose, it's not like they ever hit them early. Like they're always after. They're not before.
I'm reminded of the speed limiter when that came out in the regulatory agenda, and it was supposed to be, I think, December of 2023, maybe
something like that. I mean, they had multiple ones that they got kicked down the road.
Yeah. So these issues have a way of doing that, and hopefully sooner rather than later. The one thing that also popped to mind too, ELDs. Anybody out there hoping and wishing that the ELD mandate's going to go away? That's not the case. It's here to stay.
No.
But they are looking at, maybe some ways to add a little more flexibility, I guess. Is that the right word?
Well, I think there's maybe some flexibility. I mean, I think one big issue is when they originally created the mandate, there was a self-certification for the manufacturers of the devices. And that is something that they are looking at of changing. If something we see maybe once every 3 or 4 months is FMCSA list a new thing of all of these manufacturers that have been revoked. And a lot of times it's for the same issues, and sometimes it's the same manufacturers having the same problems. So that's just a problem because drivers are having to invest in these products, and and they didn't even want them to begin with. And now they got to pay for them, and then because it's self-certified,
you got to replace them when
they get the wrong one that goes out in 3 months, and they have to get a new one, and it's another new investment. So it's a very frustrating thing. The other part of it that I will say that I do think is safe on ELDs, while again, like you said, I don't think the whole regulation is going away, but there was concern that the older model engines that were kind of grandfathered in that don't have to have ELDs, that was going to go away. That doesn't look like that. Well, it's certain.
Uncertainty?
No.
Are you certain? Are you certain about that?
I think I'm certain.
Okay.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Dispatch, I picked up that load of steel, so I'm ready to roll.
Sounds good. Remember, we're getting paid by weight, so make sure to use a cat scale.
I wouldn't weigh anywhere else.
Forget miss accuracy when you truck on a cat scale.
House products provide your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season and protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
We've got Tyson Fisher and Mark Schirmer of Landline Magazine to break down all the news in the trucking world. Next thing I want to talk about, Mark, there's another exemption request related to warning devices. Who's asking for this exemption and why?
You know, I actually don't have my notes, the name of the company on this one, but basically to just tell you kind of what the exemption is off the top of my head, it started Aurora, an autonomous, trucking provider, had asked for this because they, obviously for their long-term plan, they want it to be eventually where there is no human in the vehicle because they want to be able to run basically 24 hours back and forth from Houston to Dallas or whatever their route is, and they don't want to have to deal with those pesky humans.
So, pesky humans.
So, but
always ruining everything.
But what's interesting about this warning device, exemption request is that there is some validity to it from the fact that right now the requirement is that if a tractor trailer needs to stop on the shoulder of a highway within 10 minutes, they have to get out and place these warning triangles, basically these cones to, you've probably, everybody, if they've ever paid attention, probably has driven by and seen that. And they actually do help. If you see, if you're going along, you see on the shoulder, you realize, okay, there's this tractor trailer,
especially when you have someone out of their rig, checking on their equipment.
Yeah. And so what the regulation and the people that Aurora and this latest company that has been that's asking for another exemption request here is one of the things they're saying is now, all these years later, they're very concerned about the safety of the drivers having to put these regulations out. But we know the real motivation from all of this is because nobody was complaining about this 10 years ago that these drivers were in danger of having to put out these cones.
What's changed, I wonder?
But now that they want driverless trucks on the road for their bottom line, now all of a sudden we need to protect those drivers, and we need to protect them so much we're going to keep them at home.
Exactly. And FMC has denied a very similar exemption, I think, last year.
Yeah, that was the one from Aurora.
So, right.
And again, I apologize, I don't have the name of the company off the top of my head, but that there's another one, basically a similar one that just again asking for the exemption. Now, meanwhile, with Aurora, that there's a lawsuit in the DC circuit on that, and I was actually just looking on that yesterday. The petitioner's brief keeps on getting extended. I think that's not going to come until sometime in October now. It was supposed to be this week, but I think maybe the fourth time in a row it has been extended, right at the deadline. So court system also moves slow.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
There you go. One more story to cover here, Tyson, and it deals with another common story that we've talked about quite a bit in recent years. This battle, not sure what the right word is, against misclassification And we've got another chapter in this book, and it deals with a lawsuit. It deals with a verdict, settlement. Walk us through kind of what this means, because it does have potential, I guess, implications for, I think, the greater conversation.
So Mark just talked about the slow-moving mechanism that's the courtroom. This is almost a decade years old.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
10 years old. That's how long it's been going on. 2015 is when it was filed. So, yeah, this is between certain truck drivers in New Jersey and National Freight Inc., that are better known as NFI. 10-year dispute has ended with a $5.75 million settlement between the truck drivers and NFI. And so basically it's a classic misclassification lawsuit. Like, it hits all the notes that other previous misclassification notes has. The big one is that the main aspect that we see all the time is that the independent contractors are usually assigned routes that they don't have any control over. They have to be at the distribution center at a set time, and they have to be here at a set time. They had to use NFI's Qualcomm devices for tracking. You have to put the NFI logo on your truck. I mean, none of this. No autonomy whatsoever, but they're independent contractors. What made this case even stronger for the independent contractors is that NFI also has employee drivers, right? That did almost exactly the same thing as an independent contractor. It's just like, we're doing the exact same thing, yet one of us gets, the benefits of an employee, and the other of us doesn't, So that was the central behind this case. And then, it still took 10 years to end this and all that. But it involves truck drivers. And again, NFI has a strong presence, with the ports over there, with Trader Joe's warehouse specifically. So, and again, this does not implicate that Trader Joe's is responsible for this. All they did was hire NFI, say, ship my stuff, and then their hands are, they wash their hands of it. But it does bring up, a greater problem with misclassification that was brought up, to the mainstream attention several years ago with the California ports. I think it was either the LA Times or USA Today wrote a huge expose on the problem, and it grabbed the attention of lawmakers. Over in New Jersey, for example, I think it was STG Logistics. There was the state started to investigate them over their misclassification of port drivers there, and then shortly after, STG just got rid of their independent contractor model, saying it's not even worth it anymore. It's like, which is you can kind of make your assumptions there on how guilty they probably were, but that's kind of what's going on. Again, I think there was only about 100 drivers involved with this one. So if you do the math after attorney fees, that's about $30,000 to $50,000 per driver, which if you don't follow class action lawsuits, that's a lot of money. For a class action, you usually get like a couple $100, for something like this.
I filled out the forms online for like the Facebook ones or whatever.
Did you get your 5 cents? I got mine the other day.
I'm still waiting.
Still waiting for yours? All right. But no, this is probably, I don't even know how many misclassification lawsuits I have written about and how many more I'm still following the docket on, waiting for them to end. Because as cut and dry as some of these seem, as this one here, it took 10 years. And so the question is, like, why are these, companies dragging it out? One could argue that, I think, a lot of trucking companies see more value. Like, there's a better return on investment on litigating this to death than to switch out their predatory independent contractor model. Exactly. And so, we're trying to, truck drivers are trying to do things in a courtroom, but it's not catching on because as many multi-million-dollar settlements that we have seen, and we have seen many multi-million-dollar settlements on misclassification suits, trucking companies, some bad actors, continue to do it anyway, knowing there's a lawsuit possibly on the horizon, but they continue to do it because, again, the money that they save on, pretty much screwing over independent contractors, it's greater than whatever settlement they might have to pay out in the
which tells you a lot.
It tells you a whole lot, does it not?
If you're reading between the lines.
So, we're trying to do what they can at the courts. The courts aren't doing anything. Maybe this is somewhere where maybe legislation might be a different solution here, but again, this is what's happening in the courtroom. It's been happening for quite a long time, and we're just seeing more and more.
Yeah. Well, and I guess the question is, where does it end? And it sounds like it may not end because, as you point out, there is a benefit to these companies to continue doing this.
Well, and there is, and again, it's one of the, this industry is plagued with a lot of problems, and this is one that goes back quite a long time. It does come down to, there is no driver shortage, but, there's a turnover problem, right? Because when people come into this industry, they're promised, people
get treated like dirt. And
they're promised like these huge bonuses, and you can make, 6 figures a year.
Predatory.
And they come in and they get this NFI type of treatment, which is we're just going to make you an independent contractor, actually, and you're not going to get any of the benefits.
And tell them that because you could make even more money that way, and you're your own boss and all this.
Exactly right. And so, this is part of the problem, which is misclassification is a huge portion of the problem. And so, I don't know how you solve this. I think that's kind of why we may not have seen legislation, because it's so nuanced and it's so complicated. It's like, how do you write legislation that doesn't throw the baby out with the bathwater?
I can't see a legislator understanding this issue enough to put together, craft a bill that would solve these issues.
But it's certainly a problem. And as I've said repeatedly so far, it's like the fact that there are multi-million-dollar payouts and trucking companies continue to do it. They just think that, that's a good ROI. I'll do it. That's a problem.
Which again speaks volumes, I think, for sure. Tyson, Mark, I think we got all the news in.
AIPA.
Tyson Fisher of Landline Magazine, Mark Shermer of Landline Magazine. Appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Mark, are you ready for the Monday Night Football game? Raider fan Mark Shermer.
Yeah,
Charger fan Scott Thompson.
I'm gonna predict Chargers 21, Raiders 17.
Oh, is that right? Okay,
yeah.
20. It's going to be a close game. That'll be a good game.
Yeah.
Especially if the result is that. Yeah. Speaking as a Charger fan.
I won't like it, but that's what I think is going to happen.
You will honor the results.
Yes.
Well, we will see. We will be back on Speaking Terms next week. Mark, we appreciate your time. Tyson, thank you for your time as well.
Always a pleasure.
Ashley, that's our show for today.
It is.
And we'll head out to IEPA and pick up a new cabinet. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Thanks for listening. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week.
Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. You can call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message, or send us an email at podcast@ooida.com, and we might just include it on the show.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you're right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?